I did not expect this video to be this long, but today we have gathered every single animated movie review we've covered in 2025. I think this is the kind of wrap-up I would like to do more of in future, so might as well start here. We do our best to cover pretty much every animated movie, especially from the mainline studios as they come along. And so let's travel back to January of this year, where DreamWorks released their chaotic Dog Man. It is unapologetic, it is bonkers, it is very different, and surprisingly, it wasn't done in-house either. A marker for DreamWorks to come, maybe. So, I finally got to see the Dog Man movie a whole week later over at the UK. For some reason, they just do it like that. And that movie was just absolutely chaotic, wasn't it? Now, when I first saw the trailer for DreamWorks' Dog Man, I was really pleasantly surprised. As judging by just the art style alone, it just seemed to be a massively eclectic, stylistic movie. And to be honest, that's pretty much exactly what we got. This movie is unapologetic in its just rapid pacing. Now, clearly with it being an adaptation from a kid's book, it's going to have all sorts of benefits on its side when it comes to story, and they just had to work on expressing themselves to tell the story that's already been written. And I had no idea about the original books, I'd not really read anything, I had no idea what I was in for, but I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy this movie. It's not exactly a 10 out of 10, there are certainly flaws to it, but I think really at the end of the day it was just a very different movie. It was trying to be very much its own thing, and it does that very, very well. As I'm sure you're at least slightly aware, the whole concept is the idea that a human cop and a dog cop have a horrendous incident that's thankfully not too traumatizing for children, and they sew the dog's head onto the body of the man. We don't really address that any further because, to be honest, the man dies. Like, he just becomes the dog. The idea is meant to be the man knows kung fu, but he's very stupid. Combine that with the dog's intelligence, and you've got a full-set super cop, but is the other half somewhere else? Have they explored that in the movies? Is there a dog body walking around with the man's head on it? Because that man is dead. And clearly, you're not really supposed to think about this movie too hard. Just enjoy it for the fun, kooky cartoon that it is, because, like, the only other real plotline attached to the actual Dog Man before they became Dog Man was the fact that they did have a girlfriend that's now just run away and does not appear in the movie. I assume they're prevalent in the book. If they're not, God, that's just horrible and cruel. Instead, what this movie is really about is the trials and tribulations of Dog Man and their biggest rival, Petey the cat. But the thing is, as well, is it's not just, I was expecting a plotline of, Petey the cat, big evil cat's gonna get some big world-dominating plotline, and then they'll beat him at the end of the day. That was the plotline I expected. Little did I know, 20 minutes into this movie, it turns into a montage of that whole plot happening 4 times in a row. It's very much, hey, the dog immediately jailed the cat. Then he got out, and then he did it again. Then he got out, and then he did it again. And then he got out, and he did it again. It was not a very simplistic plotline in that degree. It very much felt like this was an entire Saturday morning cartoon unraveling to show us, oh, here's the routine, here's the premise of what happens every week. Now the plotline begins with something bigger? So already from a plot perspective, very, very different. And the tone is not quite what you'd expect because of that. But before we go into further details of the plotline, the soundtrack is absolutely stellar. I love that brassy kind of sound font, and it's on show in a good section of places here. Plus, they got a handful of montages for Dog Man just doing his thing every now and again. It's just, it's really, really high quality, which is something I didn't necessarily expect from DreamWorks. As I've been rambling on about in the business side of things, DreamWorks has now decided to cull their in-house animators, or at least a good chunk of them, and is working more with third-party animation studios to make their movies. It cuts cost and it cuts jobs, but judging from the final output, this movie is pretty solidly alright. I wouldn't say it's better than the likes of The Wild Robot. It's not exactly a masterful masterpiece, but for what it is, as a fun, quirky cartoon, yeah, it covers everything it really needs to. Now, while this movie is meant to be all about Dog Man, I feel like the second half of this movie wasn't that Dog Man specific. Specifically, I feel like Petey the cat kind of became the main character for most of this movie. I wouldn't be surprised if he got more screen time than Dog Man. To be fair, he's voiced by Pete Davidson, so maybe that, the dog's just voiced by someone going a woo every now and again. So, I don't know. Either way, what the real plotline rolls out to being is the cat gets a clone of themselves, which ends up being a child, and then they come to have internal conflicts of actually being the good guy, maybe not being so bad. Their clone's certainly happy. The clone makes friends with Dog Man. They go back and forth over all of that. He meets his grandfather because his father is where his trauma comes from for why he's evil in the first place. And then he revives an evil fish who ends up being the real big bad to the whole thing. It's a little bit confused, this movie, in places. I feel like earlier in the movie, it felt very unfocused. Once we had that cartoon montage of, hey, here he is going to jail back and forth, I kind of didn't know what the big story was. It just kind of did a few antics. It came together in the final act in that suddenly there's a real big bad and our cat villain evil guy is slowly turning to be anti-hero-y. I get it, it's fine. And to be honest, I didn't think the fish was too out of place. I don't think they were an unneeded extension at the end of the story, because we didn't get that story that I thought would have been the real ending. There wasn't an add-on to an ending. There was no ending yet. The fish is the ending. And they certainly established the fish throughout the entire movie. I thought they were relatively fitting. Naturally, they came with a British accent. It was actually Ricky Gervais, which is, puts a bit of a downer on the note, but hey, that's another problem for another day. One of the real things I find a lot of recent animated movies really don't do, and not all of them have to, but it's the thing that to me makes a 10 out of 10 movie, is any good moments of real heart and emotional, expression. Wild Robot had that in droves in all sorts of places. This movie has some occasional moments I feel like you could extract an emotional moment. Kind of like how people take Simpsons shots and then turn them into vaporwave montages. There's a couple moments there, like one of the characters sitting on a hill overlooking the city and having a moment to themselves. It's not very strong in this movie, and I think that's because that's not quite fitting to the tone. In fact, actually, I'd go on to say one of the worst scenes in this movie is meant to be an emotionally strong moment. There's a moment where Dog Man is just lying down on the floor, I guess fatigued about the whole thing, with a journalist talking alongside them who also lies down and says, yeah, things can get pretty tough, but you gotta pick yourself back up again. That's basically the entire scene, is saying that one line, and the whole time there's a cameraman behind them watching who unfittingly starts breaking down into tears over the lines, as if they were meant to be more impactful lines, but they weren't. Like, the guy's actually lying down in the fetal position, sucking his thumb at the end, as if we had some profound emotional moment other than, it's sad, but we should get up anyway. That's where I think they actively tried to do something and didn't do it justice. Everything else, they just didn't try. They were doing something else, and they did those very, very well. Does that make sense? But where this movie really shines is in the jokes and the gags, and boy, oh boy, are they a lot per minute. This whole movie is just so fast-paced. I mean, a handful of jokes I missed because I didn't know I was meant to be looking out for some. Occasionally, there's like little references on license plates or newspaper articles that flew by so fast you couldn't read them and you only get one chance. I could certainly see parents getting lost behind it. Maybe the kids can keep up. I guess they gotta watch it several times to catch it all. Is that the marketing attempt? Either way, I kind of like it. It's so high-paced, so TikTok-brained, and really keeps your attention that it's not forceful in a way that it's like schmuck. It's good writing. There's good gags. It's just a lot per second. As I said in the title, it's unapologetically chaotic. Hey there, thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come along and subscribe if you haven't already. I'll be keeping up with any animated movies to hopefully review pretty much all of them throughout the year, so come join if you're up for it. Otherwise, let's get back to the second half of DreamWorks' Dog Man. One of the recurring gags that's certainly easy to catch, it's not as fast-paced, is I love the gag of all these buildings having different giant, props for their marketing that then get used in a giant mecha building fight later. There's one with a giant pair of boots that, of course, one just steps in and starts walking along with. It's sort of a classic, but it's nice to see it actually done as a recurring gag that then comes together to build something later. I don't know, I liked it a lot. There were some shots as well that were way crazy speedy. Like I couldn't really tell you, what's going on, or, you won't remember it, but there's a shot of the baby cat, Lil PT, opening a door, and I swear it's, 6 frames long, if that. you know, it's in the middle of like a big moment. I can't remember what it is. I think maybe like it might be the moment that the grandpa cat appears. It's like a shot of the robot, shot of adult cat being like, what's going on? And then like 6 frames of the little cat pushing open the door to reveal that. Very, very fast paced. And also, of course, I kind of almost take it for granted now. It's happened so very often. The stylistic choice of like showcasing title cards and then scratching them. We see it in the trailer as well, and the footage is shuffled in the background here. That's just like very nice. There's all sorts of details there, little transitional like smear frames. It just brilliantly all comes together in a way that's simplistic and kind of works with the original art style that the book's based off of, so it makes a lot of sense there. It's certainly a lot better than making something so generic and simple. Maybe it's a cheat code that it's DreamWorks doing an adaptation, so they don't have to be generic in that way, but hey, I'm still very much in the honeymoon phase when it comes to this particular art style, you know? This trend. And while I said earlier that it feels like the cat gets more screen time than the dog, all sorts of characters early in the movie are sort of pretty quickly forgotten by the end as we get to late stage stuff. The chief of police, I feel like, is missing for the middle half of the movie and then appears kind of near the end. The villain has a sidekick teenager type girl who's like there, then leaves. That's like part of their thing. They quit. And then they come back for one moment to say, hey, I just wanted to annoy you with this thing. And I think that's the last time we really see her. I feel like there could have been some nice payoff at the end somehow with her. It felt a little bit like she was clearly a character from the books that they just didn't want to expand their side of the story in this 2-hour movie. Makes sense. It's only a 2-hour movie. If that. No, it's 90 minutes. It's 89 minutes. It's short. God, really? It felt like we covered a lot in 89 minutes. It's very efficient in that way. Certainly on the cat side of the plot line, I felt like there was lots of chunky time put into setup, which was really, really good. I quite liked the slow development into this anti-hero inner conflict element of this villain. I think that was all done absolutely fine. And probably was the highlight of the movie, because it's kind of the main point of the movie. Because yeah, on the other side of things, I wasn't crazy on much of the Dog Man stuff. Like, there's a sequence where he's singing sadly to himself, but it's just a bunch of woofing. But it's not very good barking, you know? It's just, like, I don't exactly want to say it sounds too human, but I wasn't very sold by any of the sounds that Dog Man made. Doesn't help that I saw the very first showing I could, and there was 2 other people in the cinema screening. Okay, 2 other families, but, like, there's, like, 5 people max, and me. There wasn't a lot of laughter. I can tell it's played for laughs. Maybe it does better in another screening, but it didn't for me, and it didn't in my cinema, so. I liked the occasional nod you can catch in the background, a sort of recurring gag mentioning how people drop out of college and become comic artists instead. Obviously a nod to the author. It's also what Lil Petey's aspirations are, apparently. And if I was to make any other real criticisms about the plotline beyond that one, like, emotional scene in the middle that didn't do very well, the mecha fight. Like, all the buildings come alive near the end. That's kind of like part of the Fish's big plan. That felt like it was meant to be the big final boss, and it was, but it was also kind of sped run through. Like, the moment they start moving, we get a mecha robot and then immediately decimate them, and it felt a little bit underwhelming in that regard. And then it moves on anyway to the next level big boss of the actual fish confrontation. It was like, at most, that final act felt a little bit underwhelming for how fast it went. But it's a very fast movie in general. As I said, 89 minutes. It's got a quota to fill, and we got to move on, you know? I didn't hate some of the other building jokes in there. There's an indifference building that's indifferent, as well as a like a laser palace one that just has fun. Classic dancing at the end of a DreamWorks movie vibes. Even though there's actually no post-credit scene, and that's kind of disappointing, but maybe the trend's over there. Beyond that, though, I think this was a pretty stellar movie. It doesn't need to have the emotional weight to be a valid movie. It's very much trying to do its own thing. It's eclectically fast. It goes for that sort of Saturday morning cartoon vibes. You sort of already see it in that montage early on to just say, this is how the world works. Let's do a storyline after the classic villain appears, a villain defeated story, and it's quite nice. Really, it's just the small details you can come to appreciate. I love that one of the main invented robots is called HTTYD, which doesn't quite work in my accent, but you get the idea. ADHD is just a great little pun. And overall, this movie just reeks of style. That was meant to be I don't know if reeks is a pejorative term there, but yeah, it's very stylistic. It very clearly just masters most of the things it wants to do. It's only a little bit off when it comes to Dog Man voice acting and getting any semblance of emotional beats and weight out there. The fish is defeated by saying he just needs a friend. And it works. Sure, kids movie, whatever. The fart jokes weren't the worst in the world. They had slightly more practicality to them. That's apparently my quota when it comes to the mandatory fart jokes in a kids movie. And though it's very easy to lose some of the details with how fast and chaotic the movie is, I don't hate it. It's not the worst thing in the world. And I remember as a kid anyway, there were all sorts of lines that I didn't fully process, and I still enjoyed the movie nonetheless. Just means you can rewatch it and catch better details a second time round. Dog Man is very much its own bubble of a movie, very unapologetic in the way it wants to present itself, but ultimately, it's pretty damn good. For being just this kooky, crazy cartoon of a movie, I would just say this is a fun romp throughout. Energetic, light-hearted, and only slightly traumatic if you think too deep beneath the surface. I'd like to see a little bit more emotion, but I say that with every animated movie I see. But hey, at the very least, this could very well be a franchise for DreamWorks, so I'm sure there's all sorts of source material to bounce off of. And if they do make a Dog Man 2, I'd very much support it. I had pretty high hopes when I saw the first trailer for Dog Man, and I gotta say, I'm pretty well satisfied after the fact. Moving on from there, we're now going to move over to Paramount and Nickelodeon with probably the biggest upset for a whole franchise to me. This is the Plankton movie. After one good Spongebob movie, two terrible sequels, Sandy Cheeks as well being the worst of the bunch, we then get this. The Plankton movie is here. I absolutely adore when a new Spongebob movie comes out because I'm a big fan of terrible movies. It's just an open goal, easy to dunk on. It's not even been a year since the last one of the easily worst SpongeBob movies we've ever seen in the entire franchise. The bar just gets lower, and that means I get all the more enjoyment. You know how the story goes with the SpongeBob movie franchise. To be honest, there's only one good SpongeBob movie. It's the first one, right? Something about it just really strikes at the core of what a SpongeBob story is. Most likely just because it was actually created by the original creator. In that movie, not only were the jokes stellar and iconic, every scene having so much comedic potential, with gags that are still immortalized decades later now, like random real-life body parts coming into the equation. But also at the same time, with that first movie, there's a real emotional core as we really dive into what SpongeBob is as a character, the flaws that they have, and how to overcome any kind of arc with a sense of progression from an otherwise serialized and non-progressive story in the series. In trying to think of any story to really explore the SpongeBob character, I feel like the first SpongeBob movie is the only real good one you can do, and every movie since has been progressively worse from there. Add on the fact we're dealing with a modern version of Paramount that loves to do just weird things. Their live-action representation really has a strange tone that personally does not jive with me, even when Paramount do a live-action thing for a franchise that is doing well right now. I'm gonna admit, I don't think it's very good either. It's not even good there, I'll be honest. Not in my opinion, anyway. And over the years, we've seen the SpongeBob movies become more and more live-action focused, culminating in the Sandy Cheeks movie, just the worst of the bunch. And now, not even 12 months later, Plankton the movie exists. Of course it does. The next extension of let's pick a side character to make a movie out of, and look at the damn thing. The visuals behind this movie are somehow cheaper than last time. It is a real noticeable downgrade in the visual artful craft of what the SpongeBob franchise used to be. But hey, it's 3D, not 2D, so that's a plus. Now, with this just being a few months after Sandy Cheeks, technically, I mean, it also was leaked a year ago, so it's kind of the same-esque time period. You would expect it would have many of the same tropes of just the worst SpongeBob movie we've seen so far. And to me, one of the most egregious things is the obvious problem with making a side character movie in whatever the hell do you do with SpongeBob. In the Sandy Cheeks movie, he becomes the painful comic relief character that has all pain inflicted upon him because Squidward's not in the picture and Plankton is usually otherwise the pain guy. In this one, there's at least more opportunities in the sense that Plankton is the guy that gets all the pain humor. So what does SpongeBob get delegated to? Well, I'll tell you what. It's different from the Sandy Cheeks movie. See, the plot of Plankton the movie isn't necessarily just showing Plankton's side of a SpongeBob story. No, it's actually the matter of he goes through the usual routine of being evil and not doing very well, just getting that serialized standard routine of the episodes from the TV series. And then, in failing after 25 years, SpongeBob movies love to be so distant future for some reason, Karen then gets the focus being the big bad, actually going off with their own plan after being dismissed by Plankton for so many years. What follows is then a plot of Plankton trying to get back Karen with the help of Spongebob on the side, as a real overhead apocalypse takes place above Bikini Bottom, Karen becoming a giant robotic titan, essentially. All the while, as Plankton is going through this, he is telling us the origin story between himself and Karen. Now, obviously with SpongeBob going on as long as it has, this backstory already exists, or at least backstories with all sorts of other characters, namely Plankton and Mr. Krabs, and this movie does 100% right over that. Is that a problem? Yes, it kind of is expected after going on so long. It's the same thing of how Homer Simpson now is brought up from the 90s, when he clearly was a dad in the 90s. We saw that for ourselves. Well, I was like -1, but sure. But the idea of doing an origin story for Plankton as we go along on this adventure, I don't entirely hate. And the gimmick for SpongeBob through this whole thing is he essentially wants to play psychiatrist. In the plot, he's been reading a psychiatry book, is deciding to cosplay as, I assume, Sigmund Freud or something, and the whole time is asking for Plankton's backstory in order to psychoanalyze him and work out what's the core of his problems. And that, I think, really works for him. Going back to the first SpongeBob movie, some of the things I really liked in some of the representations of SpongeBob as a character is he would go on to roleplay and then just be fully immersed in that roleplay. And this is exactly the same here. He's not delegated to a weird side character doing goofy things to a point that goes out of his character limits. He does do the quirky things, he keeps shape-shifting and doing his stuff, but he's always coming back to helping Plankton as an aide and not doing it correctly, because he's an idiot. And that's correct, I would say. All the while with Plankton as your main character, he has more room as a protagonist to tell more comedic lines and dialogue and play around with the meta of the movie. The very opening is him saying, hey, come on, come a little bit closer, come a little bit closer, I see you, come a little bit closer, there I am. It does then go into some more cliche punchlines, like the camera hitting him in the face going too close. I think it might even be something we've seen in SpongeBob before, but it is so refreshingly on brand for how a SpongeBob story should go, to me. In fact, a lot of the jokes in this movie, I think, absolutely stick the landing. And more so than that, the tone is there. You know how I said earlier that in the first SpongeBob movie, they have a brief shot of real fleshy live-action hands as a tiny little gag, and I absolutely adore that direction of jokes? It appears again in the Plankton movie a couple of times. Maybe they milk it, fair enough, but it works. There's a shot of Plankton at a giant piano playing. There's also a musical. The SpongeBob movies are musicals. I constantly forget that. And clearly you're thinking to yourself, how the hell is Plankton playing a giant piano? It slowly turns around and you see he's at a tiny piano on the piano, and then it just cuts to giant green hands, human, playing the piano. I adore that. That is a core 2004 style SpongeBob joke told successfully 20 years later. That being said, of course, it's not always going to be perfect. As I said, there's all sorts of cliche jokes in this. You've got all sorts of classics like big fights happening behind a couple clueless characters, being electrified for kissing a robot, or kooky character drinks too much coffee. You know, like, it's kind of padding in the sense of I've seen every animated movie in existence, but also I think it works, and it's kind of been a long time since I've seen a coffee joke, I'll be honest. That's full-on hoodwinked over the hedge territory. That's, in its own sense, is like 15 years old. It's also not perfect in the sense that, maybe this is a debatable point, but it does definitely heavily lie on older references in places. It's not too egregious, but it definitely knows that people liked the first SpongeBob movie, because they definitely find ways to use all sorts of elements from that first movie into this, just to be like, hey, you like this? But I think it's done well enough. It's not exactly invasive. They don't tread on the toes again. They just say, hey, remember this thing existed? These guys are still around. Oh, you might recognize that prop. But it is a little bit, milky. Is that a good adjective for it? I think when I saw it at first, I thought it was a little bit cheap, but in hindsight, it's harmless. Why not enjoy your successes? There have been many successes. It's not all a basement of failure. Hey there, they can make it to the halfway mark of this video. Come along and subscribe if you haven't already. We're gonna do new animated reviews as they come out. All of them. Netflix, Pixar, DreamWorks, Sony, and apparently SpongeBob too. Anyway, back to the second half of our review on Plankton the movie. More so than that, whilst the jokes are there, the character protagonist works, and even SpongeBob's role in this movie does a decent job. And there's this origin story in the back end, which, by the way, they used to showcase some more artistic styles. It's nice. It's funny that the main thing looks so cheap and 3D and bland and flat, but in the flashbacks we get a nice black and white Fleischer-esque 2D animation. And in some imaginative parts we see Plankton in another 2D scape that looks genuinely good. Ironic there, but also on the other idea that this is a side story from a side-based character, it means that this movie goes on to expand characters we usually wouldn't get to see. Squidward gets minimal screen time, Mr. Krabs is faintly there in the back end, Patrick pops up a little bit towards the end. But instead we get to see an expansion on Karen's side of the world, and with this, we introduce the Gal Pals. Have they appeared in the TV show? Yes, apparently we have. 2018 apparently, it's been a thing in the series. But I think it really works. Probably because it's already baked into the series. Having it be a showcase of 4 female characters all clumped together, technically is a little bit of a weird age gap thing, like a teacher hanging out with their student's friend, sure, whatever. But it does explore into new territory that I otherwise haven't seen from the movies, and I think is really nice and refreshing. It opens up to some relatively simple ideas in certain places. The main action sequence for all of them essentially is a pillow fight, but I'm sure that's innocent enough, and then adds another layer, especially putting that in a plotline against Plankton. The man who has no sense of empathy or thought to apologizing to wronging someone in their relationship is a really good core theme to shove in, because it's the exact opposite and conflict that would be most fitting to this new protagonist. He's antagonistic in nature, so being addressed with having to do something emotional is exactly on point of a direction for a story on this. Other expansions we get is a basement area for the Gal Pals, as well as the university that Plankton and Karen apparently went to. Also Karen being a potato calculator back in the day. Makes sense. I love that stuff. And all through watching this movie, I was waiting for the moment when the characters would really breach out and do something uncharacteristic. It's weird doing a Plankton protagonist movie because I don't ever expect him to be good. There's a moment where he's called out as being a jerk, and I'm wondering if he's gonna 180 and stop being a jerk in some way, and he doesn't. He goes on to sing about being a jerk, and then he's like, hell yeah, I'm a jerk, and then doubles down, and I'm like, brilliant! They seem to actually understand the character that they're writing this story around, much like when they did with SpongeBob 20 years ago, 21. And though the plotline essentially goes into Plankton having to apologize to Karen, it doesn't necessarily become trying to stop world domination, because that's always been Plankton's goal all along. Sort of, because even then, they explore the element of what does he truly want? Does he want world domination? Or does he want the Krabby Patty formula? At what point does he stop? What are his limitations? And it really does a good deep dive into the ethos of Plankton. Against the slow, monotonous downfall of SpongeBob movies, it's as if the people in charge of SpongeBob's creative direction actually sat down and did a deep dive exploration to tell the best possible version of this character's story. As if they truly do love Plankton as a character, as if they truly were Plankton. And then you realize in the credits who actually wrote the story for this movie? It was Kaz, who is always in most SpongeBob projects, but also up front and center is Mr. Lawrence himself. Literally, Plankton himself helped write and create and produce, I assume, this Plankton movie, and I think that's the make or break of it. The directing as well is absolutely stellar, though I'm not a big fan of the visuals. The visual humor is certainly on point. It feels like a classic SpongeBob done in modern times, and that can be attested to David Needham's work in the directing chair. And also Chuck Klein is head of story, so it's definitely a team effort to bring this together, but there's clearly a sense of love and understanding put into this movie that I don't think the Sandy Cheeks movie had anything close to. I came into this movie absolutely ready to dunk on the next latest terrible SpongeBob movie. They just fall into our laps unwarranted every few months at this rate, and it seemed like an easy open goal to dunk on. But actually watching this movie, I am pleasantly surprised to see something that brings back that childhood wonder that Spongebob once had. It has both a simplistic enough plot with a little bit of subversion from what you've usually seen, a good relocation for its usual protagonist in side character roles, side characters get more runtime that actually makes sense and have a nice embellishment for them, and then the main plotline is paced well, explores new territory, expands the universe, and has that emotional core that really does a deep dive on the characters this movie is meant to focus on. It's to the point you feel like you actually understand these characters more after seeing this movie. If this is the new canon, it's absolutely stellar. And the jokes and comedic style throughout are absolutely brilliant. To be fair, I love Plankton's delivery the most, I think, in all of SpongeBob's stuff. They absolutely nail it in general. So of course, they're fully able to dominate within their own movie. It works really, really nicely. And then, as we come to the end of the movie, I would genuinely suggest you watch it for yourself, by the way. There's not really much to spoil on it. You can probably guess where the spoilers go, but I won't fully delve into it right now. Maybe one day we'll do an amazing on this, actually. I think I probably will. I should. This sparked something in me again, man. Completely not what I expected based on the trailer. They put all of the possible stinkers in the marketing, apparently. All the red flags I thought I saw before, non-existent. There were not too many bloated characters, it turns out. All of those different robots were all Karen anyway. But yes, once we come to the end of the movie, the really beautiful thing that brings it all together is we just literally loop it back to the beginning again. There's an opening song, and the ending song is the same song. It all goes back to one nice little knot, ending with Plankton not saying come on closer anymore. He looks at the camera, love a couple 4/4 breaks, there's a handful of these in the movie, I love them. And he's like, go away, get out of here, you've seen the movie now, shoo, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. It's like, easily the biggest upset so far this year, the absolute biggest surprise, and I am only upset that I full-on forgot this movie was coming out today. I didn't write it in my schedule. I'm talking about it 4 or 5 hours later than I should have. This video is coming out late today, but it doesn't matter. I really do wish, despite it being a few hours, I had seen it sooner, because this is genuinely stellar. Perhaps after this, if Paramount learns something, maybe the SpongeBob movie franchise is back. Is it better than the first SpongeBob movie? Absolutely not. Unbeatable. That thing is absolutely cemented in gold. But as a surprisingly close runner-up, yeah. Plankton the movie is easily one of the best SpongeBob movies we've seen in years. The best in 20 years, because the first one was 21 years ago. And who'd have thought, all you need to do is really sit down and think about it. And hey, why don't you actually get some of the crew members involved who clearly still have the heart and passion to tell good stories. Turns out, when you're not just chucking them out to reach a quota, you can make some genuine art again. The soul of the SpongeBob movie franchise is still out there somewhere. Just don't turn this into 6 Plankton sequels, please. Alright, we're now jumping into a biggie. This is the movie of 2025, for better or for worse. Now we've reached brilliant spring and a Minecraft movie. The Minecraft movie. 1 year ago it was the punching bag of the internet, and now with the final verdict, actually seeing it with our own eyes, is it so bad it's good, or is it so bad it's bad? Well, oh boy. Seeing this movie essentially day one with a giant crowd in the cinema, it's an experience, you know? First you get that sense of dread, you don't know which way the scales are gonna tip. You walk in and see an ungodly amount of Minecraft merchandise. You sit in the giant screen, get bombarded with 30 to 40 minutes of adverts, also more Minecraft merch plugging, and then a good extended chunk of time put to the Royal Army to remember what the world's like out there. And you quickly come to realize this is a movie that is manifesting all those classic corporate traits, right? It is just a means to an end to sell toys. I mean, what kind of idiot would buy the actual Minecraft movie merchandise? It's only fueling the cycle even further of soulless movies. So anyway, this is the chicken jockey. It holds drinks in the bottom and popcorn in the head. And I wasn't actually, it's ergonomically impossible to drink from it. Especially because if you even do, well, it looks a little bit suspicious in its own right. It's, you can't even drink it while facing away. It's, probably one of the most intelligent things built out of this movie. Because what do you know, this movie is not good. For me to sit here as a reviewer and say this is absolute sinner would be absolute falsehood. Honestly, this movie will get dated the more that time actually passes, because watching this day one at a full-scale cinema screening, That's kind of special and a lot of fun, because every time a single quote or meme was mentioned, you can bet there was not only applause, but sometimes literal standing ovations.
Chicken jockey!
Now that's the cinema experience. When you're surrounded with like-minded people who just want to have a fun, ironic time, this is a classic, terrible Minecraft movie. A terrible classic Minecraft movie. It is so bad, it's good, but if you were to watch this in a silent room where the jokes just... then you're genuinely not going to enjoy yourselves. This movie is poorly put together. It is mostly pretty damn good in being a faithful adaptation of the Minecraft mechanics, but as an actual story with writing and narrative, it is paper thin. There is almost not a story. There is so little thought put into it. For a start, the first 20 minutes is a long chunk of build-up. And you know, sometimes that's good. It takes 20 minutes for them to reach the Minecraft world. But what we get in its place as the stepping stone into the Minecraft universe to introduce new people that might not know all the mechanics of Minecraft, i.e., you know, the parents, is a lightning fast 8-ish minute sequence of Jack Black doing all of the Jack Black things at a breakneck pace that's hard to follow, even if you know the Minecraft stuff.
They're the villagers! They're total pacifists and vegetarians.
He's a kid, he has a job, he goes to the mines, he gets to the Minecraft world, he has a whole arc, he builds a million things, he gets a dog, he meets the villains, he gets trapped, he continues, he gets the dog goes running out, they go into a house, the house is a place in the real world, the dog goes into the real world. It's like, okay, we can make half a movie out of the first 5 minutes. Slow down, my guy. What do you mean the wolves can already go into the real world? I thought that was one of the main subplots of this movie. What do you mean there's an old guy at the mines and he doesn't come back in any form? He's not there in the post-credits. He's the exact same age when Minecraft Steve is a kid or an adult. The set is exactly the same despite that time jump, because there is no attention to detail in the actual set design. It's just the same shot from the same day with the grandpa. What do you mean you just make the grandpa stumble and then you're allowed to be in the mines for the next 50 years? Does the old man know about the Minecraft world? Is the portal in there but not activated? Where did the cubes come from? They're just slightly behind two thin layers of walls on the left and the right? Why did the old man not follow him into the mines after being slightly stumbled? Did the old man age between the young and old Steve? Does Steve age since Steve went into the Minecraft world or not? Is there a time jump between the Steve that goes into the world and does the survival experience? Or is there not? It seems like his job was baked around the 90s and 80s aesthetic, so maybe it attaches to the backstory of Garrett the Garbage Man. But no, I think he just sort of walked in for a day and then now... We haven't even begun. That's the prologue.
I love crushing a loaf.
The plot is the kids yearn for the mines because meme, and Minecraft Steve goes into Minecraft because Minecraft. He gets trapped by the villains because why not, even though he will immediately be let out soon, and we need to get the MacGuffin to the people. So it goes to the dog, to underneath his bed, and then his whole bedroom gets put into a storage container for Garbage Man to pick up sometime in the future, but also I don't know if that's a time jump. Sometime as a task, because the bedroom ended up in storage. I don't know. Like, if you want to see story with thought behind it, a Minecraft movie is not the way for it, because every single plot choice has layers underneath it of unanswered questions and no care put into it. This is meant to be a corporate movie that takes the largest possible IP brand in video game history, essentially. There's only one other one that really rivals that fact. Maybe two. It's being helmed by Warner Brothers, and so anything that's not a direct reference to Minecraft has no substance whatsoever. It is a terrible movie with jingly keys, I get that, and jokes that are so bad we have started laughing at them, ironically. And I'm not even done. We are 8 minutes into the movie. In the middle of that as well, there is the horrendous green screening that we come to expect to see from the trailers. Honestly, I've already seen so much footage of that. I'm already used to it, but there is a particularly ugly sequence of Jack Black dancing with a bunch of pandas, I think. Horrendous. It's ugly on the eyes. They didn't reshoot anything after the backlash, they just ate it. It's nice in the village, and indoor sequences look nice, because they've built something, but when they're just standing around CGI little pockets, oh god, I can't wait to make a terrible episode on this movie. And one more thing before we finish the prologue, If the kids yearn for the mine so much, why didn't he just get a job as a miner? There clearly is still a miner. A very, very old miner. He didn't need to get an office job at all. Kind of. I mean, I guess it was dying, but they didn't really... There's no substance. Now, where do we go from here? It's at this point we need to get all of our characters into the Minecraft world, so let's talk a little bit about each of the characters, right? You got Jason Momoa as Garrett the Garbage Man. He's your classic loser, butter the jokes for every single thing. He's not had a win in life for the last 20 years. He's not attached to the time jump that Steve might have had in the past, but not really. And everything that possibly happens to him goes wrong, though he's going to be arrogant and confident about it. It's him that discovers the cubes that take him to the Minecraft world, and that scene itself actually has a whole bunch of YouTube cameos, which is, you know, nice. A little bit of jingly keys, a little bit of nice representation. They don't say anything, they just stand in the background and watch as he does one of those cringe humor sequences of making a mess of himself. And the thing is, right, when I was watching these trailers, I didn't like anything I saw with Jason Momoa. I think it's clear this is a guy trying to show off some of his comedy chops, and the writing, which has no narrative depth or thematics, also can't write comedy for him well. Jason Momoa is 80-90% bad. It's a lot of that one joke steamrolling through this movie unapologetically. Now that last little 10 to 20% that's good is the occasional times when him doing the same-ish scream works. Faintly, there's a nice shot of him being pulled by his buck chuckets that I think was entertaining. Pretty much every other time he's flung around the room, no. And even when they later on try and do an emotional bit with him, it's like there's no fuel for it. But we'll get to the emotional part later. Now the other two kids are combined as brother and sister, with the older sister taking on a motherly role for the something happened to their mother, father never mentioned kind of trope. She has no ambitions other than trying to make things good for her little brother in taking on that parental role. And that's, you know, a theme you can play around with. They ain't gonna do this well at all in this movie. And then on the other side, you've got the little brother who's way too smarmy, witty, and cool. You know, he's able to say, wow, this is cringe, I don't like any of you, you're all weird, and I'm really smart. And he also gets nothing in a sense of development in this movie. He goes to school for the very first time, aware that baking a tater tots pizza is cringe, realizes Garrett the Garbage Man is cringe, and then he draws a rocket-fueled banana instead of a real-life banana, as if to insinuate he's the guy with imagination, you know? You really start to hook into the ethos of what Minecraft as a video game is leaning towards. On that vibe of infinite creativity, you can build what you want if you're smart enough. It's that human, imaginative spirit, right? But then he goes on to physically, magically build a jetpack in the middle of first day of school, and the only reason it goes wrong is because some bullies cut a wire, and then it doesn't even make it not go, it just makes it careen to one side. Okay, so he's smart enough to successfully commit to a jetpack as long as he's not sabotaged. We'll keep that in mind. Let's see if he explores anything more about imagination or creativity. Let's see if he gets smarter, learns how to do something better, or if he'll stay in the exact same spot and nothing happened to him. You'll never guess where that's gonna go. There's then our fifth character, a lady who's generally like a mentor helping around with the sort of admin side of something or other. I barely even know what she is. She's apparently got a trait about being really good with animals. She's got a million side hustles with them, and you can see that they could have done something there. You won't see it, not really. And it's interesting because there's definitely an idea that they could have played around with of representing the 4 or 5 different play styles of playing Minecraft. That's not something we haven't seen before in general media. Maybe a bit of a weird comparison point here, but take for example GTA 5, right? That introduced 3 different players with 3 different perspectives, all kind of representing the ways different gamers played with the past Grand Theft Auto games. Namely going from the Zero to Hero arc, focusing more on the story and the themes and messagings of the game, or just going out and causing absolute chaos in the gameplay. That's that ethos wrapped in a bubble, and you could have done something here about. This guy likes to fight the mobs, this guy focuses on crafting, this guy focuses on building, and this guy focuses on, I don't know, making some horrendous torture device, you know? There's definitely an element of, do you mine or do you craft? Do you explore or do you build, you know? That's not really what's going on here. We got the one creative kid, the adult that knows everything, the adult that's just the punching bag, the girl that's gonna call everybody out, and the other girl that reacts to stuff. That's their archetypes. It's really bad for narratives. But you know what it is good for? Now let's talk about the villains. So it's a bunch of like pigmen, piglin mobs. The main villain, sure, going along. They have like a collection of commanders that go up the scale that they talk to. I gotta be honest, the worst one by far has to be the Commander Chungus, which is a couple of things. First of all, it's a weird adaptation of trying to make TikTok and internet meme slang work. Chungus is so old already that that's dated, but also they unironically say the line, "I've been sent to unalive you," which I didn't think I hated that badly, to be honest. That was fine. But also with them, God, I just hated their voice and their attitude. Like, it's clearly a comedy, but God, that was a grating guy. In this world of just like everything going on, you then just have this guy being like, "So does that mean I'm fired?" I was just like, shut up, dude. It really takes you out of whatever the hell it is the Minecraft movie's trying to warp you into. So then the next day after that, outright just doesn't speak. Fair enough. There's a nice couple of gags here and there. Some of the subtler jokes, what do you know, I actually fairly like. The villager has a side plot going into the real world. If you think deeply on it, you can ask questions like, why didn't he do that at any other point? The portal was always there and active. It's only when the humans showed up that suddenly he's going out there. The Jennifer Coolidge arc, by the way, is 1 driving scene and 2, I think, first date scenes. And it takes place across the entire movie. While these characters are doing a million scenes and events and locations, the villager has done nothing. It's just one joke, but, you know, ironically, probably one of the more enjoyable, not serious, but, you know, at least they can act, so that's a plus. I don't even think it's necessarily the acting's wrong. I think it's just the directing and the tone and the writing is really off in a lot of places on this movie. But now we're in the Minecraft world, we're really getting into the nitty-gritty of it all, right? All these characters are flawed and thin, but then all the Minecraft things happen around the world and you can enjoy it with a little bit of eye candy. They do use a little bit of extra time to put in a very specific CGI cameo appearance for Technoblade as the pig with a crown on it and calling him a legend, and that's honestly really, really nice to see.
No. That's a legend.
And there's also a cameo from at least one of the Minecraft devs. Somehow, despite being in a full decked-out cinema screening, no one else seemed to react to them. I guess it's more subtle. They're in every single Minecraft announcement livestream, so I'm surprised nobody noticed, but there you go. It's funny that so many of these video game cameos are coming out from the waiter role. That's a nice little in-joke I can see brewing. Oh, that's it. One of my most favorite jokes in this movie is a subtle one, where one of the other waiters is like, is he Finnish? No, I think he's Swedish. As like a, nice little reference there. But yeah, the actual plot when they do the Minecraft movie stuff is there's nothing. I thought it was going to be revealed that the 2 kids were the real protagonists and the adults get taken out of the equation. No, Minecraft Steve is there essentially the whole time. He just sort of strong arms his way all the way through. And every single potential emotional conflict has no gust behind it at all. The characters get split, and so the 2 female characters are banded together and are spending the whole time looking to stick back to Henry. Henry sometimes faintly is like, I want to get back to my sister. But otherwise, Garrett the garbage man is gunning for riches because he's absolutely poor, and Steve is just going with the motions, I guess. And then they all have a breakdown together where the kid's really angry at him for being selfish when all he's doing is taking a slight detour to get some diamonds, sure, but there's not enough of like a stabbing, you backstab me, you say you don't care about my sister. It's just, how dare you not go to the fastest possible path towards this, and you know what I mean? There's just not a lot there. That same kid is also upset at his sister for saying that he blew up the potato factory, which is something he did in the real life with the jetpack, and it's like, yeah, but he did do that. Like, I guess if you're insinuating he can't be here in a creative world because his creations cause drama and damage and problems, then yeah, say that instead. Like, there's semblances of traits and ideas. No one does any of it clearly, even faintly well. And then the other lady, she doesn't really get anything when it comes to animals. She manages to calm down a wolf. It's the same wolf that was Steve, so shouldn't even be aggressive anyway. And there's a very brief montage shot of her befriending a bunch of wolves. That's it. She's the animal lady. Again, could have been representative of gamers that try to grow farms and that kind of, you know, the animal side of the Minecraft world. Not really. Also a wonderful thing, every time there's a wolf, there's like 2 or 3 scenes where a wolf shows up growling at them. Oh, look, there's a bone by their feet. Wow, easy. Eat. Like, there's so many, like, just narrative, just, screw it. That to that. The bone appears. And it's a shame as well, because, like, in that scene in particular where she befriends the already friendly wolf, they're going around actively beating up a zombie. And that's, like, the gag. They're easy. They're just walking and fighting. If it was a skeleton, they could have then picked up the bone logically, because they got it from the mob they've just been beating up. But no, it's just zombies down by the ground. Oh, we got a bone. You know, like, there's no real thought behind this, because it is a soulless corporate movie. And the fact it's doing so well is entirely fueled by irony that I don't think Warner Brothers has the ability to actually upkeep. I don't even think they realize what they've made here in an ironic sense. Hello there, you've now made it to halfway through this video, so come subscribe if you're interested in more. We do reviews here when a new relevant movie pops up. But for now, let's get back to the second half of ranting about a Minecraft movie. Not to mention the fact, and it's like, I already said that this movie will get more outdated the further we go from the, yeah, he said the line, you know, unless you set up another drinking night with a bunch of friends. But also, they don't handle any of these characters' arcs well, and it's especially bad for the female characters. Not only do you split the group up to the 2 girls and the 3 boys, the 3 boys go on a big action-slinging adventure, and the 2 girls look for the boys. But also, even on their arc, they spend a chunk of time looking for a map, and it doesn't work. They try and do a brief build of a boat, and it doesn't work. They beat up a mob and find the dog that will guide them to the boys, okay. And I guess apparently in beating up that zombie, that is now the new passion of the older sister turned mother figure. She spends the whole movie only caring about her little brother, and there's something familial about that that's, you know, could have been nice. But it turns out that fighting, the martial arts, is now the passion she's gonna follow into the epilogue. Which is like, okay, cool, so female character becomes fighter. That's how she's strong. Okay, what else does she do in the movie beyond just talking about being in the mother role? Oh, well, they go out of their way to, after this point, build a mushroom house and then stay in it. And that's it. And, like, the boys will end up in that mushroom house where they say, oh, how did we get here? And it turns out the girls saved them while they were unconscious. Is there a scene of that? No, they just appear in the bed in the mushroom house where the girls are just, yeah, we built a house. Okay. No, you know what I mean? Like, it's nothing egregious, but you've taken the 2 female characters, taken them out of any of the story or the adventure or the action, and then you've made them do the housework. They build a house and wait for the boys to show up. And it's like, that's not, like, you know, considering Minecraft is one of the biggest video games of all time, and with it comes a massive female player base, I don't know, it would have been nice to represent a little bit more for them, you know? Not to say that they have to be the upfront action fighter. In fact, I almost feel like that's, in its own way, a little bit reductive, and is what they kind of do. It's all they came up with for the end. Oh, she's a badass girl now. She fights. Like, isn't this kind of the trope that the Jumanji remake was kind of parodying off of? How have you remade Jumanji again and then not picked up the sort of points and slight elements of depth it was going with? It's a little bit of commentary on the weird representation of females in video games. So why did you just take that and then make that real? Kind of. They just chucked it along in the prologue anyway. She doesn't seem to actually be like that in the Minecraft world. Whatever. Speaking of, everybody else equally as thin and nothingness, right? Considering Minecraft was meant to be this idea of imagination and creativity, the boy, is he imaginative, creative, and smart? Yeah. Does he show it in the Minecraft world? No, not really. He does at the very, very start. He builds a gun. He builds a tater-tot gun out of a crafting table. Cool. Weird. Kind of a shame that you have to explore out of the bounds of the gameplay of Minecraft in order to tell a movie. I kind of like the idea of, you know, keep it in, but hey, I'll be always a Gen 1er that wants things more faithful. But he does that at the very beginning. He's smart at the very start. Does he build anything else? Does he do anything else creative? No, of course he doesn't. He will then go along, if you watch him through the rest of the movie, he's going to follow Steve and Garbage Man as Steve tells them where they're going, slightly influenced by Garbage Man, and he just follows along. You know? There will be a montage later on of building something, in that it's a collection of iron golems. That's it. There's no big inventive build. He builds a castle, a wood cube, to defend themselves in the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, for it to be all about creativity and imagination, with a lot of parallels to the likes of the Lego movie, nothing gets made. I was concerned when I saw in the trailer the animal girl building a explosive line that's just a single line of redstone with a lever at the end. Yeah, that's all she does in a montage, and they're like, yeah, wow, I did it! You drew a line in the ground. Incredible. Considering the fact that in the real Minecraft world, you can build an unending amount of amazing creative things, even if you skip over the actual production and just cut to the end. I mean, Steve's been here for years. Why hasn't he built a functioning physical typewriter? That'd be a crazy fun joke, you know? It's like, oh yeah, I got bored after I built Steve World, I built a functioning typewriter over there. And they'd be like, why would you do that? And he'd be like, oh, I felt like it, I had the time, you know? You can build these giant music box sequences that play real songs. Remax is this gigantic megalomanic building. He builds a bunch of faces in the opening prologue. Nothing gets built in the world made about building, you know? It is so surface level when you think of this movie as a movie. It's a roller coaster. I don't mean to go legitimate Martin Scorsese, absolute cinema, but no, it's my Marvel opinion. But this is just a roller coaster of a movie, the more you actually take it seriously. Thankfully, I don't. I love shouting about it, but like, it's an entertaining movie. It's just an entertaining piece of crap movie. As we said, Animal Girl does not get a lot of shots or real actual deep seeks into her character in learning that she's all about animals. Steve keeps running around doing his usual thing, and Jason Momoa is meant to have an emotional sequence where he proper sort of breaks down and says, you know what, I'm a loser, I've got nothing, I need something, you know, but it's not very good. It's not given enough time, it's not explored long enough, it immediately just turns back into the kids shouting at him because they're not immediately going to the sister, and it's just, you know, just a shallow movie in the middle. And then soon enough, we're coming to the end of the movie. By this point, we've had Chicken Jockey. The kids run around in the treasure room in the Woodlands mansion. And since there is going to be no giant build, I guess I won't spoil it for you too much now. But I kind of thought that there would be a hint, like a reveal, that he secretly actually looted everything in that treasure room that they would then use in the final sequence to build a big thing. They build a line of iron golems. Maybe they use some iron ingots from there, but otherwise they didn't. I think there's a couple appearances of the totem of living, undying, and that doesn't come back. There is no one-up. No one respawns in a bed. They do a sequence with the Enderman, and that's nice, that it's actually like a psychological attack. The kid then just blinks out of it because plot needs to move, I don't know. Or even just, I've completely forgot. I've done so much skipping around. The kid also does just randomly start punching a tree to get going. Like, that's a real solid beat you need to make people understand. How do you get people to do the leap from real-life logic to Minecraft logic? They don't. He bumps his head on the middle of a tree and it breaks in one block. So his next step is punch it multiple times and it becomes a block. Like, that's a stretch of an action. Garbage Man accidentally discovering one hit with a shovel does something logically makes sense because he was by a shovel and needed a dig to escape. Just, you know, there's no thinking in this movie. If you do dig hard enough, maybe sometimes you'll find something satisfying, like the kid recommending a way to get through the Woodlands mansion quickly by referencing a speedrunning technique of building up the side and jumping through the window. Don't know if it's meant to be a speedrunning reference, but I know enough of Minecraft speedruns to know it could be. Kind of. Whilst at other times, if you look into it deep enough in the sense of look at the most recent Minecraft update, you'll then find that actually it's horrible looking at what happens to the ghasts in this movie, because yes, they are in the overworld now, but they're sad, and you feel bad for them knowing their lore, and that they're actually sad and because they're from the Nether, and they cry healing tears to save their children, and they die with sad faces on. They're not angry the whole time, and you're like, oh man, you've just introduced to me as horrendous, sad, tragic ghast lore, and now I have to watch them being exploded unceremoniously with no good ones in this movie. Why didn't you mix this movie in with the latest update? There's references to some of the other updates, like slashing down with a sword and a couple other things here and there, but like, why would you not do that? It wasn't delayed, was it? So reference the current, you know what I mean? That would have been great as well if you saw a happy ghast in this movie. That ties so much better to the latest update we've seen in the actual games. Am I stupid? Anyway, we're now coming to the spoiler territory. We're coming to the final act of the movie, so be warned if you want to know. It's all equally as bad. I like that they set up a lineup of iron golems. That was like the most creative thing. But even then as well, they introduce a Boots of Swiftness boosted iron golem. For some reason, why? I think it says something when your writers don't have the creative ability to write a compelling, functioning story without having to literally break out of the lines and guides of the game it's adapting. You know what I mean? Like, you should have everything available in the Minecraft world to build a story. If you have to actually take more out of what's already established in one of the most open building games in existence, still, cool. They upgraded an Iron Golem. Cool. He had a couple extra moments. Cool. He turned into Iron Man, essentially. Okay, fine, whatever. Again, I thought there'd be some big, crazy build. It's just an army fight. And then, you know, it has all your classic moments. The big villain Piglin's running towards one of the children. Well, she's not a child. Is she a child? I don't know what her age is. She looks so young, and she's driving a car in this movie. Anyway. You know, she's being charged, and then one of the other characters whistles, so they stop attacking the child in front of them, turn, ready to be attacked by a bunch of wolves. It's a lot of just like, man, what are you doing? What is this? What's going on here? The kid goes up using an ender pearl that was shot from his gun. That's nice. To get to the cube and then falls down. They get saved by a Deus Ex Machina. The garbage man lived because he was supposed to die off of an explosion, but there was clearly a body of water underneath the bridge, so of course he was going to live. But also, apparently he used the water bucket trick to survive, but you saw he was above a river. Forget about it, we're skipping. Everything happy happens. The darkness rain that comes in fixes itself. And then there is at least a funny scene with Jack Black talking to the villain, who repeatedly is like, come closer, sneak attack. And they do it 3 times, and I'm like, wow, you really committed. It was funny-ish, not funny, and then funny again. But then also, the moment you look at it and ask questions, it suddenly doesn't make sense. Like, this villain goes out of their way to have a tiny, tiny potion of non-zombifying to give out to their goons. It's clearly not enough to fuel them, but works enough. But then by the end, the whole army's coming through, and they're swinging, like, I've forgotten what it's called, but, like, stuff that stops them zombifying. So then, if that's the case, what is the villain dying of by the end? They're all becoming zombified, I guess, because the curse is broken. Is that what protect them? Maybe that was it. Because then also, the villain's surrounded by 2 little pig slaves swinging I want to call it netherite. I don't think that's it either. And they live, because I guess they're holding it, but it's like, is it because are they stepping away from the villain, so that's why they're becoming zombified? Or did they get a stab wound that Steve didn't show? I doubt it. And even then, there is more that happens to a piglin after that. There are zombie pigmen, you know? But we don't see any of that. We don't see them all becoming zombies at the end. So, none of it makes sense when you think about it. Because you're not meant to think about this movie. You're meant to consume it out of your chicken jockey popcorn machine, you know? But head empty, just like the movie. And so with the villain defeated and everyone available, it's time for the epilogue of the movie. Time to wrap it together, all of the messages and the arcs. What is the solution for everyone's problem? Well, everyone leaves the Minecraft world, and so does Steve, because maybe it's time he brings some of his creative magic to the real world. Stop playing video games, you nerds. Alright, fine. What is the solution? How does Steve showcase a little bit of magic, a little bit of invention in the real world? And how does the garbage man pay off his debt since he didn't take the Minecraft diamonds? The answer is they band together and make a new indie retro arcade machine game. And it's like, okay, you became entrepreneurs to come out of your poor lifestylings. Sure, what a wonderful classic pipeline that is. But also, you didn't modernize with the times. You're stuck in the 80s era of wins, so you just create another 80s era game, and magically, it succeeds, despite me knowing no real arcade machines popping off of the shelves like that. You've done no market research. It's not even that you made the Minecraft video game. You just made the same fighting game that you've always been playing, but with a different skin. That's not creative. That's plagiarism. That's tracing. But hey, it solves all of their problems. Sure. The older sister mother learns she wants to be a martial artist now because ka-chow. Whatever. And the boy, Bloody hell. The boy goes to school the next day and successfully builds a jetpack. Woo! He could have done that from the start. He was sabotaged. He didn't get smarter. He just didn't get sabotaged this time. He's done nothing. He showed up, I can build a jetpack. And now, next day, I can build a jetpack. It works this time. Then what are we doing? Where is the intelligence? Where is the creativity? Where is the ethos? Where is the Lego movie in this Minecraft movie? You know what I mean? The Lego movie was far better than what it was expected to be, just a shill of a toy IP. The Minecraft movie is what we thought the Lego movie was. There is no faith in storytelling, and there's no faith in sales either. This is the largest top 3 video game brands of all time, and it is shoved 90-80% with Jack Black shenanigans and Jason Momoa tries comedy. There is no faith in the real original protagonist characters. It's look at these celebrities doing funny things. It's funny that they have a funky, semi-homoerotic relationship vibes to them, but they don't trust you to enjoy the story unless it's 2 of the biggest Warner Brothers contained names that they have, you know? Well, that's Jason Momoa at least. Jack Black, he gets around. Oh, and the other lady, yeah, she gets Steve's dog and then shows him around, like, it's like, oh, look at my pet. It's a cube, ain't that cool? And it's like, okay, so what did she do to earn that for a start? Why does she earn a dog? Why is her talent, look at my dog? And why doesn't Steve get to keep his pet? Because she's good with animals? It's his pet! And then there's the post-credits scene. Oh my god. So, the villager ends up marrying Jennifer Coolidge, and you're waiting for it, right? You know why they hired Jennifer Coolidge for this. She literally embodies, and you know what? She does speak villager. She, it turns out, learns how to speak villager language. The villager learns how to speak English, and of course, it's the voice of the Jumanji guy. You got a lovely reference there.
She's right, Clemente. You totally right. And now...
But when Jennifer's doing the villager voice, she doesn't go, once. She goes, that's not the villager voice! And that's not even it. That's not even it. There's no old man in the credits. I thought maybe he was going to turn out to be Herobrine or some sort of twist of, I don't know, man. Literally anything. He just got stumbled and then phased out of existence. And then at the real post credits, you know, what else is possibly left? If it's not Herobrine, what is it? It is Steve going back to his original house. Someone new has moved in. It's the back of a female's head. They're ginger. They're wearing green. It's the sequel bait lineup for a new Alex character. Bing, bam, boom. Hit your bingo list center of the board. Bingo! You come out of the movie, you buy all the merchandise, you realize that all of the local McDonald's are running Minecraft merchandise, and it's not even a Minecraft thing, it's a freaking Grimace McDonald's merchandise just cubified. What a waste! And you realize, of course, this was the punching bag of the internet for a reason. It wasn't getting Sonic the Hedgehog reworked, it is Warner Brothers. They double down on the crap. They don't have faith that a massive IP will get anywhere without a celebrity introduction. It jingly keys so many Minecraft references, which is cool, and then expands the universe more, not into actually explore new territory, but just because they want to, I don't know, they couldn't make enough out of the sandbox they had, and there is just no depth to any direction. The emotional conflicts are naff and contrived. The story direction is just a generic slog along. The representation of the characters is terrible and bafflingly flat. The villains are just horrendous. The visuals are ugly, especially when it's green screen and not the set design. YouTube cameos are nice, that's cool. And this movie is only gonna be more dated the more time passes. If you go to a quiet screening where people aren't laughing at everything ironically, then it really does just show how much of a terrible movie this is at its core. You might be lucky like me. When they said chicken jockey, the audience literally gave a standing ovation. It is the Minions wearing suits vibe. But otherwise, when you actually think and critique this movie, there is barely a single block's worth of depth beneath this movie. Also, there's 4 mini musical sequences because Jack Black does his thing, and they're all, you know what I mean? But of course, with so many people watching it, me going out of my way to buy the merchandise too, I'll keep that in the background from now on as a permanent memory of what we've done, maybe on that box over there. And you can bet there will be a sequel. They'll keep running it into the ground, and I bet they won't even know what ironic ground they've built. But did I have a great time with the Minecraft movie? Absolutely I did. This is pure entertainment because it's just absolutely awful. Watch it with friends, get a little tipsy. It is cinema, but it is absolutely a roller coaster cinema experience. Don't know how you're supposed to follow up Peak from there, but Disney tried to with a live-action remake. Oh, doesn't that sound brilliant? Technically not 3D animated, or if it is, I should have probably done things like Snow White as well, but I didn't. Let's talk about Lilo and Stitch instead. Well done, Disney. You've done it again. You've ruined another original classic. Yeah, I'm gonna go out and say it. I've been developing the same old opinion over the years, watching more and more Disney live-action remakes, and that is that they are all fine, but bad. Great in a bubble if you haven't seen the story before, in an inferior medium compared to the creativity of animation, and when you actually know the source material, it is even far inferior than that. And Disney's Lilo and Stitch remake is no different at all. It is, I would say, up front and center, a 6 out of 10 at most. Now, since I'm in the UK, I actually got to see this movie a whole 2 days earlier than those of you in the US, as it came out on the 21st, not the 23rd. So I'm not going to go into full spoiler territory just yet. I mean, I assume you know the plot, but at the very least, we'll keep to what is original and samey from the source material, because they did decide to make some choices, and we'll get to them. So, where do we even begin? Well, I think the original Lilo and Stitch movie is one of the very best that Disney ever made, in my opinion, in animation or any form. Now, maybe this comes from a childhood nostalgia for early 2000s movies, but I feel like there is so much nuance and depth that you can enjoy as both a child and an adult when you re-watch movies of that era. I would go on to say that it has a similar level of intelligence to it to the likes of early Pixar writing, because the movie's not just about an alien thing and a broken family. There are interesting layers you can depict out of multiple themes of what the story is trying to tell. Whether it's the theme of sisterhood and stepping up when tragedy falls on parents, talking about the child's book of the ugly duckling, and finding a found family as opposed to your biological one. There's an interesting layer you can read in about Hawaii itself and the over-tourism that affects the locals in the area that creates an interesting divide politically on what is successful for the economy and what is damaging to the environment. There's a thing about identity with some of the alien characters and the disguises they choose to wear, and existentialism in the form of what is your purpose in life. What do you do when you have no purpose? What is there to desire and reach when you're built for one thing and you cannot achieve it, or you just don't have anything at all? When going back to the original movie as an adult, there are so many interesting layers and depth that you can read that you would have easily had go over your head as a child, and in this remake, you're not gonna find that. And it's interesting because this movie is like 50-60% actually the original source material, and then they go off on one and make all sorts of changes that kind of butterfly effect through the whole plot and presentation. But even just talking about the remake part of the Lilo and Stitch remake, it just seems so clear that the tone of the early 2000s era is lost on modern day Disney. And of course it is. It's going to be different 20 years later, and it's interesting to see how they adapt the same ideas going forwards. But I can't help but just feel that not only because it's in an inferior medium compared to animation, so you can do less visual things, but I just can't help but sense that the director of this movie simply couldn't keep up with the director of the original movie. Ironic, because the original director is in this movie. He's Stitch. Though he did assist, but doesn't make this the greatest work. Now don't get me wrong, I think this is a passable movie. It falls into that irritating area of, yeah, it's a fine, functional movie. It is definitively family entertainment. But there's none of that depth and nuance that enriched my childhood compared to the children of today. Now, there are some things that do need to be updated, and that's interesting to see how it works. This isn't set in 2002 or anything, so there is modern technology, and thankfully, it takes quite a backseat for the most part. Only really at the end do you even properly notice some high-tech stuff, other than alien gear. But when it comes to the things they actually kept, I'm trying my best to keep on topic before I go off on one. I really want to go off on one with this movie. We'll get there. It really does feel like this movie is doing some of the source material because it has to, and it does it in a way that doesn't enrich or really respect the original source material enough to my taste. What it really wants to do is explore in the new creative direction from the butterfly effect it's caused, and so because of that, the actual main lines that you're meant to know, the scenes you're meant to see, are either omitted, or if they are there, they're rushed. The direction, or specifically the delivery, is really strange in this movie. Now, maybe it's emblematic of just the general tone of movies these days. They're getting faster and faster, and it sounds like enunciation is an afterthought these days. And I won't lean this entirely on just the Lilo actress herself, although a lot of her lines do get kind of lost. But also the fact that, like, the audio mixing has Stitch so loud compared to everybody else, and everyone's saying lines as fast as possible that it doesn't feel like big moments when you have the arguments, for example, between sisters. Instead of ending an argument on something like, and so am I, and that leading to a silence, it's like, no, and so am I, move on, and then we're on the next story beat. There's terrible examples. I don't have the clips for you yet. I think I have enough thoughts already. I'm going to make a Disney's terrible Lilo and Stitch live-action remake. I'll work out a shorter title, hopefully. Because I really want to dig into this movie, in especially the delivery between the original source material and this, because the magic is just not there this time, in some way. I can't tell if it's the performance, the direction, or executive toning. I don't know. But there are so many beats that you would come to expect to see, and so often those beats just don't hit as well as they used to. And what could probably be assumed here, every time I'm looking at my notes, it's looking at the things that have changed or not done so well. But yeah, so often, more than not, you'll see the lines that you recognize, and you'll see it happen, and you'll be like, something's missing. More often than not for me, it was that so many lines were crunched together in and so quickly paced, far quicker than the original's delivery, that it just felt like they were touching the beats to say we've done it before they can run off and do the movie they really wanted to do. And it's especially noticeable when it's clearly choreography that they're trying to lean into. There's a simple little moment where Lilo is kicking Nani out of her bedroom in order to see the shooting star, and in animated form, you can see it's a whole thing of her, like, rolling up, kicking her out. Nani's draped over Lilo, being like, oh, I can't go. This is so, you know. Genuinely great chemistry. It feels natural, even in animated form. Magic. The animators are the real magic. When it's done here, they do all those beats, but it just doesn't feel the same. Maybe it's because actually having a full adult woman leaning on a child doesn't quite work in live action compared to animation. It just doesn't feel anything less than forced, but I think it's really emblematic of just them doing the beats and just missing something. But then, as we move slightly closer towards spoiler territory, there's the things that they kept, but they've tweaked a little bit, you know? A little bit of tweakly rather than peakly, if you know what I'm saying. And there is loads of this. We're not fully talking about the omitted stuff yet, or the giant new creative choices they've inserted, but there are other things that they tried to do in either adapting or just doing differently that, again, sometimes work, more often than not don't. Take, for example, we'll start with an easy one, Pleakley and their clothing. Now, I know I was at least a little bit hesitant that they didn't do a cross-dressing hint in the very first shot we saw of them in the movie, and it's still the same now. It's not as bad. It's interesting. I think this is so emblematic of what Disney wants to present and how they try to sanitize and hide everything. Now that there is a canonical cross-dressing character that they can insert into a movie without it being, you know, an insertion, it's the force element that a lot of audiences grind with. Now they have that available, they choose to pull it back instead and shave down the edges. Instead, what we get is a clearly flamboyant male character making more extravagant clothing choices, but not overtly wigs and dresses. It is a compromise halfway through from a company that's scared of its own source material compared to 20 years ago. It's disappointing, but it works. It's fine enough. I found them funny enough as far as they went, and the character still keeps the same feminine traits as the Pleakley performance, even if the majority of the movie they spend in human form, so they've removed, you know, one of the most visually interesting elements of the movie. In fact, it's very clear that the section with the two boys doing kooky antics is kind of what the movie wants to do. There are loads of original scenes. I'm meant to be covering the adaptions, but we'll get there, it's fine. There's loads of additions like that they really lean into, and it's a real shame because when you see the actual cartoony CGI designs of the characters, they look bloody great. Jumba looks fantastic in this movie. When he's not a human. When he is a human, he just looks like a guy. And it doesn't help that he just sounds like a guy. Yeah, probably that's one of the biggest red marks on something they've changed and tweaked. Jumba's voice. He's not Jumba anymore. He doesn't have an accent, and maybe that's the main reason. Disney is too afraid to really do an accented character, and hey, maybe there's an argument that there's an element of problematicness to that, sure. But also, he's not even gruff. He just sounds like a high-pitched fellow that's around. He's just a normal it really doesn't fit the CGI design. It only fits when he's a human, because I assume it's the human speaking. But then there's all sorts more that they've changed. Moving away from the alien boys and to the other alien-ish boy, we have Agent Bubbles. So, he has a whole thing going on. Something that was so nice about early 2000s movies is they have a level of respect for their audiences. They feel open in showcasing nuance and subtlety. Part of the charm of the original Agent Bubbles is this giant mystery around him. He's clearly not a social worker and he's got some strange backstory. You find it out only at the end, and that's satisfying. In this, all that mystery is eviscerated, and any hint of who he was before in like the you don't really know his original backstory is all on show here. Because it is in fact the case that in this movie, he is not a social worker at all. He shows up halfway through the movie as a CIA agent, handling a bunch of alien things. Add on to the fact that he's not brooding and quiet and intimidating. He's just an old man. And it's just a shell of what the Agent Bubbles was before. And it's interesting, I still liked him as a character in this movie, but he is worse than the version that we've had, and he's not reached the potential of what he could have been. A recurring theme for basically every element of this movie, in my opinion. But we'll talk more about him when we go into the new creative inserts that they've added around this movie. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Alright, we're moving up a level. I'm now going to spoil the original plotline, so brace yourselves, I assume you know this. Around those notable adaptations with the characters and the story, everything else mostly plays out the same. You know how it is. Stitch will escape, ends up on Hawaii, loses their purpose, discovers somewhat that they have an investment in family. They'll be kidnapped near the end, and then they get to stay on the island. That is the entire premise of the Lilo and Stitch story, but the thing is, there's a whole bunch in this new remake movie that is completely omitted. And so many of these are gigantic scenes. Let me give you a list of them all. We'll start with the biggest, most notable one. No Gantu in this movie. I know Lilo and Stitch already has a little bit of an ensemble cast going on, but one of the main antagonist alien characters who comes down, intrudes, steals Stitch, and then leaves again, missing. Entirely. None of that. Might make you wonder how on earth they're going to do the plane chase at the end. We'll get there. First, other things that get removed include the adoption certificate that Lilo gets. You know, the very MacGuffin that allows Stitch in some form to stay on the state of Hawaii. That very simple piece of paper is missing. The fire truck scene of firefighters going towards the house on fire right near the end of the movie. There is none of that. That is, to me, the most iconic scene of Lilo and Stitch. I remember don't turn left, like in my brain. Missing. There's no Elvis impression. Stitch does not wear an Elvis Presley outfit. nor is there really a sequence learning about Elvis songs. They keep the vinyl sequence and change it up a bit, but none of the elements of Lilo leaning on Elvis as like the greatest performer is the way that she expresses herself. There is no ugly duckling book, you know, the very emotional core moment that links to how Stitch feels as a character and bringing them down to earth away from their destructive tendencies. There are no camping scenes between Pleakley and Jumba. Jumba themselves never mentions that Stitch doesn't have a purpose, nor do they really have the element of him discovering himself not really having a purpose in this whole thing and having the existential element. Jumba in general has none of the jovial, big laughs side of his character. As you can imagine, there is far less destruction because this isn't animated anymore, so every explosion is much tinier. There aren't giant hole guns, there's only tiny hole guns. There isn't the scene where Pleakley is covered in mosquitoes. They barely really talk about the mosquitoes endangered line. I think that's basically been omitted. There's no volcano in the final plane chase. Lilo never banishes Stitch away, saying, "You are the problem, get away from me, you're not my family," or something to that extent. And then, as you can probably guess, with Garn 2 not around, there is no spaceship chase scene. There aren't two planes. Stitch does not say to Nani, "Ohana means family," because she does not confront him at the end when Lilo's been kidnapped, because she hasn't first. And I think the biggest, most emblematic change of all is one that really, really wraps together the difference in the tone that Disney wants to present in sanding down anything chaotic and parodious of the Renaissance era of Disney princesses that Stitch kind of was the first time round. You know, he was meant to be the anti-hero alternative for Disney's iconography. Here's the real big kicker to me, and once you notice it, I feel like you can't unnotice it. They keep the scene, of course, where Stitch is all out at the beginning of the movie, antennae, multiple limbs, spikes on the back, and everything. He goes and hides all of those limbs and body parts before meeting Lilo, and he never brings them out again. Because there is no longer that scene of Lilo banishing Stitch and lashing out at him for all of their problems, Stitch never reveals to Lilo all these extra limbs he has, and at the very end of the movie, when they're saying goodbye, we're a family, Stitch will remain in his cutesy, profitable, palatable plushie form for the consumers to consume and for Stitch to never show his true, chaotic identity. This was the worry at the start, that they made Stitch too cute and not enough chaotic, whilst Lilo as well is too cute and not enough emotional. I think that on a scale of things, they lean better towards good territory in that. Stitch is plenty chaotic, it's the same voice actor so they know what they're doing, and Lilo does manage to be emotional, even if it's mostly screeching. But I think that point there, amongst all of these massive misses in iconic scenes, the hammock scene is cut in half in order to put it only in the second half of the scene, and most of the big iconic scenes are made to be sped run through. But I think that one there, keeping Stitch cute even at the end, is so emblematic of the Disney that's afraid to touch territory when they have a character built in a certain way and has to shave down even the more unmarketable elements of their characters. It's not even unmarketable, it's just slightly harder for the distributors to make more limbs on it, I guess. Now, I think to me, that is the biggest red flag of this movie, and showcases how the original always will have that extra layer of depth and emotional weight, but there's all sorts of other changes in there that make me roll my eyes. In place of so many scenes and jokes and quips, we have all the more fart jokes, several fat jokes on Jumba because he is a big alien, and also, double-edged sword here, they shove in a random Bruno Mars song into this movie. Uptown Funk. What year was that? That was a song from 2014. Oh, this is interesting. 2014 Bruno Mars song. Hey, maybe they're eternal. Sure, whatever. That plays, do you know when? It plays when Stitch gets run over by the truck. If you haven't seen this movie yet, compare in your mind the Stitch truck scene from the original and combine it with Uptown Funk You Up. What? It's It's also a slow motion ha 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 kind of scene, as opposed to the surprisingly brutal and silent soundscape of the original. It's clear that this format of Disney has to play to a really general audience rather than, I don't know, grit, I guess. It's different. Hey there, you've made it to the halfway mark of this video. You know what to do, come subscribe. We'll do more movie reviews as they come out, and the How to Train Your Dragon live action as well, why not? Also in its place, though, is Stitch intruding a wedding scene when they first land on Earth and having a nice old spray in there, and that's genuinely some nice original Stitch content from what I remember, and it's interesting. We've now reached the point where we're going into the original inserts of this movie, okay? And with that, it's 50-50 here on whether it's a good improvement or a bad. So you know how I mentioned that Agent Bubbles is only a CIA agent? Well, that's because they've introduced 2 new human characters to add to this already, unmanageable ensemble if they had to remove an alien to fit in 2 humans. Oh, that's so fun. I love that. What a great ratio. Because now there is a separate social worker, and then Agent Bubbles comes in as like the director. And then there's also a grandma neighbor who is attached to David around. These characters, they're fine. I think they kind of work out. It now basically is a way of filling in the gaps where they've already changed the characters. The social worker is now a split off from the original Agent Bubbles, so that Agent Bubbles can do a little bit more of the CIA stuff. And the grandma's there to do more elements of Nani's character. It's her that takes Lilo into the dog pound for some reason, without Nani's consent, and then they get a pet there and then without her. No, it's weird. Very weird directions they take everywhere. But then on the other side of things, when they're trying to do the more emotional, weighted elements of the movie, they take it in some new directions, and sometimes that's pretty good. With the main line of Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind, I'll be honest, I half missed it in this movie. I think it is in there, but again, the diction's not there, and the speed and real enriching in the delivery is missing. It's fastly done and repeated quickly in the background as Stitch is going crazy in the foreground or something. But there is a new one that they chuck in there that I think could have worked really well, and then they flub their own original content. There's a part where they're in the hospital from Lilo almost drowning in the surfing scene, whereby the social worker turns to Nani and says you gotta give up Lilo essentially, or you can, and then gives them a new term like Ohana and says essentially it doesn't mean goodbye, it just means until next time, or something to that extent. I wasn't making notes within the movie. Either way, I really liked that. Having a new Ohana in the modern day to present something is a really nice way to extend. I guess you'd meant to do it in the sequel, but sure, do it in the remake, why not? This line doesn't come back, which is especially ironic because there is all sorts of other rooms to say goodbye, but we'll see you again. In several of the ending parts of the movie, that could fit in as a nice callback to it, and they just don't. Meanwhile, other elements of the emotional beats, such as the Ugly Duckling book, are clearly gone, as Stitch just kind of learns that they're the problem in the background of other scenes that aren't done as well. The hammock scene happens awfully quickly, because it's practically cut in half, and ends with the 2 sisters on the hammock, playing the ukulele, singing their Hawaiian song and dancing, and Stitch just waddles off at the end without being any more than that. By the way, as we're now going into the fully original new stuff, this is spoilers for the actual remake. Brace yourselves if you haven't seen it. It goes weird. Meanwhile, they add another element of Nani actually being really intelligent and able to go to a good college if it wasn't for the tragedy that befell her family, making her stay back here and look after Lilo. And that's really interesting. But they also, again, don't explore it. There's none of that anguish because she's so set on it anyway, and I guess that's valid. There's none of that real conflict that showcases itself in the movie until it pops up again at the very end. We hear about it at the start, we hear about it at the end, and like, it ties it together, I guess. Another notable change throughout the course of this movie, you know how Jumba usually has a big ray gun that shoots massive holes? They've outright just replaced the gun for 90% of this movie. Instead, this keeps popping up in other movies now, it's in the D&D movie as well, a portal gun is now the thing in this movie. As a way to just teleport around, I guess that's nice. Surely at any point they could shoot under Stitch and they've got him, but who cares? They get to do classic bits of trapping Jumba in an endless fool. Wowee. It's an interesting choice, clearly made so they didn't have to do live action destruction that much, but again is just emblematic of the inferior format that is not animation, because in animation, you can actually blow everything up. There's an aspect of pepper spray for some reason that the grandma gives to Lilo on a whim, and then I don't think that comes back until she, or maybe Nani, sprays Pleakley at the very end for some reason. Like, Hawaiian guy is sometimes there, and again, that's kind of its own thing. He's not a tourist this time, emblematic of the tourist commentary that I mentioned earlier about that sort of anguish between locals and tourism. That's completely omitted as well. So now it's just this guy, who again as well is meant to be going further and further away from the center to drop his ice cream. He's not. He's just there-ish. And also, he very clearly just goes to drop the ice cream. Like, it's not done believably. With no plane chase scene, the plane doesn't scoop down and make him drop his ice cream when he goes out to the middle of nowhere. So what, like, where's the hit, man? There's no dopamine in any of this. Also, in trying to keep things relatively simple and sanitized, when Lilo attacks the other girl at the dance recital, she doesn't jump on top and whack her in the face a few times. She just pushes her once in slow motion in the most classic Marvel kind of way that's not very impactful. The vinyl scene with Stitch playing the Elvis song does appear in this movie, but it's more about how Nani doesn't look at it entirely. It's not a gag, it's just she's too busy to pay attention, which I guess in that case is a nice character development. Nice to see, but it's a change. Maybe the least red flag one out of the bunch. But then yes, there are two final ones, really big ones they do that change a few things. One is they introduce another Ohana line, and this one they do actually follow through on. It's a line that essentially says, "You're not bad, you just do bad things sometimes." Emblematic of both Lilo as a broken child and Stitch as a chaotic alien thing. Nice, likable. Nani says it to Lilo at the beginning, Lilo says it to Stitch near the end. That's nice, that's fine. That's how you do a correct original adaptation that keeps the essence of your source material and words it in a new way for the remake. The other thing they do is the elephant in the room. There's no Gantu. So who's Gantu this time? The answer is Jumba. Jumba is the big bad in this movie. Forget the happy-go-lucky, loud, brash, evil scientist uncle vibes. With no camping scenes, Pleakley and Jumba never bond. With no existential thoughts about purpose in life and what 626 is going to be, there's no introspection on Jumba's part. And instead, the character is played awfully, awfully straight. Pleakley is so doofy flaying around over here that Jumba's only annoyed and irritated, and he's the one that kidnaps Stitch and also Lilo on the side, betraying Pleakley and going off on his own thing. It is a massive change that ruins the character. I mean, from the sounds of things, they don't want to bring him back anyway. There's no sequel with him. But it's not a plane chase with two spaceships going along. It's just one leaving. And it moves all sorts of things around. Also, because of the nature of the kidnapping, Jumba fights Lilo and Stitch in their house, destroying it in that final moment, and then portaling to his ship to take Stitch, and Lilo follows. And in doing that, there's none of that argument confrontation between Lilo and Stitch beforehand properly. You don't get that banishment that goes anywhere. And you don't have Stitch left over talking to Nani saying Ohana means family, all the rest of it. All those deep emotional beats are lost immediately as they're portaled into the ship instead. They also do some very terrible sort of logic things, like Jumba is sucked through the back of the plane, he gets stuck in the hole, and then later on, Lilo and Stitch are debating jumping out the hole, so they just stand at it, and the wind's blowing into the spaceship, not out like it was just doing to Jumba. Classic terrible movie stuff. But then also, because Jumba has spent this whole time as a human, it's only now when he turns evil that we see him in his CGI form, and he visually looks great. And it's right at the very end, and we won't see any more of him, as at the ending, Jumba doesn't even stay on the island. He gets imprisoned again like the criminal that he really is. And I guess, character-wise, that does make sense. He is this big evil villain that's made 600 tyrants, but I don't know, well, one of them just makes sandwiches, but still, big change, a way of condensing characters, but weirdly, this is not a condensed movie. You would think this would be faster as a movie because it's condensed all the story beats we know and just added a few inserts on the side. Somehow, this movie is 23 minutes longer with all of those scenes deleted that I mentioned, some of the most iconic, enjoyable stuff. So needless to say, there's been all sorts of changes they've made along the way to tell the story they really wanted to tell that changed for some reason. It's interesting. I feel like after watching this movie, I feel all the more conflicted and curious on the case of the upcoming DreamWorks live-action movie. From the looks of that seems far more close to the source material, as much as I hear it does go in an original spin near the end. It's interesting, because it's like, do I want a fully remake that just touches on the source material and doesn't fix what's not already broken, or do I want it to be adapted and original as well? I guess the result comes down to how well do you do it? And in this case, half of it's good. I like some of the stuff. They clearly do adapt new directions, but a lot of it is also just lesser from its source. The delivery in this movie is fast and chaotic and not enunciated enough, where the emotional beats are left in order to speed through more content in more time. Somehow, the delivery just isn't there compared to perfected voice acting performance. And though the house does get destroyed by the end, it's a bunch of small holes by the real ray gun that's used by Jumba at the end, and then it collapses a chunk of its roof into the rest of the roof. You know, it's not the full flat line at the end of the animation. The kidnapping scene during the surfing moment where Jumba jumps out of the waves and takes Stitch doesn't happen this time. Instead, they're chased on jet skis by both of the boys in human form, all the while CIA agent Bubbles is watching in binoculars and sees the whole thing. And it's just lower, less impactful, and off. That surfing scene as well, by anything, is started for a whole different reason. It's not because Stitch ruins the whole thing and scaring everyone away at the beach or anything. It's just to make them feel better, because they've timed like this montage of dealing with Stitch away and done it more like the events are different and it just doesn't work out. So technically, I don't even think Nani got fired from the surfing job. So I guess you can follow up on that, technically, in theory. And when it's not inferior versions of scenes you've already seen before, it's jokes crammed in there that just don't feel like they fit. They cater to the likes of 2014 Bruno Mars fans. And also, the jokes that they do chuck in are easily so outdated. 2014 is fitting because near the end of this damn movie, there's a point where Agent Bubbles says, you know, I hope you're in bed, Lilo. You better not be doing one of those damn tic-tac dances. That is a legitimate line at the end of a 2025 Disney movie. Tic-tac dances. That is the first joke you can make about TikTok. That's what everybody who's only ever just heard of TikTok says. Tic-tac is the easiest, lowest common denominator gag pun joke you can make. TikTok's been around since 2016. Okay, sure, maybe that's musically. Okay, then you've got 2017 instead, where it was renamed, and 2018 when it was merged on the bigger scale. Even at the latest end of that, if we say TikTok was invented in 2018, that means Disney is making the easiest, flattest, most obvious, easy, low-hanging fruit bait joke 7 years later. This is essentially, to me, the new floss dance. That was milked to hell since 2016, and it never ended. There's also a screaming goat in this movie, but at least it's not the same damn stock sound effect, so that's nice. But just make it, this practically offends me on a comedy sense, because it is such low-hanging fruit. Especially by the Disney in the year of 2025. That's the hill I'm gonna die on. There's a lot of weird creative choices they've made. It is a lesser movie than the original, but tic-tac dances, oh, that gets under my skin because it's so not funny. It's so old. Anyway, the only other significant change to really mention, beyond, I think I did mention that the hula dance basically replaces the ugly duckling book sequence. Also, there was a missed opportunity there. It ends with the dance doing like a handshake to yourself, which Lilo teaches to Stitch. Lilo has 4 arms. He could have done a moment of double handshaking to expand the dance and adapt it to him as his own way of doing things. No, that's missing. But no, the one other significant change they make is actually the one big adaptation I quite enjoy. And that is they changed the ending of this movie because they've inserted the seeds that Nani is smart and was able to go to college. So in the end of this movie, they decide to let her go. These new neighbor characters, David is there as well, acting as neighbors allows for them to move into the newly rebuilt house so that Nani can leave in order to chase her dreams and be intellectually a marine biologist and I assume come back to the island. But still, it's an interesting nuance of not just sacrificing everything for family and losing your way and adapting instead, finding a way to make it work. Also, she has a portal gun, so she can just come home all the time, so that's nice. I really like that kind of original adaptation that they bring along the way. Even ending off on this one hint they make about they made 3 sisters as like a constellation, but obviously there's only 2 sisters. Stitch ending up being the 3rd sister at the end, all cuddling up to them in the bed. That's nice. But for that one good ending, which is like a half post-credit scene, there's no other post-credit scene. Don't expect any more depth than that. What we have for everything else is the story beats we know, sped run through with little diction and little delivery in the emotional heights. Even the original Ohana Means Family scene is sort of screeched while attacking a fridge, and you know how the fridge scene ends, with it in Nani's face, and they don't express it any more than that. They don't reinterpret. You don't get to really hear those lines. I know those lines already and I barely heard it in this movie. And then with these changes in characters like Bubbles being just full-on CIA agent who comes in to intrude the social working, and even some elements of that are not entirely clear. Like, you know how in the original he is a social worker, but he's a retired CIA agent, so his history allows him to be interconnected. This time, there is a social worker, she says there's a director coming in next week, and then Bubbles comes in earlier than that slot. So did he replace the actual director coming in and he's actually intruding as an undercover agent now? Or is he legitimately also the director social worker? I don't know. They didn't explore this new territory that they've ham-fisted in here. And it's a shame as well because the Bubbles character is still a lot of fun and there are clearly other elements of potential they could have gone with. There's another scene of the social worker, Bubbles and Nani going up to Lilo's door about to say, hey, we're going to go say goodbye for a bit. And there's a moment where it's clearly an emotionally slow scene, and Bubbles does look like he's about to cry while waiting for Nani to do the conversation in the bedroom, and they don't milk it any more than that. He just looks sad for the 5-second pause. Even something as simple as a line saying, you know, oh, it never gets easier, you know, as if to insinuate he is a senior officer in this field, could have really explored some element of Bubbles' character, but it's not there. Some of the very best movies are the ones that really emphasize the emotional beats, and it does some of these beats somewhat okay, but there's room for more, and because of that, it flubs when it doesn't hit those marks. Because when it successfully does insert a new emotional hype bit, it can be so satisfying. Such as one other scene. There are so many scenes they've omitted and so many scenes they've inserted. There's so much to talk about in this movie. It's a really interesting case of highs and lows. It's why it's a 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10 at most from me. Because there's a moment when Nani saves Stitch in the water, and she doesn't do so by just lifting him up. They do a really nice way of demonstrating that Stitch is really dense and heavy somehow. And so what she does is she holds him at the bottom of the ocean and runs back to the coast in order to get out of the water. That's a really nice new take on saving Stitch. And also it's embellished with the idea that it's reflecting the photos that Lilo owns of... I don't know. I didn't pick up. I think it's the mother. Like, it's literally their mother used to train underwater by doing the same thing. It's a picture of them with a weighted bull running on the coast. It's like, wow, they're reflecting the person in the photo. I thought it was the mother. Apparently, it might be Nani. Like, it's actually her training, so it lines up that way. It really says something when I couldn't even tell exactly who was in the photo because I might have missed it in that moment. But assuming it's the mother, because that's the more satisfying narrative to me, to have Nani reflecting her mother in that moment, doing the exact same training sequence to actually save somebody's life through all of that is so satisfying. And if there's any original adaptations you want to see in a remake, if they have to be in there, that's how you do it great. This movie is 50% source material, 50% original, and of that original, 50% of it is good and 50% of it is bad. Sometimes you get Bruno Mars and no Gantu, and sometimes you get heights like this. It is a real interesting case that leaves me so frustrated because while it's great family entertainment, there is no extra layer of depth or messaging. The whole Hawaii tourist thing, completely gone. And Stitch never brings back his alien-y limbs because he has to be the polished down, marketable plushie that Disney has to run with and is too afraid to do anything dynamic. A company that's completely changed its face in the 23 years since the original. I hear that critics take this movie quite positively. It's because it is a live-action remake that is frustratingly pretty good. But when you start digging, there's so many complaints. 6 out of 10. The CGI looks good, I guess. Classical Disney. Not to be confused with classic Disney. And ironically, it was around this exact same time that another live-action remake was being made, and a really interesting one since it's the first from DreamWorks. A lot was riding on this remake, so did they pay it off? Here's How to Train Your Dragon. Well now, it is a big day for live-action remakes as the very first DreamWorks reboot has come out a few days early in the UK in the form of How to Train Your Dragon 1. And it's a very interesting case study for a whole host of reasons that I wouldn't be surprised has the animation industry holding their breath to see which direction this goes, right as we're coming to a public consensus that Disney remakes are kinda dying. Is this a meteoric new spin in the DreamWorks method? Or is this just more of the same, equally falling flat in quality, much to the likes of the recent Lilo and Stitch film? Because the thing that really brings this project apart, especially when you see the marketing behind the trailers, is this is very much a safer, more shot-to-shot approach than the Disney method of keeping half the movie and then spinning off in their own direction. There are a lot of things that make the How to Train Your Dragon remake stand out from its usual live-action cousins, because not only is it not a Disney project, it's not a musical and instead leaning more on a real drama, which I guess you could say is very Stitch-inspired too, but also one of the real core changes, or I guess not changes in this case, is the fact that they brought on the same director again. This isn't an example of taking a Disney movie that's 60, 80 years old and then bringing in a new wave of writers to repurpose it. No, this is very much just a kind of director's cut. An opportunity for the core team to make little tweaks and polishes to change the story if they must, but otherwise ensuring that the integrity and the magic of that initial movie is still held on. And I gotta say, when it comes to this specific example, they're running with the theme of if it's not broke, don't fix it. And yeah, I would probably go on to say this is probably the best live-action remake yet. It's an interesting one though, because at the end of the day, this is mostly shot for shot. It's not exactly the same. Every scene is a little bit different with the wordings, maybe they cut things a little bit earlier, and of course the directing is completely different now that it's grounded in live-action physics. But the fact of the matter is, How to Train Your Dragon is one of DreamWorks' very best films ever, and if you just copy and paste it again, yeah, it's gonna, be better than some DreamWorks slop. I think it's very ironic that the latest Disney remake is actually in the example of Lilo and Stitch, because this is definitively just the opposite ethos. Sure, they might both not be musicals, but where Lilo and Stitch had hints of emotional leanings in the relationship between Lilo and Stitch, for example, what How to Train Your Dragon does really, really well is focusing so much on the relationships between Hiccup and Stoic. One of the things that really stands out against all the Disney reboots that we've seen is that DreamWorks actually allows their actors to act. And the casting of Gerard Butler again as Stoic is so immaculately done. The High Highs have this great, cartoony, loud Viking voice, but then they are more than happy to lean into the sadder, more somber elements of the character that I guess just aren't really visible in any Disney movie. You don't have a character as grand as Stoic and an actor that then follows through in those footsteps, as well as anything else we've seen. And having this film be such a drama with comedic elements, sure, allows you to really feel the artsiness behind this to make it feel more like cinema than just a movie, And beyond just the acting highlights that are there, visually, they really lean into making this not just a live-action repasting, but trying to make the best photorealistic visuals that are available. Not only in just making the dragons now have less cartoony designs and more photorealistic scary eyes, but there's so many scenes that I adore for the lighting effect of all things. There are so many moments when we get the full footage of the film, you'll get to see it properly, but so many scenes are just cast in silhouettes and backlighting. So many scenes have Stoic angrily talking to his son, and all you see is just the shape of his shoulders and his horns against this beaming sunlight coming through the door. That's cinema. That is art. It is not being lost in this plastered down, sanded copy and paste job. It's just an adaptation that holds on to making this as magical as the first, or at least trying a damn good job. There are, of course, limitations when it comes to the animation. You can't do crazy things that you could do in animation, whilst at the same time, How to Train Your Dragon's fairly grounded. Anything that is fantastical is done on dragons that are still CGI dragons, so they can do whatever they want. And the humans, yeah, they can still do their flips. I think it's enticing enough. If anything, having the humans look less able because they are bound by real-life physics only makes their challenge against fighting dragons and the big megalomaniac-sized one at the end all the more impressive and high stakes because they are limited in what they can do. It's a really beautiful balance. I think it's just because the prompt is just the best it could be in this being the story they adapt. Against all the Disney musicals that have to sort of lean into the sort of campy musical tone half the time, and it doesn't translate, and also a musical number in general has far more opportunities in animated form. You know, any sort of genie song from Aladdin, you can do anything when it's 2D or even 3D. The moment you make him human, it just gets, you know, underwhelming. And I would definitely not describe this movie as underwhelming. Wherever it can, it leans into making sure you feel the moments. And there are loads of tiny movie techniques in there. Obviously, you've got the camera work when we're riding on the back of Toothless and it's going to be a little bit shaky and all the rest of it. They have this great sound design with the Night Fury, of course, that they've brought over from the original, but it just sort of works. And considering there is, as I understand it, a lot of real-world visual effects planted in there, every time a dragon breathes fire, it just is magical eye candy. It's as best as you could do in the glass box that is a live-action remake. Of course, that's not to say this is necessarily a 10 out of 10 movie. There is still plenty of room for complaints, but it's a far shorter list than Lilo and Stitch. They haven't changed absolutely everything in the story and replaced it with schmuck. Most of the highlights you would want to see in this movie from the original, they've kept. You might have lost a line like, trolls will steal your socks, but only the left ones. Oh, what a shame. But also, if I was to mention some criticisms, naturally, a good chunk of the delivery is just not as good as a voice-acted performance. I would actually probably say my biggest, largest, slightly debatable complaint is that the new Hiccup is not as good as the original Hiccup. They are visually, of course, completely different with the age bracket, but also Hiccup in the original had a voice, an accent, a really dorky tone. This guy, he's muted, he's normal, he's fine. You do kind of roll into it after a while. They seem to find their spin, and they do have, you know, emotional, you know, they can act, sure, but when you compare it to the original Hiccup, that's always going to be a little bit lost. There is actually, if anything, a lot of delivery complaints I have where lines we've heard before don't quite work as well in live action when you see it. Sometimes it's the comedic timing. When we initially covered some of the trailers for this movie, I mentioned specifically the line, oh look, it's as big as my, and then the tiny dragon jumps on their face. The timing was just slicker in animation, whereas in live action, it sounded like they were just saying the line, because that's where they say the line, and then they waited for some reason and then did the motion. It just comedically wasn't as slick in that case. And in other formats, you have the problem of just slightly different directing in the scene that makes it a little bit less impactful. One of the best highlights, we're going to talk spoilers for the whole movie, by the way, just so you're aware. I assume you've seen the original, so you know how this remake goes. Take, for example, the best moment from Gobber, where he's fighting in the final battle alongside Stoic, and he's like, Stoic's like, leave me be, you know, I can give you 6 minutes. And then Gobber's like, don't worry, I can double that time. And they choose to stay in it. That is the best moment for that character for me. And in this remake, they say it while turning over like some sort of catapult or something. But also, the camera's pulled away, and they say it while they're grunting and pushing this thing. And I guess it's just like the sound design keeps it like a conversation in the background of the battle. And it's like not leaning into the emotive beat that scene is, and it happens a fair bit. A lot of these iconic lines are kind of background lines, or they're sort of lost in the smorgasbord of fiery dragon sounds the whole time that I sometimes couldn't hear or couldn't feel as strongly as I could feel in the original. It didn't help as well, actually, in my personal viewing, the cinema lights stayed on and blared onto the screen during the first 5 minutes, so the whole opening could not see a thing. There was just bright orangey green lights, literally in like one of the darkest scenes in the movie. Couldn't see anything. There's a lovely line where Hiccup's like, oh, it's not much for the view. And I'm like, yeah, you're damn right. The whole thing looks like piss water. Typical that's probably one of the best visual scenes that really hooks you in. And I specifically showed up early so I wouldn't miss it. And then I missed it anyway. They didn't replay the movie. Big shame there. Not the movie's fault. Hey there, you made it to the halfway mark of this video. You know how it goes at this point. Come subscribe if you're interested in more movie reviews. We're going to be doing Pixar's Elio soon, and every other movie that comes out this year. The Smurfs, maybe K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm sure there's another Spongebob movie coming out around Christmas, probably. So come join if you haven't already. And let's get over to the second half of How to Train Your Dragon Remake. Cheers. Now, of course, it's typical for me to come here and say a live-action remake that just copy and paste closer to the source material makes it the best version of a live-action remake is in itself perhaps leaning into a more lazy style of movie production going forwards, and I'm aware of that. I'm sort of 50-50 on the idea of, do I like this, or is it even worth reposting a movie at all just because it's in a different genre, you know? Is this a similar thing of Disney just repainting over animation, as if live action is a superior form of cinema? And it's interesting. I remember a conversation I had back in like 2019 talking about one of the King Kong versus Godzilla movies, where this normal guy basically said to me, well, he said it in slightly less polite words, but we'll water it down a bit. He basically said, I really don't care about the narrative in a Kong versus Godzilla movie. Any monster movie, I have no interest in knowing about the narrative. I just want to see a very big monster punch another very big monster, and I'm happy. If it's a monster movie, I'm gonna sit back, eat some popcorn, be entertained by the visuals, and see some cinema. And that's about it. And I think, oddly enough, specifically with the prompt of How to Train Your Dragon, it leans into that element as well. This is, even if you take away the narrative originalities, because it's not very original, it's just a copy and paste job with some, polishes around the side. This is, in essence, just movie entertainment. It is a lot of monster madness. You want to see the dragons do some things? The dragons do some damn things in this movie, and the narrative can be a nice little bonus on the side, and I think it kind of very well leans into that even though it's not that spectacularly original, you can just sit back and enjoy it regardless of how lax it arguably is. But also you can't help but notice that they're putting in as much effort to make every shot as magical and artsy as it can, whether it takes directly from the source material or adapts it visually as best it can in the medium. I think it just finds that balance immaculately well, or maybe the bar's just so low after Lilo and Stitch being one of Disney's worst. If anything, this feels like a sort of director's cut of the movie as well. The changes that are in there are just little polishes and tweaks that the director wanted. One of the big complaints that I heard online was the inclusion of a more diverse cast, but they actually find a way to narratively explain it in a way that I think really works nicely. For a start, this is a piece of fiction. We don't need to go into the historical accuracies of all Vikings have to be specific. Let stories be stories. And in this case, they run with the idea that there were multiple tribes of Vikings that have now all conglomerated together to the nearest point of a giant dragon's nest in order to have more people involved and be able to see themselves in this fictional land where dragons suddenly exist. I think that's really nicely done, and I have no complaints whatsoever with that. And with those little changes they made, they absolutely do not overwrite anything from the original. The full movie is 2 hours and 5 minutes, which is the whole length of the original movie, plus an extra 27 minutes on top. So it's very much just, here's all the scenes you love, and then a little bit of extra on top. Even then, I don't know what that was. Every scene's just embellished more. and nothing at all gets replaced. And by doing that, the magic just stays there. That being said, one element of the multicultural addition they've added with the cast that I'm a little bit on is, unfortunately enough, Nick Frost. Love that he's playing the role of Gobber. It sucks that his accent disappeared, though. Instead of having this iconic Scottish accent along the side with brilliant delivery of these iconic lines, you have Nick Frost being British. And that's fine, it's different. Is he from a different tribe, or did he live with Stoic and just ended up with a different voice? I don't know. But it made him feel a bit more like he was just a little bit Nick Frost with a different look, and a lot of his lines just felt flatter. Maybe it's one of those things that would grow on me if I watched it more and more, but when you compare it to the voice acting performance of Gobber of the original, that was probably one of the biggest losses and most notable changes, which is saying something because that's not really a massive change in the grand scheme of where it could have been. But when it comes to the rest of the cast, I bloody well love them. I think the actor of Astrid did an absolutely fantastic job in their role, and I enjoy the addition that she's like, I've come from nothing from her tribe and pushing for that chief role. You've got Snotlout getting a nice little expansion with his dad as a character involved. There's a lot of, that's my son vibes running with this movie, but I guess that makes sense, as father and son relationship is at the core of this movie anyway. But I really like their addition. It's kind of the same just archetype as Flash from the Spider-Man movies, so you can sort of see where some of those cliches come in, but it's very entertaining. And I think everyone was able to really flesh out their characters and stand out and get the tone they were selling. And yeah, it made them all very likable in their own little way. There's also nice micro little changes to some of the character motivations, like Hiccup actually being disliked not just for being a screw-up, but for being kind of a nepo baby. He's the son of the chief who's not been excluded from the island for all of his screw-ups. That's interesting, and maybe a slight modernization of, we dislike nepo babies, let's get that into the movie. I don't know, who knows, maybe. Beyond that, there's little hints that feel like ad-libbing. I'm not even sure if they are. They might be well scripted, but there's little sort of ad-lippy delivery that I really enjoy. That's just like nice little tongue-in-cheek elbow points, and I enjoy those. Same as a couple shots that looked like they might have been bloopers, but they ran with it anyway. A couple stumbles and a cup goes flying and they just kept it in. I love that stuff. Sometimes when you got a movie that really doesn't change much, it's the little moments that can really sort of tickle you. And beyond that, the only other real change I noticed was slight changes in lines for a different purpose. Maybe it's a more debatable one, but when Hiccup is about to fight against their training final dragon, they instead turn to Astrid and say, don't get involved, instead of don't let them take Toothless, making it more of a romance chemistry line rather than a pragmatic here's looking to the future line. I didn't mind it. I think it was fine. I've heard a little bit more of an argument of that kind of ruins the sort of stance that Hiccup has in that moment. It's micro stuff in an otherwise stellar movie. On one end, it's just simple entertainment movie stuff. You want to see live action dragons? Here's some live action dragons. It's Game of Thrones for kids. And maybe that makes it the normie version of animated movies that conceptually kind of sucks if a family only chooses to watch a live action version as if it's a more superior form of cinema. On the other side of things, while it is repurposing a story, it's doing so in a new genre as best as it can. You've got practical effects, artsy cinematography, and fantastic stellar acting performances that are allowed to breathe and really lean into what it means to be doing this acting theatre job. This feels like a remake that takes on as much respect as possible to the source material, which makes sense because it's the same guy directing it. It's not just a slap-over redo to make more money off of something they've already made, and it doesn't feel quite so corporate. So is it worth watching on its own without seeing the original? Yeah, I would say so. It stands as its own well-done version of the same story, even if I personally would always want people to see the animated version first and then compare the two and talk about cinema. But hey, this is my hyperfixation, so I would say that. If we were to say that the original How to Train Your Dragon movie is a 9 out of 10, then this movie, I would argue, is probably simply an 8 out of 10. I think this movie would always be one marker down, maybe two, since it's slightly more limited compared to animation. And some of the sound design work just felt not as impactful as that original movie. But when it comes to the cage that is a live-action remaking concept, I think this is about as good as you can make it. Sure, I'd love for the visuals to be a little bit more cartoony, maybe a little more saturation in places, although I did find out that the costume designs of the first movie were pretty brown and green anyway. But still, I wouldn't mind if it looked a little bit more visually better than photorealistic. But overall, for sure, this movie is leaps and bounds ahead of every Disney live-action remake we've ever seen. Considering the very first Disney remakes were kind of people's favorites, maybe it makes sense that the very first of DreamWorks' remakes are similarly possibly leaning to be people's favorites. Now the question really is, what does this mean for the future of DreamWorks and the animation industry? I could very well see, if my opinion is the norm, that this will bring a new renaissance of live-action remakes, but hopefully in the artsy, more holding on to integrity vibe that this movie has. There will almost certainly be sequels if this is anywhere close to successful, and thinking about what other DreamWorks movies could be live-action, I kinda shudder to think, don't give me Kung Fu Panda or Boss Baby. God, both of those sound absolutely terrible. Or who knows, maybe some other animation studio will take a piece of that pie now that it's opened the floodgates for another studio. Either way, reluctant as I may be from my initial thoughts from the trailer, this was a damn good movie experience. It was mostly shot for shot, it was relatively safe, but Gerard Butler stole the show, and I can't not say that it was chock full of brilliant eye candy throughout. Man, DreamWorks had a pretty good year thinking about it so far. Now that we've seen Disney stumble, I wonder if another branch of Disney's gonna stumble. Hey, here's Pixar and Elio. Yeah, Pixar's Elio is just pretty forgettable. Have you been anticipating to see this movie? I don't really know anyone that was. I was in a weird backwards kind of way, because clearly this movie has been through a little bit of development hell, and it shows. We've had several different trailers over the years, and not only was there a delay popping up along the way, but also the whole story got rewritten as shown by the trailers changing the story. It's clear that there was something in that Pixar magic that was missing in that initial pitch, and this next pitch we've gotten is equally as samey, standard, and honestly, just feels like a generic modern Pixar movie, if that makes sense. Kinda hard to define, but it just does everything alright. And whilst I would typically be wanting to say that's a great standard to hold and Pixar's gonna have these great emotional scenes, no, there isn't really strong emotional scenes. There are emotional scenes, but they ain't strong. And the plot line is pretty much exactly what you see in the trailer. What you see is in fact what you get mostly, and especially when you compare it to the other filmography of Pixar studios, this just, yeah, it perfectly falls to the wayside for just not hitting many marks. That being said, I went into this movie with a really interesting, curious eye on it, right? And as the movie quickly got into things, I found that I wasn't fully realizing how this story was meant to go. And maybe that does come from the fact that multiple trailers came out with different plot lines before they rebranded it all. And that's actually one of the reasons why some of my friends didn't choose to see this movie on day one, because they didn't know what they were to expect. The marketing confused them, let alone didn't entice them. But even for me, I guess I got a little bit confused along the way, because one of the first major things we learn about the story of Elio is one that kind of went over my head. I remember thinking it briefly. I think it was mentioned in the synopsis of the second version of the story, but never in verbiage from the trailers. You know the motherly character in the Elio footage? It's not his mother. It is, in fact, his auntie, because his parents both died in some accident, and Elio is a grieving child of orphanage. That's not right. And Elio is a grieving orphan. This is the relationship mirror to, ironically, Disney's Lilo and Stitch. It's Lilo and Nani, done by Pixar, weirdly at the same time as the remake came out. That already massively changes the dynamic of the relationship in my head, and I didn't come to expect it. Did you know that? You would have had to have read the description of one of the latter trailers and forgotten or ignored the part where he says, "Goodbye, Mum," on a phone call in the original trailer, because that scene is deleted. It's from the old story. So they changed what the relationship was and then didn't clarify that in the rebrand. Already off to an interesting start, and I sort of came into this thinking, oh, maybe they've done a bit of an elemental. Maybe this is all the marketing department's fault, and there's gonna be changes that make it the better movie than what it seemed like it was going to be. There are some changes, some notable ones. They've doctored some of the shots to be different and almost worse in every scenario. But before we even get there, I'm going to try not to be too spoilery early on. We'll get to the spoilers as we go, but we will go a little bit into the chronology of the plotline. With this being a space movie, the very first shot of the film is Earth, and then it zooms out, and you get that like nice cosmic tone for what this movie is. And I gotta tell you, in being that like generic, forgettable Pixar movie, it has that nice Pixar orchestral like high-pitched note, but it's not WALL-E's opening. You know what I mean? It's funny, with Pixar making so many movies over the years, there's gonna be some overlaps in genres, and when you look at the directorial choices behind how WALL-E begins, with the likes of an old school song playing out of a tiny television screen in a post-apocalyptic Earth, that is so much more enticing in just the visuals and the soundscapes, as opposed to just a high-pitched dramatic orchestral note that then just kind of shows the Earth, moves, and then we're at a military base. There's something notably missing for the core magic of Pixar, and I felt it immediately. There's going to be a few other movies that this unfortunately crosses over with. We've already mentioned Lilo and Stitch and WALL-E. There's a long list of comparisons. And against all of these comparisons, this movie just doesn't have its own footing. And in fact, actually, as I'm going to go through this movie chronologically, it's going to very quickly be completed, because I don't actually have a lot of notes for this movie this time around. As opposed to, say, our review on Lilo and Stitch, the remake, I'm sure that's plenty long. Was that like 40 minutes or something? Just rambling about all the changes and problems it has? This movie, with the problems it does have, still doesn't have me just monologuing every single issue, because it's like it's just fine, and like, the whole way through. So as this prologue opening begins, Elio is recently grieving over the loss of his parents, very much being a shell of himself, where he then discovers a planetary explanation of the Voyager mission, going out to send a message to aliens, which is a cool premise to play around. A little bit realistic, which is nice, as opposed to WALL-E's post-environmentalism stuff, I guess. And genuinely, as someone who understands some of the history on that, like the Golden Record and all that, that was really interesting to see, and sets off the premise of Elio wanting to be abducted, and the aliens discovering Earth. Nice! We'll then get a montage of Elio wanting to be abducted. It's very much what you've seen in the trailers, staring up at the sky with a little colander on his head. And then with his antics, he starts taking things further, sending out a message to aliens, not by a phone call that's meant to go to his not mum, but just because the aliens have managed to receive a response and there's an opportunity to talk into it. And there's a little bit of fun there. They introduce a new, like, conspiracy theorist kind of scientist guy. Kind of a cliche, now that I think about it, actually. It's a very generic character, but the delivery of his lines is absolutely fantastic, and the animation, brilliant, as always. With it being a Pixar movie, it has some nice camera effects. They do a lot of reality lens stuff, like changing the focal length and all this. There's a couple of shots as well that are in slow motion, like it's filmed as if it was at 1 frame rate, and then they slowed it down to look realistic. It's a directorial choice. It's not the greatest in the world, but it's nice to see something. And some of the presentation's really, really nice, like how the aliens communicate via the screens. You've seen it in the trailers. It's nice, funky effects of text that sort of pops out of the screen as well and makes them face. Visuals, nice. Elio is then sent to a military boarding school where we do see he is actually actively bullied by a couple because he fobbed them off over a radio club that he invented. It's kind of cringe, I guess that makes sense. But then we get to the real meat and potatoes of the plotline, Elio getting abducted, and already here, this is probably like the scene that is the most prevalent in all of the trailers, right? It's Elio staring up at the lights, getting taken. Sometimes he's pessimistic about it, sometimes he's optimistic, depending on what version of the story you're running with. There is a massive element of this scene that I think is genuinely, like, again, made me think, oh my god, they've just messed up the marketing. There's something really, really golden to be had here, and we just don't see it in the trailers. And maybe they didn't want to spoil something. But I don't think it's worth a spoiler. It's way more interesting on the sci-fi front, if you ask me. And that is the fact that the bullies of this boarding school are in this scene. They are seen in the silhouettes alongside Elio, but the reason they're there is not because they notice the aliens and respond, it's because they themselves are frozen in time. I guess you can kind of see it in the fact that there's a big watery wave that's frozen. It's not part of the ship. It is the ship freezing time to abduct Elio out from his little pocket, and the bullies are literally frozen, holding Elio in place for him to then slip out of, and they're there in that moment where Elio's able to take a step away. That's brilliant. I loved that, and if that was in the trailer, I'd be like, ooh, there's a little bit more of that sci-fi element. Let's, see something. Instead, what they decided to show in the marketing is just generic boy gets abducted in generic alien abduction. Now, unfortunately, that time freeze thing doesn't really come back in a substantial way. It's just a nice directorial choice and one I really am on board with, but it feels like just another symptom of a very generic standard movie that in trying to, I guess, be so on the line, doesn't stand out either. Now, it's from here we get the same typical montage you would expect to see from the trailers. Most of the story is what you get from the trailers. It's not hiding a big secret. We'll get more to that as we go on. There's a communiverse, as it's called, a bunch of aliens getting together, sharing their knowledge and generally being peaceful. And it's interesting the direction they choose to take with it that makes a lot of sense, keeps it simplified and allows for plotline 1, I guess, and that is that strange evil guy that's now evil and not a sidekick on the side is a threat to the communiverse. He is gunning for membership, as is Elio now. There's apparently they're looking for candidates and there's two rivaling each other, I guess, in their sister. I don't know, whatever, don't worry about it. Anyway, because he is rejected, because he wants to dominate the universe and combine knowledge to be a powerful warmongerer, he is banished and then he decides to attack the communiverse instead. And every alien species doesn't want to handle it because they don't know how to do conflict negotiations. They just avoid and leave from any warmongering alien species. Interesting. Alright, covers a lot of the world building, I guess, in the background, because you would wonder, surely that's a trait they would have to deal with. They just don't, and the humans have to do it for the first time. Okay, cool. Elio then signs himself up as doing it as their leader in order to find a place and be accepted and not be taken back to Earth with this failed membership thing, where they were about to run away to the edge of the universe. Okay, that's the plot. You've seen it from the trailers. Where do they go from here? Well, there is another element of the marketing for Elio that's in preview scenes, but not in the trailers. Again, I don't know why they were hiding from the sci-fi elements from this sci-fi space movie, but we then get introduced to the concept of cloning gel of some sort, whereby Elio gets a DNA sample, they make a clone of him, and send that clone back to Earth in order to replace him. Classic alien abduction storyline stuff. And actually, the clone's probably one of my favorite parts of the movie. He's quirky, he's fun, he's kind of a standard, I'm just a happy-go-lucky guy, not really caring about things, and he, does some little moments. He chops off his own finger and then sticks it back on in the background. But it's nice. It's fine. With that, then Elio goes on to negotiate with this villain. It's just kind of like, what you're hearing of this plot line, it's just kind of simple. Like, there's no plot B, I guess, other than the clone having good times with the aunt. That's about it. But now it's just going to be a through line of this one political conflict, and it's nothing crazy. In fact, as Elio goes to see, I've forgotten his name, I just know the name of his son, Lord Grygon, that's what it is, Grygon. There's a lot of classic alien cliche names. It's like, oh, come have my glorp. It's a lot of glorp language. Anyway, Lord Grygon, in having this, villainous, you're gonna negotiate with me, big evil looking person, kind of as well has a lot of unfortunate overlaps with another space movie made by Pixar, and not one you necessarily want to be remembered for, Pixar's Lightyear, and specifically Seeing Zurg. It is, in a lot of ways, the same idea, the same tone, but with not a friendly villain negotiation scene. You can just see a lot of the gluing pieces of multiple movies coming together. And this scene, it's alright. They do something nice. The whole time they're doing a shooting range kind of scenario as they talk. It adds a little bit of tension, and every time Grygon gets more angry, he shoots more things at once. Wow, pretty stunning cinematography, I'm sure you can imagine. But it is nice the final time he just shoots a big barrage and hits a million things. He does actually hit real living creatures, but they also don't die, so they kept it very PG. It just makes them all bold. They were fuzzy before, I guess, sure. Anyway, it's from here Elio is thrown into a jail cell, and they do introduce a new idea. You see it actually earlier in the movie and the trailers as well, but I think it's worth complimenting on, because I haven't got a lot of compliments otherwise, and that is Elio gets a communication badge that everyone understands English, of course, but also it comes with anti-gravity, which is nice, and he uses that to handle a lot of the physical mobility things in this movie, which is nice. It gives a character powers without actually giving them superpowers. It's, it's fine. Beyond this, you then get the other half of the montage of trailers you can come to expect. We meet the son. He's a worm. They hang out. They go back to the original place. Grygon's like, oh, my son, you're a bargaining chip. Oh, all this good stuff. And then they also go on a montage of friendship around the ship, because also the father doesn't want to come and immediately grab his son. He pauses for dramatic effect for some reason. So, okay, here's where we come to the real thing, right? There's meant to be a relationship between this kid and this worm. It happens while they're waiting for the father to come get him for some reason. Already strange. They go off around the ship a whole bunch, and the father eventually shows up later when they're done having their montage, I guess. But also, the reason the father doesn't come immediately is because of a quote he says. He goes on to say, "No, not straight away. My son is soft. Give him a little bit of time." As if to insinuate, because his son is not a warmongerer like himself, he's leaving him out in enemy territory in order to harden him up, and he knows that his son is soft. There's going to be some element of that to bring up later. Maybe. Put a pin in that, we'll come back to it later. While Elio and the worm also have a very quick montage of friendship, it's then here, immediately, we have that emotional scene on the bridge. Hey there, yes, you've made it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more animated movie reviews. They happen all the time, all through the year, so there'll certainly be more in future. Alright, back to the second half. We have that emotional scene on the bridge. Now, this is a scene we've seen a couple times in the trailers, and I've been keeping an eye on it because I was thinking, this is the point. This is the bit, right? Pixar always has an incredible emotional scene, and it's always a gut punch, and there must be some secret from the trailers we're just not seeing. No. No, there isn't. That is the scene, that is pretty much the whole scene, and there is no basis for anything they say. Elio has just spent all this time being alone, finding aliens, and then being so welcomed, so demanded by everyone that's here, and now that he's finally found a friend, and also is adored by everyone around him, he sits down randomly on the bridge and says, "I'm alone, nobody wants me. Even here, maybe nobody wants me." And he goes and has a little bit of a moment, and then the worm's like, "Well, I like you." And then that's kind of it. And it's like, where is this coming from? That's an okay talking point. It's an okay grounding for an emotional scene if you could base it off of some events that make it line up. Sure, I guess Elio's just had it in the back of his mind, and it's now that he's got friends, it's not going to necessarily go away. Depression can come in many forms if you really want to go in that direction. But he's just been adored by everybody. He's doing, apart from the main villain, who he's already actively worked out and solved that conflict with his bargaining chip thing, everyone adores him right now. So why is it now that he's sitting down and saying, "I feel so alone"? If it's a point that he feels alone while surrounded by people, you could make a point about that. It doesn't. It is just a generic emotional scene with none of the depth of the emotion, none of the grounding that sets up the emotion, unless it was already the Earth that this happened. Like, it's not connected to that. It kind of is. It's just like it's just a grudge he has. I don't know, man. I was really hoping there would be a secret in this movie that the trailers weren't showing, and then it's marketing's fault. But no, I think the marketing was doing the damn best it could, because there's just no substance here. There really, really isn't. The trailers as well love to have a big pop culture song choice in the middle of it just to try and get the general audience into it, and unfortunately, that's reflective of the movie as well. Very early on, there's just a loud pop culture music choice shoved in at the start, and it's like, come on, man. I know WALL-E started with a real-life song, but at least it's like thematic and of its time and says something in universe. They do it a couple times in this movie. Admittedly, once when they press the radio on the car, classic, but still, like, it just feels like a generic movie running with the odds. It feels like a Pixar movie that doesn't have a threat. It doesn't have a rival, so it's just so untrying in pushing the mold because it doesn't feel threatened. It clearly is, because Pixar's making some changes after this point, but with Elio being an element of its time and from a few years back that's just rebranded and finally out now, Yeah, this is kind of what Pixar does when they're okay, fine, and not worried, I guess. And it's interesting as well with these emotional scenes, because there's more room they could have done in other places. We could have really seen more about this worm's son, Glordon, and how he doesn't want to be like his father. And there's a little bit of that. I need more. There's then another bit where they then go to the cloning machine gel again, and Elio sees his clone having a happier life than he did, with everyone around him enjoying his company. And again, that's great. Elio looks briefly sad, and then we move on. That looks like a real solid emotional core idea. You could have even gone extra further and say that Elio, after discovering the clone machine works on DNA, tries to find the hairs of his mum and dad somewhere just to clone them and bring them out. There's a lot of room for really strong emotional scenes, and there's none of it in the delivery or the setup or the just execution of any of it. And it's a real shame, because I think there's a couple other places they could have added a little secret extra hint of a layer, and it's just not in this movie. Anyway, now we go into spoiler territory, because you basically can only surmise this much from the trailer. Well, you can probably guess the end of the plot, but we'll get there. Anyway, now that we've got the clone thing set up, they then go on to clone the worm's son instead. He's gonna take this place, become a warmonger for his father, and they can not have to worry about it ever again. Just like what Elio's currently doing at home. But what is very nice in this, I can't remember where exactly these two events happen in the timeline of the movie, but we'll run with it anyway. I'll mention them both here. What I really, really like with especially the clones is the aunt being someone who is not just a generic, like, oh, I lost my son and I don't know where he is, you know, not useless parent, actively discovers and realizes that their clone is acting odd and finds out that they are a clone and coming to the conclusion that Elio has been abducted. That's really, really nice, because it implies that the character does know their new nephew and, you know, working on the dynamics of their relationship. That's really, really sweet. It happens, but they don't, you know, it's this again. Anyway, following on that theme, Gligon also realizes that his son is far too chipper and agreeable now, and discovers that his son is a clone and that the real one is still being abducted. Hence, he's very angry, and now the attack on the Communiverse begins. Sweet, brilliant, I like it. This is then the sad times. Elio is banished and kicked out, and the whole Communiverse is under attack. But actually, here as well is where things really could have gone somewhere. See, on the side, there's this like jellyfish character who's able to read thoughts, right? It's a classic, generic, alien thing, but they use this as a moment to read Elio's mind to discover where the real son is, and they find them at the docks later on. Cool. But in this moment as well, this alien is clearly more perturbed after reading Elio's thoughts, and the reason is because they then realize Elio's just a kid, he's not the leader of Earth, he's been lying to them all this whole time. I think this was a real missed opportunity, as you could have done more there. Imagine if, after reading his mind, they become even more softer and surprised. There is this revelation that gets them banished, but maybe in that moment as well, we learn a little bit more of the grieving side of Elio's memories, maybe even giving us a flashback to the accident with the parents. It could have been some reveal of some secret that Elio really doesn't want to address, not only keeping a secret from the aliens, but keeping a secret from himself. What if, on just another cliche, simple idea, what if it turns out that Elio was responsible for the incident that killed his parents? Or something. Maybe it's too dark for a Pixar movie, I don't know, it is only PG. But something to imply that there's a little bit more depth that explains why Elio is grieving so badly, why they're refusing to connect with other people for fear of causing damage like the people they were last most connected to. There's such a thing here. That is the spot for an emotional gut punch, a Pixar classic. Nothing. It's just generic. You lied to me! Get out, alien kid, in generic alien kid abduction movie. Instead, there is room for another emotional scene here. You'll never guess if this one delivers well too. Elio is sad on the coast after being returned, discovers their aunt with their clone, the clone goes away, and the aunt recognizes her real nephew as well. Realizing that they themselves were making a crop circle saying, "Bring Elio back," they have a heart-to-heart in the form of a hug, very few words, and that's it. Again, you can see that's meant to be something. I guess you're meant to read the subtext of, yeah, I knew it was you the whole time. But I think you could have still made that feel stronger than just a hug. And, you know, like, it's just not enough. It's just like, you have to stretch to feel, you know what I mean? Against the likes of all the other Pixar emotional gut punches, no, man, it's just not it. Anyway, from here, you then get the Fly to the Navigator ending that you can also imply from the trailer. They need to raid the military base to get a spaceship. It's the Worm Son that accidentally teleported to Earth, and that's why they're not going to find him up in the Attack on the Communiverse. It's also here where the line, "You made a friend?" from the trailer appears, and they doctored that one too, because it's not the aunt that says it, it's the aunt and the clone that says it to Elio. That one, at least I understand, because it's a spoiler, and I guess out of context, hard to follow the clone. Even still, it's better in the movie than the trailer. The marketing just made everything as generic and boring as possible. They do have a fun sequence. Again, the clone is the best part of the movie, where he disintegrates into like a soldier and scares him. It's a nice horror moment. They play around with horror in this quite nicely. Pixar love their side horrors. And then, what do you know? They get to the alien spaceship, they get in, and then they fly away to the final base. The Communiverse again. There's an element there of the Worm Son being frozen because his badge is broken. Because, yeah, that's the thing, it also controls temperature. I don't get why they didn't rip off the badge to make them normal temperature, rather than accidentally, actively setting it on cold, but, you know, sure, whatever. And this as well is meant to be another emotional scene, whereby they're flying out to space, and it takes community in order to make them dodge a bunch of space debris. They do this because a radio goes to the original bully at school, who now is not a bully. He wants to be friends with Elio because another bully went too far, I guess. Shaky. This not bully friend then goes on to know the conspiracy theorist scientist, who they have never shared a scene with before. Sure, Shaky. They then give guidance in order to dodge space debris as they do a few things. The aunt knows where to project and rearrange, that's her job. They then go out of range, and then after that, they start getting telecommunications via other humans speaking in other language accents. It's a miracle that they're all speaking English in such a short time frame to know what's going on and not their own native language, sure. It's meant to be that nice camaraderie moment, humanity coming together with this hurdle, but also, it's not that great. It's not as strong as it could be, because it's just voices coming out of a radio. I think if you at least saw each one on their own little radios across the globe, I could have been slightly better. It's just, I don't know, man. You just can't feel it that strong. I couldn't anyway. Anyway, they then get to the final area for the final conflict against the big villain. He sees his space worm son is frozen, and so, chucking away all of his honor, he decides to rip open his body armor suit, because it's a body armor suit, by the way, and that's the most dishonorable thing you can do or something, comes out of his suit, and then warms up and coddles his son, just like Glorgon's mum used to do. With that, the worm son wakes up, everyone's happy, the end. Literally. Okay, wait, hold on a minute. We had a few motivations at the beginning of this movie. Where are they? There's this war-mongering villain out to take over the universe. He wants to combine with the Communiverse to take over the universe. He also, remember this pin, we're bringing it back again, actively knows that his son is soft and not the warmonger that he wants his son to be. The ending, the son wakes up and then confesses that he doesn't want to be a warmonger. And the dad's like, yeah, I know my son. I love you anyway. And that's the ending? It's not very accurate, is it? He, at the beginning of the movie, already knew what his son was like and also wants to go to war. Now, he got his son back, doesn't want to go to war. Or maybe he does and we're not going to address it. You could even say it's an element of, oh, he briefly lost his son, so he wants anything to get it back. Cool. Show me that more. Tell me that more. I want to see him genuinely having like this internal moment of, oh man, this is more important to me than my war. We don't. It just kind of ends on a quick happy note. The Communiverse wanted a new member. Out of these two candidates, does it want them anymore? Because they don't get either and they don't talk about it. Elio decides to go back on Earth because he discovers he's not alone and gonna be with his aunt, which is, of course, the classic standard cliche ending you could probably have predicted from this movie. And then in a post-credit scene, he's with the not bully friend communicating with the aliens over radio. The plotline, pretty standard. The visuals, unfortunately, that generic Pixar bean look. Emotions in every regard not too strong or not really utilized. There's a couple of sci-fi references in there. I spotted particularly Alien and Star Wars. Cool. But they didn't really lean into the grieving that is at the core of this protagonist character. All the motivations from the start of the movie are missing. They occasionally do things in another alien language, which is nice. They have the translators, and sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. And it's just like, yeah. There's a couple things that also confused me along the way that I was trying to work out. What's the time period? They were talking about like a 70s space mission at the start. The house designs felt like a 1960s cul-de-sac, but then there's also iPhones, so I assume it's modern day, but it was kind of iffy there. And though there are things I like in certain aspects, by all regards, it's just a standard generic Pixar movie and easily makes this one of the most forgettable Pixar movies. It just doesn't have that oomph, you know? It's the relationship dynamic of Lilo and Stitch, but done worse. It's the opening of WALL-E, but done worse. It's kind of the Lightyear Zurg reveal, which that already wasn't good to start with, so what a great basis. And then it's just kind of every Disney orphan with a lot more grieving that's not really, you know, covered well enough. And at the end of the day, it's kind of just E.T., but in reverse. And making like a classic movie, but like 40 years too late, doesn't make it a modern classic. It just makes it not a groundbreaker in any regard. It's just a movie in the year. Looking at the marketing of Pixar's Elio, it was kind of confusing if it had any legs, if it had any oomph, and I thought if there's anything that could save it, there must be a secret. Having seen it, there are a couple of shots that look worse in the trailer than the full thing because they didn't want to spoil that they had some cool-ish generic sci-fi ideas. And that's it. I think there's a reason that the marketing's not been too explosive and Pixar's already talking about the future ones. This seems like a little bit of a lost cause of the project, already going through development hell, and then the final results just a little bit sanded down and soft in every regard. There's no good punch, there's no big hit, it's not a Pixar classic, it's a classic story done by Pixar. And for that, it certainly makes it the case, at least for me, that Pixar's Elio is definitely just forgettable. I guess the good times are gone. It's not a Disney classic and not a Pixar classic this year. Instead, we have the next burgeoning, one of the best animated movies definitively of the year. Two cultural powerhouses here of good and bad, depending on how you want to spin this. We're done with Minecraft. Let's talk about Sony, Netflix, and K-pop Demon Hunters. And I was one of the few that covered the trailer back in the day. K-pop Demon Hunters. Not at all the kind of movie I would usually go out of my way to see. I'm very much not exactly the target demographic. K-pop, kind of goes over my head. That being said, the Demon Hunters movie is the latest from Sony Animation and oddly enough goes straight to Netflix. It's a choice, but hey, I'll keep up with it now. And in a lot of ways, I went into this movie not fully understanding all of the references and what it's going on for. As I understand it, there's a good bit of Korean mythology, and of course all sorts of cultural choices in there as well. But as a newbie that doesn't naturally register most of these details, I think it came across pretty well, such that I understood it perfectly. We're not exactly reinventing the wheel and creating a whole new system or anything, but for being a movie that I usually am not used to seeing from a new perspective and a new lens, this was incredibly refreshing to me. And I think I gotta say, just right up front, this movie's pretty damn good. I can't quite get a full read on exactly how popular it is. This is a Netflix movie, so we don't exactly have statistics for the box office, per se. But at least the early numbers coming in from reviews actually give it outright things like 91 and 95%. I don't fully agree with that, but across so much of just the visuals and the quality of the animation alone, you can see this is just an hour and a half of eye candy. Sony is very much the animation studio leading the charge right now, whether it's Mitchell's vs. Machines or Spider-Verse having all sorts of rippling effects. It is seen all the more here by the actual people that made it, with just this eclectic, brilliant stylization that I can't fully pin down. They've got proper like anime and manga style expressions going on, funky directorial choices with literal eye candy moments, and the choreography, the fight scenes are so immaculately done. This is just a masterclass of a good, simple, entertaining movie. The premise itself is pretty extreme and crazy. What if K-pop bands were actually demons and demon hunters? They fight each other in the night, and then they fight each other in the charts in the day. It's not quite fully that. Demons being a K-pop boy band is a new thing even in this universe, but it's just a great fun idea and is just refreshing and new. It's nice to see a new presentation of an industry I'm otherwise not crazy into. And hey, it's kind of a nice new spin, a new genre for a musical, and it works across the board really, really well. The plot follows Huntress, the trio K-pop girl band, very much giving me the kind of vibes of Totally Spies, whereby they are secretly demon hunters, but otherwise they are a K-pop band with a massive amount of success, and they're very nonchalant. They're very good at what they do. Fighting demons and winning is an easy battle for them, and there is a system put in place where most demons are planted underneath the ground in a kind of barrier that they're almost on the precipice of fully locking down to eliminate all demons. On the other side of things, you then have this ultimate fire demon, the Demon King, now pushing out a new strategy with a K-pop boy band collection of demons that can turn into a more humanoid versions of themselves to both fight back against the K-pops on the charting side of things, as well as weakening them to eventually alleviate the barrier blocking all demons. You've then got one additional layer that blurs the lines between demon hunters and demons, whereby the main character also has the same tattoo lines of a demon because they are half hunter, half demon, and they've got some alliance issues and wondering about their identity, and maybe demons aren't so bad, and what do? They're going to get rid of the tattoos when they break the barrier. That is, for the most part, the full extent of the narrative. You get some fun little chemistry interactions with the main trio that works really, really well. There's a little bit of a romance chemistry between the main demon and the main K-pop star. And the main impressive part of the movie beyond that is then just the visual eye candy, the directorial choices, and just the animation throughout as everything unfolds. It's otherwise, narratively, a relatively simple story, and I think that's okay. Clearly, the audiences and critics absolutely adore it, and though my personal taste in movies is one that has a bit more emotional depth and layering, there are some emotional scenes, sure, but there's certainly a lot more room in this narrative that could be told that I feel like maybe a series would be able to expand more, or probably what's more likely, a whole collection of sequels. This could be a franchise easily. There are breadcrumbs of ideas in multiple directions they could take on. And would I be the kind of person that would recommend this movie? Absolutely. The soundtrack is absolutely fantastic, as it should be. They've got real K-pop stars and bands involved in the soundtrack, so of course that's going to work out pretty well. The performances as well, the actual voice performances were really well done, and what few emotional scenes there were genuinely worked with a nice piece of chemistry throughout. The visuals, I've already raved to you a couple of times. You can see it yourself, it looks pretty damn good. And if you're okay with a relatively simple story, good girls versus bad boys, good versus evil demons, then yeah, I think this is more than a palatable movie that everyone can enjoy, and clearly it is. It's one of the top movies right now on Netflix, if not just because it is new and it is Sony. That being said, for me, I've not really got any more major praises to say because of the simplicity of this movie. I've got a decent list of criticisms. They're nitpicks and they're all narrative because me personally, I really love digging into the narratives and the world building. And all of it really comes down to is the strict short runtime of this whole film. Hello there, you have now made it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you. With it being two rivaling boy bands, a trio of 3 and a quin trio of 5, 4 of the demon boys don't really get any kind of character to them. They have archetypes of K-pop idols with different hairstyles and the like. And there could have been room to explore more of their opinions, as the main demon is a little bit more 50-50 on the whole idea. He's a lot more contested and conflicted as things go, but that's probably one of the smaller problems I have. One of the bigger ones is the whole reveal identity around the protagonist character, whereby they talk about how their father was a demon and their mother was a hunter, but that never comes out again. You'd think that would be like an integral part of their identity or understanding maybe demons aren't so bad, and they come to that conclusion, and then they kill the demons anyway. The ending is very much, oh, they were bad, kill them anyway. Oh, look, the bad guy sacrificed himself, so he was good in his final moments, but he wasn't forgiven. And that's fine. It's not a fake-out death, which is appreciated, but it's also a little something lackluster. Similarly, there's the whole concept of a demon king, right? Really down in the depths. and they make an appearance in the final concert battle sequence. But they are just a giant flame, and when they appear on the surface, directorially, it's fantastic. They're visually shown in the stadium, and I don't think they're actually there, they're just inside the protagonist's heads, because they can get in the heads of demons. That's a whole thing. Cool, okay, not explored, but alright. But as this giant flame, it also only appears as a giant flame, whereas I feel like there was going to be a reveal of the demons are let loose, the barrier fully breaks, and the Demon King returns. They don't, they're just a flame. Again, for someone who's very narratively driven, I was expecting a slightly bigger climax, but also, it's okay. You're allowed to be simple. It's just not 100% fully my thing. I remember when I saw the trailer for this movie, I was really on board with the super stylistic choices of some of the expressions, like characters having corn on the cobs in their eyes, it gets hit with hot butter, and then it boils into popcorn. Brilliant! That then becomes a recurring expression. In fact, it's basically the only other expression other than your generic heart eyes, and maybe dollar eyes? I doubt though. When it becomes a point where every time a character's on screen, two other characters then just have popcorn come out their eyes is nice, but it's less nice when it's the only funky expression they do. There are other elements here and there. By the end, the demons are able to fully disguise themselves as humans as like a surprise, hey, they can do that now. Makes sense that they can have a human design for themselves, but mimicking other people, I feel like that could have been done a lot sooner as like a well-established idea. And similarly, there's the premise of tattoos spreading over the protagonist's body, and then it starts to block their voice until 2 weeks later, it's not really blocked their voice. If it's an identity thing and they started to understand themselves, then cool, but I'm not necessarily getting out those themes, whereas I would have done if it was a series, you know? There's just like more here under the surface, but they just sort of skim it in a way that I felt a little underwhelming. And already, that is pretty much the end of my notes I've got listed here. It's a few nitpicks, sure, I feel like I'm gonna be the most cynical person talking about it on the internet right now, but it's just simply because the story's simple. And I personally would like it if there was more of that emotional conflict, or just not the ending of all demons are killed because they're bad, even though my father was a demon, he's not around, and also, I assume he was bad as well. Like, there's a little bit on the thematics of demons are only bad that gets played with and then not reaching its full potential as an ending. But considering throughout this video alone you're seeing all sorts of shuffled footage, you can see everything else. The actual execution, fantastic. The performance, the directing, the soundtrack, immaculate. I would love for this to be a franchise, because not only is it refreshing, it's just good, but it is just good. Great, yeah. Masterpiece, excellent. No. There's a hint of that anticlimax, and when you overlook the whole thing again, it could have pushed more boundaries. Of course, maybe that's asking a lot. Sony has already pushed the boundaries of animation in this industry so far by itself, and Netflix as well, as a colossal titan that it is, has pushed the boundaries of where animation and filmmaking has gone in general in its industry. And maybe this was just a movie playing it safe. The director Maggie Can is having their first directorial debut, and the co-director and writer is Chris Applehans, who other than this did Netflix's Wish Dragon, so they're both fairly new, and maybe on the writing side they wanted to keep things more simple. And that's valid, that's fine. Wish Dragon before only had 71% and 78%, so this is a marked improvement. And though I don't fully agree with the 90s, I think this could comfortably sit in the 80% for me. Very, very good, would recommend, simple family fun, characters are great, would love to see more of them. And yeah, admittedly, it would have been nice to see it theatrically too. But that's just not the deal with this Sony-Netflix collaboration. Is it a tragedy that one of the best movies of the year came out on streaming? Perhaps. Is it more of a tragedy when a terrible movie comes out in cinemas? Maybe. It's more of an inconvenience in your day-to-day, I guess. I certainly enjoyed it, in a backwards kind of way. Let's talk about Smurfs. Remember that movie? Turns out, the Smurfs movie's pretty good! I'm kidding, of course. It's pretty damn terrible. Well, kind of. This movie was gonna be the kind of new punching bag of the year post-Minecraft movie, and I was expecting this to be really down in the dumps, and unfortunately, they've made some good changes since the trailer came out. You've seen the likes of this. I mean, look at it. It looks like a 2010 movie that for some reason is coming out 15 years late. And it still is in a lot of ways. There are some giant red flags in here, but probably one of the biggest ones out of the bunch that people certainly hopped onto and the movie makers noticed is the inclusion of Influencer Smurf. You've seen it before. It is gag number 1 when it comes to an influencer joke, and now he's gone. He's missing. They deleted Influencer Smurf, and in his place is Vanity Smurf, which I think already existed. They're still part of the ensemble and follow around the whole movie, saying maybe 4 lines at most, like most of the other Smurfs. As I say, this isn't a good movie anyway. But instead of having a phone in his hand all the time, they've replaced it with a mirror. Wow, okay. But what I can see from pretty much every other aspect is there was not enough time to change anything else, and so everything else is pretty much what you see, and it's not good. This is just your classic, Rihanna wanted to be the protagonist in an animated movie and picked one that already had one and just ran with it. That's the vibe I get, at least. And funnily enough, she's not even the protagonist of this movie. The marketing would make you think that Rihanna is the up and front coming celebrity. No, guess who it is? Do you remember anyone else in the cast list? Yeah, it's him. Mr. No Name himself, James Corden is the protagonist. Can you tell that this movie is 10 years outdated already? It's just another Trolls, but hey, at least he actually sings this time. The whole plotline is about a generic Smurf is taken, try and take down the evil wizard guy. All the while, James Corden is trying to discover who he is. There's a good long section at the beginning of them saying they've tried everything on the list, and in there actually is Influencer Smurf crossed out, which was a nice little detail for the animators to chuck in. And everyone else really wants to support this guy, but they haven't found his thing yet. And that already is a little bit of a split for what they're trying to tell for the story, because they're trying to run with the idea that James Corden feels like an outsider. He has a whole sing-song at the beginning that he wants to believe he has something. He hits some high notes, cool, I don't care. Why is this a musical? Don't need it, whatever. Basic, generic, family fun. But then he's like, oh, I'm such an outsider, when everyone's clearly still in with him. Like, he's fine. He just has some existential crisis things. It's not as strong as other generic outsider protagonists, you know? Anyway, they have a nice DreamWorks dance sequence at the beginning of the movie, which you've seen in all the trailer footage, and fun fact, it is not the trailer music. That goes in the credits, because of course it does. How else are you meant to dance to hee hee ha ha ha? So, there you go there. But beyond what is otherwise, so far, a very generic family movie, you then have so much new, I think, backstory and lore in so many directions. I wasn't sure if this was meant to be like a reboot, fresh start to the Smurfs universe, or if you're meant to watch the prior Smurfs movies. I've never seen anything Smurfs, and I would assume, judging by the target demographic is notably younger kids, kind of family, I don't know, man. There's a lot you have to digest immediately. For example, Papa Smurf has 2 brothers now, and those 3 Papa Smurfs went up against 4 evil wizards at once. None of them are Gargamel, by the way. They're then the guardians of 4 magical books that are sentient, and also now there's going to be new divisions of Smurfs, different named characters which expand the lore, and a whole new brand of species as well. It's a lot. And then Smurfette also has an origin story. Is it from the other Smurf movies? Yes. Okay, at least that's established from general Smurfs lore and the movies as well. Smurfette was created by Gargamel out of mold, out of clay, to be the evil one that infiltrates the village. That could have been its own movie, and I guess it was back when it was Hilary Duff. But now, that whole origin is also crammed in there, beyond the 3 fathers, the 4 wizards, the 4 books, 2 Gargamels as well in this movie, and a whole new species of pooter snoots. As I say, easy to consume family generic movie. Anyway, in connecting to the actual main plot with Mr. James Corden shoved in the middle of it, one of the books has not been taken by the evil people and is hidden at Smurf Village. Not that any of the Smurfs know it, and they're not actually at the village, they're at the forest next to the village. But sure, you could have integrated them with society, but no, they'll just be on the run the whole time. And while no-name Smurf is singing to himself, hoping he gets a thing, the magic book notices and gives him magic powers. He is now the Magic Smurf, even though they repeatedly say there are no magic Smurfs. Just to cause a conflict in there, I guess. Which he then immediately starts splattering magic in every direction, and instead of making fireworks when showing off to the village, he instead makes a full portal straight to the bad guys. I mean, at least it's out of control and that makes sense. I'm sure they'll keep that consistent later. This then brings us to the villain guy. The ironic highlight of the movie because of just how weird and black-hearted and strange it is. Jax Films is in this movie, but not like as himself. He's not voice acting, he's not associated at all, but this is him. The Smurfs movie is aiming up to be the marketing of Emoji Movie. Like, they wanted to get noticed by him and run it as like a viral ironic thing, I think, that they had when it was Sony. I don't know what this is, man. He is now just the henchman guy a whole way through to Rosamel, not Gargamel, Gargamel's brother, Rosamel. Razamel, maybe, Razamel. I don't know how I'm supposed to say it in my accent. Again, another movie original character. I don't, like, what? I don't know what they're doing, man. This movie is a ride. But also, it's surprisingly boring, you know? It's not terrible, 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 because it then just goes for all the easiest paths through. The cinema screening I went to see this movie had about 5% attendance, which is better than the usual 1% I see on most of these animated movies. Weirdly enough, it was almost entirely families of two, where, I mean, there's one parent and one kid. I don't know why. I guess both parents never wanted to see Smurf movie at the same time. And there were no laughs. There were like 6 children in the cinema screening. None of them laughed. One of them ran back and forth on the floor, and another one had their parent on their phone the entire time. That's just the grumblings of the type of parents that bring their kids to cinemas, I guess? I don't know. Either way, this movie didn't seem to have an impact on anybody. Now, the Jax Films character slightly sounds like him sometimes, but also, like, when you look at the character poster for this guy, it's just rude. Like, at least it could have at least been a joke. I mean, it brings me so much ironic joy to see how much, like, it's just flubbing everywhere. Anyway, that character on multiple occasions gets beaten up and injured just to keep things a little bit weird. How dare someone criticize a notably bad movie, even though they weren't even criticizing this one. They just took the jump and went for it anyway. And it really must be a movie that's 10 years outdated if it's gunning for Jax Films like the Emoji Movie did. Like, that's old school, you know? Not that Jax Films himself is outdated. Maybe I could have worded that better. Anyway, now that they've opened the lair to the bad guys, Rosamel kidnaps Papa Smurf with a tractor beam. The other Smurfs then immediately teleport Gargamel to their village, and then are able to instantly trap him in a cage, even though it's kind of meant to be established that all the Smurfs in the village are, like, unaware of the rest of the world. They don't know any of the Smurf backstory lore, but I guess they had a history with Gargamel before this movie? I don't know, man. Anyway, there's a vinyl that then teleports them to Ken's world, which is also the live-action world, but at least they don't meet James Marsden or anything. They just run around without ever being noticed by blind humans. There's a moment where a Smurf is on like a wine glass and doesn't get noticed by the human taking a sip. It's maddening. They meet Ken inside of a disco ball, which actually, as a concept, I don't hate. There's also a nice sequence on that dance floor where it's like a photo shoot of them paws dodging all the human feet. That's nice. And then this guy, Ken Smurf, even though his name, he doesn't even have Smurf in the name. It's just Ken. And also in the posters, they just outright ripped off Barbie for it. It's shallow, easy family film entertainment. Thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more animated movie reviews. Soon enough, there'll be the bad guys too. Hopefully a little bit better than this one. Yeah, I expect it will be. He then just joins the ensemble group. There's a whole collection of French Smurfs, by the way. But they don't have French accents, despite being established at the Eiffel Tower, and they just turn it on sometimes, but the rest of the time, they are American. Like, there's lots of that in this movie, you know? It's like, what? Oh, this is simple, you know? Oh, also, there's a turtle. His name is Turtle. The joke is that he's slow. He loves saying, "what the shell," as if that's just breaking the boundaries of comedy, and he says it multiple times because they've struck gold with that one. Anyway, he's joined them all the way up to the disco ball, and then he leaves them from the disco. He doesn't join them anymore. He got his lines in. Ironically, he has more lines than the other ensemble of Smurfs, all the main funky ones. Brainy's here. Hefty's here. Grouchy's here. And they say like 3 words each. It's bloated ensemble. Yeah, classic. And they're only going to get more Smurfs as they go along. But first, they teleport to Australia accidentally because of a trap. Here they meet the Snootapoots. They love cake. I don't know what they're doing, man. This movie is freaking maddening. Like, it makes sense when you're watching it, but also it's just like, they just cram stuff in, and it just, I don't know, man. It's just someone they go to help to infiltrate the evil lair, then they say no, and then they get kidnapped, and then they help by the end. Cinema. It's at this point we then get to the second song in this musical of a movie, and it's the only song left. There are 2 songs in this. It's James Corden singing, saying he wants to believe, and then it's Smurfette singing to James Corden, saying, you should believe. The animation, though, genuinely, the music video stuff's really, really nice and good, and all throughout, it's well animated, and there's some good stylistic choices, but that's always the case with these pretty terrible movies. It's never the animator's fault. Where did the writers ever come out of the strike? Are they the only ones that are high? I don't get it, man. Then again, with a terrible problem like this, I don't know how you could stitch all these pieces together. There's a sequence of them inside of a kangaroo pouch, and the kangaroos start singing, but my favorite line is straight after that, when James Corden, Smurf, says, but the kangaroo part was weird. That was about as close to a exhale as I got. The only other line that seemed to get any murmurings from my crowd in the cinema was the turtle saying, yeah, they're all gonna die after leaving them, which is also generic comedy 103, maybe. It's joke 3. Anyway, so at this point, like, Smurfette and James Corden get a Five Guys Uber into the castle. I don't know how they had the ability to call an Uber without a phone, without the address, how they knew that it was being ordered, or how they infiltrated. They didn't see it coming along. They came up with the idea to do the, I don't know. They were eating Five Guys, but they were unmarked Five Guys eating fries the whole time. It half sounds like I'm boiling down into a rap just describing these scenes. And then eventually we crash into the villain that's got everybody except Smurfette and James Corden. And we learn, oh god, Magic Smurf wasn't magical. It was the book hiding under his hat, Ratatouille style. Rosamel then betrays his brother, who's there as well, by the way, earns the book, turns it evil, and disappears with all the power in the world. And everyone that's ever collected inside this room, except for Jack's Films, who's also there crushing his hand, that's why he's doing the in the poster, all join up for the final fight that still ages away. It's here that they then also do the whole, Smurfette, you were evil, and then she's like, no, I'm not now. Off they go. I'm like, are we supposed to know this lore? Was that the explanation? It's just, oh god, it's so much. Anyway, Razamel then goes over to a meeting room. You've seen this in the trailers as well, with the other wizards. Why are there wizards? Why do they look like that? I'm pretty sure that one's also Asmongold. What is going on in this movie, man? Can I be in the sequel? I mean, I'm criticizing this movie. Apparently, that's all the certificate accolades you need. Genuinely, if I could voice act in the Smurfs movie too, I don't care how trashy it is, I'll take it. I mean, now I think about it, I guess it is a bucket list of mine. Either be in an animated movie or be in a terrible one. It puts a smile on my face, so I can't say no. Anyway, the others go back to the real world, but now it's like Munich. Oh yeah, the castle's in Munich. This is a thing. So there's a live action world that the Smurfs are in sometimes, and they're hiding. But there's also Smurf Village in its own dimension. There's a lot of spacey stuff that's clearly in its own dimension. The castle is in Munich. But I think they just are cartoons. It's just cartoons living with humans. But nobody notices them? How does this, I don't know, man. Anyway, everyone then hijacks a human car. I missed the part where they hacked in or how they did it, but they did. And then they just drive straight through into this wall-less abstract room to do the final battle. Everyone's immediately like popped out of existence with the magical summon or other, so that Smurfette and James Corden can swim through multiple art styles. Again, the animation's pretty great, in the sense that it's clearly doing what Inside Out already did, but it's good cinema, I guess, in animation. There's a reference to an old Smurfs video game, and they tell a video game jokes 101. Oh my god, I can't run left! Ha! Well, it's freaking, we're back to the 80s with this one. Also here, we meet Tardigrade, another character poster that did not need to be spoiled. This movie goes into so many directions. There's a tardigrade in one of the dimensions. One of the dimensions was just small dimension, I guess. Anyway, in the final scene, after all of this total cinematic narrative masterpiece, Magic Smurf realizes they did have magic inside them after all, despite there not ever being a Magic Smurf, and there's no theme there. He just had it all along because he does have it all along, and also has full control over everything he ever wants to do. You want black hole discs to throw around? He can do it, and then instantly trounces Rosamel. Also, at this point, there are 9 Smurfs on the floor. He also just pops them back into existence after they were sucked away into a hole. I don't know what happened to those bodies, but they've reincarnated now. There's 9 Smurfs on this floor. There's 3 Pootasmoots, and one of them's their leader. There's Gargamel and his cat. There's a drink fountain with the other 3 wizards in there. There's obviously Rosamel in the sky, and then there's about to be a 10th Smurf in the form of the lost 3rd brother to Papa Smurf, all in this same... What is that? A cast of 16? 19 if you count the wizards, all crammed into this finale scene, and arguably that's not enough, because if this is the final battle against the wizard that finally got all 4 books that they've never had before, they want to end all good in the universe or something, where are the French Smurfs? Why aren't they involved if it's his end of the world scenario? I don't know. Anyway, Papa Smurf's brother with the long hair, you might see him in some footage, also reappears after being sucked into a black hole. The hero crowd is 15 by the end, so bloated, nobody has any damn lines in this movie. Time for a DreamWorks dance party. And you never guess what's in the post-credits scene. It's Jack's Films again, hired by Gargamel for some sequel bait. This is a bingo card of a movie. You know what I mean? It's just the most generic, basic, unfunny, but easy path Smurf movie with loads of new material but crammed in and bloatedly unpolished. And unfortunately, it's just boringly fine. In a bubble, the narrative is fine. There's loads of extra stuff they cram in, but you can follow it. There's just loads of stupid lore, generic jokes like a slow turtle being slow that they repeat multiple times. He shows up in the finale to get swooped away and he goes, "What the shell?" Again, because Shell is the funniest thing after Hell. And I can't even trash the influencer Smurf, because that's the one thing they did delete. This is still, though, just a 2010 movie again. It's James Corden up front and center. And the only thing I really got out of this experience is just how poor some of the parenting has gotten in cinemas. They were taking selfies with their children mid-movie to document that their children were there watching a movie in public. It was something else, man. But judging by the fact that only, 7.5 families showed up. There were a couple other people that were just solo by themselves, so I didn't feel like a total weirdo this time. That's nice. I don't think this movie's gonna make any impact. It's just another movie, and if they're not going for major profits like the Garfield movie, I guess we'll get a sequel one day. Can't wait to see Jack's Films doing something more. What a colossal waste of time. It wasn't even terrible enough that I could trash it that harshly. It's just, unfortunately, another. But hey, franchises have got a franchise. What else can they do? James Corden's got to pay his bills somehow. What an enigma. Can't wait to see 3 more. And they're all going to be 2012 style, aren't they? From here, we then get a 3rd installment from DreamWorks this year. They were going ham from the looks of things. I never realized. And what's more is they're doing it with one of their more successful franchises of recent, and it's a sequel to... It's the Bad Guys 2. So I got to see DreamWorks' Bad Guys 2 a little bit early, and by that I mean it came out today in the UK on July 25th, when I just fully had no idea. I'm so used to all the marketing telling me that it came out August 1st, it wasn't until someone literally pointed it out to me on Discord that it's the next day that I can actually go see DreamWorks' next mainline movie. And I gotta tell you, going into it, I wasn't too sure where I stood on the matter. Because DreamWorks as an animation studio has been going through a little bit of a tumultuous time. I mean, their most recent movie was the likes of Dog Man, with which was entirely outsourced, and that studio has now gone bankrupt. The time before that, you then had DreamWorks' The Wild Robot, absolutely stellar, real piece of cinema, but again, as well, it was the final in-house animation being made as their animators were actively being culled at that time. This is now the next mainline theatrical release, and it has been entirely outsourced. And though as it currently stands, it doesn't seem like this studio is going to immediately go under or anything, there is something to be said in general about how DreamWorks just don't make them literally how they used to. That being said, when it comes to the actual production quality of this movie, we're going to keep things spoiler-free this time around since it doesn't come out for another week in America for you guys, so I won't spoil any narrative things. When it comes to making a sequel of a well-known established DreamWorks movie, yeah, this is good. I could even go so as far as to say it's great. I'm usually the cynical animation guy. I haven't seen a good mainline release since Dog Man and KPop Demon Hunters. But in general, my default seems to be skewing negative as all sorts of companies make stranger and stranger decisions, and though DreamWorks has made a pretty bad one, I would say overall, it doesn't seem to be too reflective on the quality of their Bad Guys sequel. And maybe that's because it is a sequel. It's easier to tell good narratives with characters that are already established, or basing it out of an adaptation of a book series, which is still very much ongoing. For me, the original Bad Guys was one of the real stellar standouts of DreamWorks' latest lineup that very clearly had that influence from Sony and Spider-Verse, while still very much finding their own stylistic rendition of that new subgenre of animation. And this time around, they still knocked it out of the park. The moment this film started, I was fully wrapped back into it with so many fantastic animation and directorial choices. I think it helps as well that this is all about heists and that kind of spy-y kind of action sequence, because that is clearly where this movie flourishes. Every action scene in this movie is one of the best action sequences I have ever seen in a movie. The way the music then ramps up after a while and it all just pumps full volume, and these characters are doing these crazy, not even flips, it's just like the circumstances of a vehicle chase scene where a car does a side flip to detach a bunch of chickens to then go flying into a bunch of cops that have suddenly just spawned out of nowhere and then later appear in a giant mountain of themselves. Like, it's like that kind of classic cartoony absurd logic that it just rolls off of so fantastically. Across the board, this is just a well done product for exactly what they were going for. If you want more of The Bad Guys, that is absolutely what you get here. The directing is great, the cinematography is amazing, the action sequences are out of this world, the character performances are good, both new and old. Awkwafina is there, but I think it works in this scenario. And it really does feel like the set pieces just keep expanding more and more as they find out more ways to play around with the concept of the bad guys now going good. Though there are a few things in the marketing that I could see they sort of pulled as a slight. Some words are not exactly phrased as they are in the trailer to just get across the premise. And I feel like there is a slight narrative gap that could have been had there, which I'll talk about more in the spoiler version. But overall, if you want more bad guys, this is exactly what you can find. And it is a stellar, fantastic, family-friendly entertainment piece all the way through. And thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more animated movie reviews. There'll be all sorts, even through August. I might be away for most of August. I'm going to be wearing a biscuit on my head. You don't need to know the context. But still, I've got a backlog that covers the entire month. So look forward to that. Right, back to the second half of this review. But would I say that the original movie is succeeded by this movie? I don't quite think so. While this movie is immaculate in all of the things it's trying to do, I think it doesn't necessarily reach its absolute fullest potential for what an animated movie can do. And maybe that's just me coming in with way too high expectations, but the highest bar was set by classic emotional Pixar scenes and Mitchell's vs. Machines and Spider-Verse. You know, those like superseded the boundaries of what animation can tell, especially in narrative form. And this is just more good entertainment. Action sequences, crazy, but it doesn't have as strong of a, say, an emotional hook, and certainly dives a lot less into the character side of these characters, the bad guys, especially compared to the original. Which makes sense. The original's entirely about the bad guys going good. This is the bad guys who are now good, doing more heists for one reason or another. It's fun, it's great, I love the escalation. Some elements of the story reminds me of some of my other favorite stories of all time. And if you're looking for simply a recommendation of whether to watch DreamWorks' Bad Guys 2, yeah, absolutely. Great, fantastic entertainment all the way through. And especially considering I was very hesitant with whether DreamWorks can make something of said quality, being much more of an outsourced material than anything before. But this proves that the answer is, unfortunately, yeah, they're fine. And while there are gripes I'm gonna have with that, in the way it's very much disempowering certain animators, hey, at least it still is animated by animators, just different ones, and there's no semblance of AI here. The bar is both so high to breach the best and so very low in some regards. But this does seem like, to me, DreamWorks has a solid foundation it can bounce off of for a while with the Bad Guys franchise. No matter whether it is made in-house or out of house, the movies they're able to drum up based on the Bad Guys IP seems to be immaculate one way or another, since they certainly have talented people involved in all different departments, and can be emblematic that even their future movies, original or not, are not nearly as held back simply because it's not being made in-house at DreamWorks 2. In that sense, it's great news, but this shouldn't take away from the fact that they were culling their own animators less than a year ago, and even more recently with Dog Man, that studio is now defunct. So it's certainly worth keeping an eye on how specifically the Bad Guys 2 studio is handling things and going along on the business side of things. I ain't perfectly on board with yay, DreamWorks as a studio because of these business decisions, but considering the comparison is Warner Brothers and their controversial take on platforming controversial people way past their expiry date, or Paramount now doing all their sorts of political things on the side. God, if I covered 2D content, I would totally do something on that South Park episode. This overall is just a solid, really high quality, middle of the road kind of film. Definitely not one that I would want to miss. And if you're particularly a fan of animation, like I assume you would be if you're watching this channel, I would 100% recommend it. But it also doesn't breach into the highest territories, even if in the narrative, obviously, they do go pretty high. That is at least our preliminary spoiler-free version of a review. I'll release maybe a proper spoiler-crazy one next week when it releases internationally. But hey, that was a nice discovery to make only yesterday, that there's a whole new movie I needed to run around and review today. Turns out DreamWorks' Bad Guys 2 wasn't so bad. Again, Bad 2. You get what I'm trying to say. Ironic, that one is the shortest review of the year. I kinda didn't have much to say. Is that a good thing? Maybe. I spoke about Minecraft movie for 40 minutes as well this year. And I have an hour-long terrible that I need to fix. Now, this next review is one that came out in 2025. Technically, it came out in January. I just didn't have access to it for the longest time. But I definitely wanted to cover it eventually, so I'm glad that I did. This is Night of the Zoopocalypse. Night of the Zoopocalypse. Now, this is a movie I'd been hyping up all last year, waiting for its release sometime in January or February. It is now July at the time of recording this. I didn't forget about it, I just only now really probably got access to it. So let's talk about this interesting new-ish international movie with a new take on a zombie story aimed at kids and done in animation. I still don't really know why it wasn't released at the Halloween season because it so clearly lines into it, but nonetheless, this was the movie that I had most been looking forward to this year. I mean, just look at some of the clips shuffling before your very eyes. Just so much, everything in this whole damn movie is so wonderful and colorful. The lighting is dynamic and unique. The visual body designs and animated movements of the characters is unlike anything we've ever really seen before. And as we'll get into it, the actual creative ways they play around with the classic zombie formula is genuinely just fantastically deliberate and inventive. Now, this isn't exactly an indie movie by any means, it's just not done by Hollywood, but it does have, you know, a Hollywood actor in it in the form of David Harbour. But I guess with it being, in my mind, a little bit of an underdog, it goes leaps and bounds ahead of its usual boundaries and really is a super solid movie. Now, this movie, in being a zombie-based story, is one you kind of have to teeter the line carefully when it comes to an all-family entertainment movie, although I suspect it's a PG and not a U. And the way they did it is by setting this entire zombie movie inside of a zoo. Something I don't think we've really seen before in zoo media, other than the likes of some horror video games that completely flopped. And it all centers around one wolf in particular, dealing with the arc of being one with the pack or being independent, at the same time as a pink meteor hits a satellite, is electrocharged, and then lands into the zoo and starts this zombie apocalypse. I love all sorts of micro gags here and there. The whole opening is a fake zombie scenario that turns out to just be an act. The meteor that hits the zoo is actually incredibly tiny, but then at the same time, there's some really interesting mysteries surrounding the origins of this zombie apocalypse. I mean, a meteor alone is unique in its own sense, but it's also like kind of a beating pink heart as well. It's a biological invasion of sorts. It's just endlessly original, and that's going to be the theme throughout most of this movie. Now, I'm going to do a lot of the skimming on the part of the narrative, mostly because it's kind of your standard zombie film. It has its general rises and stakes as things go. But I'd also highly recommend you just seeing this movie if you get the chance and access to it. Because I think this is actually a relatively high-tier movie for me out of everything in the year that I'd like people to experience themselves first. And as we bounce around the zoo a little bit, we'll start to see several recurring main characters of all sorts of animals. Of course, you're going to see all kinds being bitten piece by piece and growing the horde all the more. But there are a few standouts that really make note of themselves. You've got a big, scary tiger character who at first doesn't talk and then does and is kind of a gentle giant-esque character. You've got a French type of monkey who's constantly making fourth wall kind of breaking jokes because they're a big fan of cinema and so know all the tropes of the stories. And then you've got the likes of an ostrich and a capybara, and also basically Moodeng just shoved into this movie. I don't know if they had it in mind with Moodeng specifically, or if it was just a wonderful accident that they managed to sync up with. Maybe as things go on, that'll be a slightly more dated joke, but hey, baby hippos are always pretty cute, so maybe not. Really though, as you can imagine, it's a zombie movie, so zombie things happen around these titular characters that start coming into their own and getting their own personalities. You've got one monkey guy who's very self-centered, the lemur guy more focused on the cinema side of things, the ostrich believing that they're not really going to be the type of person to make a sacrificial play, the wolf working out independence versus the pack, all sorts of classics. And I think a lot of these character arcs do generally well as things go over, but where this movie really shines is in the actual dynamics of this zombie world. Because by all means, this is not a generic zombie movie. Yes, there are zombies, and yes, it does spread, but there's a little bit more to it. Because not only do I like the visual designs of their eyes being this massive, glowing source of light energy, toppled with already the crazy animation, but also, what's really interesting about this zombie spread is the animals are then morphed biologically by whatever pink substance is in the meteors to turn them into gummies, to turn them into sweet treats, I guess, that changes their very biology so that they, after a while, are able to start morphing and twisting around. There's a great scene of the gang being cornered by a gorilla zombie, but trying to barge into one of the rooms. The gorilla, by the way, was a lovely character before they were bitten and betrayed by the other monkey guy. Gotta love that. A little bit of arcs coming back to bite them. But anyway, genuinely, by making these characters allow themselves to be gummified, and that allows their bodies to change, you can then have scenes where the gorilla's arm is literally cut off by a door, and it's okay. And they really play around with it in a way that's very nice and adaptable in kids' media, but also opens up for way better zombie mechanics. Especially because in animation, you can do practically anything. It's a lot harder in live action to make a guy lose an arm and then stick his arm to his own face and slap you with it, you know? Hello there, you can make it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more reviews of animated movies. There's a handful still coming this year. Smurfs, Bad Guys 2, Pets on a Train, Sausage Party Season 2. We got a whole breadth of stuff to do, so come subscribe if you're interested in seeing us cover those in the future. Right, back to the second half of this. And all across the board, as you see more of these out of context shuffle clips, you can just see some of the crazy stuff they do when the actual zombie mechanics come in. Whether it is animals getting decapitated and then still chasing you with all their limbs combined in different ways, or how zombies are now able to combine with other zombies. Oh, sorry, they're not called zombies in this movie, by the way, they're called Gumbies. And how they even start to learn the mechanics of what makes a zombie stop being a zombie, and then they play around with the twist of, oh, it's not what we actually thought, and stuff like that. It's just like good and classic. However, if I was to say a notable criticism of this movie, other than the fact that, you know, there's not crazy boundaries to change in that it's still always going to be in the category of a zombie movie that happens in a zoo, so it's just different zombie antics are done in unique, creative ways. The other thing is, admittedly, the lemur character. They're not actually lemurs. In fact, I think pretty much all of the animal protagonists are slightly off-kilter animals to what you know? It's not just a monkey, it's a particular genus of monkey that I currently can't remember. Same with it's not actually a lemur, it's something specific. Capybara, they're all niche animals as a way of being unique, and I really, really like that. But the cinema guy, the guy who loves talking about cinema, his entire thing is calling out what stage of the horror movie we're at, which is, of course, makes sense in trying to be a kid's movie. It makes it less scary to say, hey, kids, here's what's gonna happen next. You're in Act 2, prepare for a betrayal. It's Act 3, we're gonna be sad and then be happy about it. And that's fine. I don't hate that. In fact, I think that's a really good way to adapt a horror for kids. What bothers me is the fact that this character is being surrounded by all the rest of the main cast other than the wolf and the tiger. And it gets to the point where they start to only focus in on what he's saying rather than themselves. Hold it! And though their character arcs come into play, the ostrich does a sacrificial play at one point to beat their arc. It does, after a while, get to a point where half the cast is just talking about the fact that they're in a zombie movie. in the movie. And it doesn't get away from that as often as I would like it to actually experience said zombie movie. That being said, when it does eventually get to the zombie mechanics, this is where the movie really shines. And it really gets cool when they get to the point where they start combining all of the zombies together, try to take them all down at once with the powers of soapy water, only to discover that it wasn't soapy water that randomly de-gummified one of the animals at one point, it was the sound of music, which loops quite nicely to some of the mechanics of the zoo. Great, classic ending. But I also especially like that the final climax, as much as it's kind of a classic, it's also the perfect ender stakes for a zombie movie if you need to end and resolve it, which is every animal, by the end of the story, in their gummified forms, combining into this super massive giant zombie villain. Sorted, solid, love that stuff. As if they're attacking the very source of the zombie conflict itself with the original Patient X, you know, the pink heart in the middle of this whole thing. Very, very nicely well done. But this movie is very much a collective sum of a bunch of great creative ideas, and when you add the extra layer of character arcs and emotional developments and anything beyond a well-done, simple zombie story, there's a little bit less to be enjoyed than there could be. I think the animation hits it out of the park. The soundtrack is damn good for that sort of kooky kind of alien-y vibe, and the choreography ideas and designs of the zombies and the mechanics it works with are fantastic. Not to mention the designs and the way everybody moves is just so unique and interesting. But really, while the writing is safe for kids and creative in doing a new zombie story, the actual characters, I think, leave a lot to be desired. And unfortunately, it's the lemur in particular that's a nice, addition, but takes away from everyone else at the same time. I kind of feel like I would have preferred them most if they were like a Scrat from Ice Age, where you see them a bunch, but they're just observing completely separately, like a narrator, to talk to us, and then the secondary characters actually have room to do their thing. The main characters also aren't really as intruded as much. They also don't push as well or as hard as they could do. But that's okay, because this is a very simple, genuine kind of kids movie trying to work out how to do horror in a tasteful, successful way. And in that regard, I think they've done very, very well. And it all comes together with all the animals, in fact, being part of a pack. Oh, isn't that lovely? But overall, this was the movie I was most hyped to see, and it did do the creative, flourishing stuff as immaculately as I'd hoped they would. The writing was just a little bit held back. I would say it's better than a 6 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10, but it is relatively simple and standard, a great thing for the audience it was going for, but emotionally, it was a little bit weak, and plotline-wise, it was quite flat. But great when it comes to the creative dynamics and artistry of the art form, and the kind of thing I would absolutely love to see more often, because it's not the kind of stuff you see in classic Hollywood animated stuff these days. But hey, at the very least, I'm just glad I finally got around to seeing the damn thing. With it being an international movie, it's not had a lot of showings in the UK. It's been a bit of a handful to actually get to see it with my own British eyes. We have teleported through the years as we're now near to the end of them. Returning back to streaming, Netflix is never going to follow up on KPop Demon Hunters that brilliantly, but they do at least have a very Americanized version of the Twits, okay? So Netflix's The Twits is out now. Releasing over the last weekend, it is an interesting project. Being the latest in original animated projects by Netflix, it really is kind of hit or miss with the quality of the shows they make, and that's kind of representative of all the stuff they make. They've been chasing the high of Stranger Things for literally years now. Sometimes you get the Electric State, and sometimes, in animation as well, you get K-pop Demon Hunters. So, where you're wondering, does Netflix's The Twits land on the full spectrum of amazing to terrible Netflix stuff? Well, it's interesting. This is the movie I've at least known about for a year, only in screenshots, and then suddenly a trailer released about 2 weeks before the main release. And it is meant to be a story that's relatively near and dear to my heart, with it actually being an adaptation from a Roald Dahl book, obviously, notably, British. I think I kind of overlooked that when I first reacted to the trailer earlier in the month, namely because it's in my childhood education system, but I don't know if that's necessarily the default in America. Regardless, it's kind of not relevant anyway, because this is an incredibly Americanized story. In the books, the Twits are very obviously British, Everything is British coded. It is a specifically British children's book, all the way down to the dark humor and the slightly abrasive language, which briefly got censored back in 2023 and then got rescinded again. So, how does this movie balance on that line? Well, I'm pretty sure all of the slightly more controversial lines were omitted from this movie. They don't say certain words like hag, nutty, and batty, insinuating more the actual mental unwellness of being crazy. But also, more than that, this isn't really a Twits story. It is loose on the licensing of these characters. It just takes the concept of them and runs in a whole new direction. And not all of it is terrible, but it's notably not British. You have got Peter Kay playing the main role, Mr. Twit, and his voice, I think, perfectly fits with the character, but Mrs. Twits is fully American with all of that southern drawl, and the whole landscape of this world is set in America. It does away with most of the political commentary that came from the Roald Dahl original books, whilst there is some semblance of that in all sorts of places you can read into, but it's American political commentary. Even still, to say that I had a terrible time with this movie is absolutely not the case. I'm a relatively Americanized Brit myself. I could just come to accept, oh, this is different. What a shame. Let's enjoy what it is. And there is a lot of enjoyable things to see in this movie. I mean, visually, it is fantastic. Ugly, and that's the point. I love this art style, I love the animation decisions, and especially the cinematography, the choices in camera lenses, virtual camera lenses. I think generally, it's a pretty well put together project with some clear cinematographic intentions and directorial choices. We even got a comment on our original trailer reaction from one of the people involved that said, we've been working on this for years and are so looking forward to sharing it with us all. And in that regard, I think this project can be really nice and wholesome, clearly made by some talented people who should pat themselves on the back. However, it's kind of just an alright movie, mixed in a lot of ways. There is clearly potential in the direction they chose to take, and while the choice in taking that direction alone is pretty 50-50, I think for the most part, the choices they made are pretty good and okay. It's not reinventing the wheel necessarily, but it is reinventing the characters in a nice new spin. The main reason the Twits were invented in the first place is because of Roald Dahl's hatred for big over-the-top beards, and that's very much still the case in this. You've got a couple of fireflies that live inside Mr. Twit's beard telling the story of this whole thing like a narrator, and when it comes to the sort of lowbrow humor of these grungy characters, they definitely keep up with it in all sorts of fantastical ways. The Twits always pulling pranks on each other, doing these disgusting little actions. Simplistic jokes like getting the word diarrhea and diorama wrong are all in there too, but overall, it does a fairly good job on this new spin of the characters in most places, and the humor, I think, actually keeps up quite nicely. I'm not usually one for fart jokes, but these fart jokes at least slightly have layers to them, they have intentions to them, and that's always nice to see. Well, somewhat nice to see, usually. They're not all winners. There is a notable modern twang in this in the form of the Mugglewumps, but we'll get to them in a bit. On top of the fact that this is a visually nice looking movie with its own new direction, it's also a musical now. Definitely not what Roald Dahl intended. And while at first I genuinely thought it was just going to be one song, because at the beginning of the movie, the Fireflies do say it's not a musical, it's just one song, but no, there's 3. Maybe 4? They're fine. These songs are notably not very earwormy, they don't stick into your mind that strongly, and I wouldn't exactly say they're bad, but they are just kind of padding in a lot of ways. Particularly one of the Mugglewumps actually singing. I think that's probably the weakest of the lot, if I had to guess. The Mugglewumps themselves are also now magical beings whose tears, when upside down, is the power source of everything Twitlandia related. Twitlandia being the amusement park that the Twits have wanted to build on the town, and a main central plot point of this movie. No longer is it that they are retired circus trainers or anything like that. It's a bit more grander, a bit more American in that way. But I think it works, for the most part. You know, like, I enjoy it. That's kind of the thoughts of this review in a nutshell. The Mugglewumps, I kind of roll my eyes at specifically. The fact that a guy has anxiety and spits out more cutesy creatures just makes me think of corporate merchandising the whole way through. But they're nice enough. They're trying to push through the emotional side of this movie, connecting emotionally with these orphans without any parents, whilst dealing with their own familial issues of being trapped in a cage. But I don't think the emotional weight of this movie really strikes gold for the most part. There are scenes that could have the potential to do it, and then they don't hit as hard as they could. And that's a shame. In that regard, it's just a simplistic entertainment of a movie rather than cinema, you know? But considering they are at least based off of something in the books, just adapted a little bit means they're not completely off the wall inventing their own things, so like, it's okay. And in a lot of places, they do still keep true to the books. The Twits are still trying to capture birds and then turn them into bird pie. That's nice. It's not really a main thing. The birds don't speak and they don't interact with the orphans, but they're there in the background. Hey there, thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more new movie reviews. Later in the year, we've got Zootopia 2, a new Spongebob movie, and In Your Dreams, also by Netflix. So come subscribe if you haven't already, and let's get back to the second half of this video. Cheers. But anyway, as the plot picks up, what it really does become is the Twits versus the orphans. The classic conflict you want to see in this movie, as with Twitlandia being condemned, they attack the town and the orphans expose the fact that it was them that attacked the town. And with it comes a source of political commentary that I do find weirdly enjoyable in that dark humor kind of way, because the Twits, in a whole twist of the narrative, get thrown in jail and then get bailed out by the citizens of this town because they could be warped into electing the most grotesque person for coming up with an alternative to the industry norm. It is a commentary on illogical voters sometimes, and that, I think, comes with a lot of good humor. The whole thing then becomes that all of the adults of this world also joined in attacking this orphanage. Clearly morally despicable, but they're just lost in the flow. They believe in Twitlandia, and I genuinely find a lot of entertainment out of that. Maybe it's the kind of dark humor kind of thing. If this town was British again, they'd be over at Clacton-on-Sea, and they do find a good little bit of humor on that, even if it is a little bit on the nose. The dad being like, maybe we shouldn't have voted for the guy we saw get arrested on TV and should have listened to our daughter. But hey, it's a kid's movie. Maybe sometimes being that upfront in the messaging helps. Sure, it's entertaining. Also, while I mentioned the circus connection, they do actually add a little bit of lore in this movie that both Twits themselves were abandoned as kids, one from a bowling alley and the other from a circus. So maybe by some theory, the book version of the Twits is actually their parents or grandparents. Either way, at least there's a faint reference to their original source material. And overall, while this isn't exactly going to be deep storytelling, it is a fun, entertaining evening to watch the Twits do their antics, even though they're really mostly just Twits by name. But visually, it looks nice. They do some interesting things. And oddly enough, I kept seeing references to Toy Story 2, of all things. I don't know if it's meant to be symbolically representing anything, if it is just a homage to Toy Story 2. There's a couple of shots that are just one-to-one the same beat. I assume it's not just copying. I'm gonna take it as a reference instead. And then after a couple other story beats, the mayor's bottom explodes. And the guy from the orphanage tells an incredibly dated comedy line that I think is probably some of the lowest points of the movie. It is a little bit behind. We eventually come round to the destruction of the Twits' super plan, as there's now a frog that if you lick the toes of, turns you into the opposite of what you are, so turning the Twits opposite makes them guilty and blow themselves up. Only to end us back towards the ending from the book. And this is where the message of this movie tries to come through, and it's interesting, man. So, if you don't know, the ending of the Twits is that they are killed by the dreaded shrinks. They get stuck upside down after thinking their whole house is upside down, and then in the books, they shrink down and disappear. It's that classic British dark ending of these terrible, horrible people deserve to be dead by the end of their story for being so horrible. Don't be like them or you will die a similar horrible fate, is kind of the message of the books. This movie doesn't do that, and I'm myself am still just mixed on how I feel about it. Maybe that's why the reviews everywhere is so mixed. Because in this movie, whilst that beat does happen, the other narrative thing of note is that animals and muggle-wumps can only be understood by children with a deep sense of empathy. And for the kids to now choose to kill a couple of adults, they themselves are losing a sense of their empathy and lose their connection with animals. And so they decide to cut them free because they don't want to contribute to the rest of the hatred in this world. This is the political commentary this movie is trying to say, and it's interesting. You know, it's very much that classic be the good guy with the moral high horse. And even when people are so reprehensible they can't be forgiven really, you should still cut them some slack, even though they won't to you. For a kids movie, as a message to kids giving them morals, I think I do fully get on board with this directorial choice. It at least, you know, strikes a little harder than, look at these bad people, now they disappear for being bad. I guess very much an old school way of covering narratives, this is a lot more modern and soft. Whilst at the same time, they could have definitely taken this direction worse, and they didn't. So maybe that's valid? Because the Twits, upon immediately being released from their gluey demise, do not change at all. They immediately gun for the kids again to turn them into pie, and that I like. I like that they didn't turn the Twits good by just showing them some good, very much showcasing that some people can't be saved, but you yourself can still hold on to your own moral code. I think that's a good message, but it's also very much not the original Twits book, you know? And what's the point of adapting this into a movie if you are just gonna change so many different elements and just keep the same two characters? And even then, one of them's American now. I think it's good and fine if you can just appreciate that this is not the original Twit. It's going very differently. It's a classic American move. I think this is a fun, enjoyable movie. You know, it's like halfway along the mark on terrible and amazing. From there, the Twits then, through their own selfish means, end up destroying themselves, continuing to be cruel to each other, pranking themselves until they're sent off across the world and eaten by a giant frog. Yes, that's the real ending of the movie. Hey, at least there's no sequel bait. All the while, the kids then become super successful, selling the Mugglewump's tears to a massive corporation, and they don't make commentary on that. How very Netflix. It is a weird hodgy-podgy of a movie that takes some fun characters, has fun with them, and then very much ignores a lot of the elements of the original. If you want to just put on a simple movie that's entertaining, Netflix The Twits will happily satisfy that hunger. But if you're looking for the proper Roald Doll experience and some good, deep, more emotional and well put together narrative, I don't think you're quite gonna find it here. As much as it has hints of emotion, it just doesn't strike the chord as well as it could. It has homages to Toy Story 2 in there, but it's never gonna be quite as good. And even after watching this movie and sitting on it for a while, I'm just left a little bit mixed and conflicted. It's okay. Only okay. Now, unfortunately, there was also another Netflix movie around this time that I gotta admit, I missed it. It was In Your Dreams. Thought it came out 1 month. Turned out it released a month earlier, and then the wind was gone. As I say, I do my best to cover every animated movie review as best I can. Some things fall through the cracks. There's also lots of international movies or more niche studios that I just couldn't keep up with. Sometimes it's due to accessibility over in Britain. Sometimes I'm just sick when the trailers come out or when the movie releases. It's a shame, but it happens. But you know what I definitely didn't miss? Another mainline Disney movie. After a catastrophic run so far, how much worse could it possibly get? Apparently no worse, actually. It's only up from here. It's Zootropolis 2. So, Zootropolis 2 is finally here in the UK. I just found out that people in the US got it like 2 days ago, and I'm a little jealous. Even still, I went to see it at the earliest possible time in the morning, and I'm putting together this video as fast as I can. All to wrap up my own little thoughts about what is yet another Disney sequel. But I'll be honest, I was really pleasantly surprised with this one. So we've covered Zootropolis 2 a couple of times on the channel in the past. There were 2 mainline trailers that I reacted to, and the general impression I got was that I didn't really have that much to say. It seemed like the most standard, boggled down Disney sequel movie of a movie. You know, it was like, it seemed to do some nice things. The world of Zootropolis naturally has a lot of room to explore in good, multi-layered ways. And the sequel just seemed like more, and decent, you know? I wouldn't quite go as far as to say that Zootropolis 1 is one of Disney's absolute best animated movies, but it is pretty damn amazing overall. There are a lot of Animal Kingdom movies. Most of them are worse than Zootropolis 1. I mean, I've outright done a scene breakdown talking about some of the deeper meanings and symbolisms behind a single scene of Zootropolis that I have all sorts of praises for, and I'm a big fan of the TV series, the spin-off that they have on Disney+. We've covered all sorts of angles on this series, and the sequel, as a first impression in the marketing, I didn't expect that much, to be honest. I was expecting to go to this cinema screening and be like, yeah, it's a pretty good sequel, and call it there. I am very pleasantly surprised to say that actually, I feel wildly different about it. This is coming at a time when Disney is doing their sloppiest work ever. They have sequels for everything under the sun, and both those sequels and their recent originals and their recent remakes are all god-awful. Some of the worst, most terrible excuses of cinema I've seen by the company whose entire job is to create cinema. But with this, I gotta say, and maybe it's just because it's still currently very novel to me, but I could watch this again way more easily than I could watch the first movie again. I really genuinely enjoyed this movie, and the fact that it didn't have to do the full introduction of everything and just got stuck in only made it all the better, because everything it did get stuck into was just really well done. And though I think there is plenty of argument to be made that Zootropolis of all movies doesn't need a sequel from Disney, at the same time, this movie absolutely finds its place pretty well and rolls together quite nicely. The two main protagonists are now police officers, so they go and do another case. Whilst at the same time, this new case allowed for all sorts of more expansions of an already fascinating world building. I still think that Zootropolis in general is one of Disney's most interesting worlds, not just because it's all animals, but the way they managed to adapt a lot of things in the logic of the world building is some of Disney's greatest achievements in recent years, and they just keep going with it further. This time, it's all about a whole other species that we haven't even really addressed before, somehow, in the form of reptiles and snakes, where we come to learn exactly where their place is in society, a little bit more specific of an entire tree line of animals, which is a nice natural expansion from the simple predator and prey dynamic. I also really enjoy that the next sort of conflict on a societal size that they play around with is simply territorial animals, and though they blend it down to a single species, I do think that's a really good natural direction to take a conflict in this universe. It just, I think, makes perfect logical sense, whilst at the same time, when it comes to the actual action and the storyline, it feels like Disney's taken a lot of reference from DreamWorks' The Bad Guys, because this feels a lot like The Bad Guys in all of the best ways. The action sequences are easily the highlight of this movie, and there are several of them throughout. Each of them would, they're just incredible choreography work, and very much feels a lot like those heist sequences that you saw in the likes of The Bad Guys, that I guess just fits really well in an Animal Kingdom somehow. Add on the fact that the world itself is just so fascinating and can play with a lot of features, and you just get an incredibly breathtaking and refreshing action sequence and storyline. It all just comes together nicely. Now, I say storyline, this is, relatively simple, but in all of the best ways. It is a mystery, which it was the last time, uncovering a mystery of a clue. You learn more of the world building as it unravels. You're chasing after a guy, you find the guy, things happen. It's fairly standard, but it's all the good sides of standard. I wouldn't necessarily call this an outright tropey cliche narrative. It keeps you on your toes enough and does a brilliant splay of unique adaptations and originality along the way. And generally, I think they do a great job in expanding a lot of what we already saw from the first movie, as well as the TV show as well, actually. In fact, there is a lot of bringing back the recurring elements of the past. And it's interesting because in a lot of ways, I see that as a lot of just self-referential, crammed in quota stuff. But at the same time, I think with this particular world and this particular set of characters, it surprisingly works really well when they did it. A lot of these are the highlights of the first movie, so of course they try to bring it back in the sequel, but I also just think, I don't hate it. The most crammed one possibly is the Weasel reappearing to do more knockoff movies, a whole lot less so you see less references, and it brings back Alan Tudyk. But it's also a very, very short scene, and it comes with one of the best lines in the movie, where they outright say, it's all sequels, and they say the industry's going down the drain. That kind of self-awareness, I really appreciate. Not gonna give any props to the actual company and the CEOs though. That died the moment they genuinely decided to do generative AI in Disney+. But otherwise, that's a really solid joke that I really enjoyed. And when it comes to all the other returning cast members from the first movie, they each come with varying degrees of success, but generally pretty good. I don't know if we necessarily needed the cheetah police officer for 2 scenes. One where he's dancing with lights, very fitting, and another where he's trying to hack into a computer for a password. It's fine. But then the fact that they also managed to bring back the sloth, because of course they do, but they do it in a matter of going back to his speeding car sequence to help the characters speed away in a car to get somewhere fast, also just makes too much sense. And they do technically repeat the sloth receptionist very briefly in a flashback, but I think it's fine. It's really genuinely fine, and I guess really a surprising display of how you can successfully hit your writing quotas and wrap it in with a neat little bow that fits those puzzle pieces in pretty perfectly. Every recurring character had some sort of thing to contribute to the main plotline that fit both in for that character's perspective as well as naturally brought the story forwards. That really is the way you're supposed to do those returning features. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you have all sorts of new characters to add to the ensemble, and they magically manage to make it not too crowded. There's like 6 police officers anew that you need to catch up with, maybe 8, but the fact that they appear in pairs and they each have their own kind of catchphrase approach to things, I think works really nicely, and were of course brilliantly designed because most of their features then end up being very specific to where they end up going. There are 2 goat ram police officers, and they show up on a mountain. Brilliant. Same as well, I was supposed to mention this earlier, so I might just edit it into here. I love the use of the porcupine rolling out to be the road spikes for a police car blockade. That's brilliant. Love that stuff. I could consume that all day. And then of course, at the very center of it, you have this snake character. Meant to be the representative of all reptile kind in the city that I'm surprised I didn't notice didn't exist before. And I think the expansions they made with them were also very nice and logical and really nice to the whole plot. I just like the way they expanded. There is a whole district of lizards and there's a hidden underwater bar. And they do a lot of really nice jokes with the lizards that are more than just the simple do the one lizard thing they're known for. They kind of play all of them. Whether it is eating a fly with your tongue, but then that turns into an instrument, or whether it turns into playing another instrument and the lizard ears come out, or simply just they don't need to sit on seats, they sit on branches. How have I not seen that before? I don't know. It seems obvious, but I love the way Disney adapts the animals that they are assigned to in this world. Although it did take me an embarrassing amount of time to realize the zebras weren't saying zebras, they were saying zebros. A little bit millennial coded, but hey, they're also millennial, they're a bit older, it's fine. And honestly, I think a lot of that humor worked quite nicely. Going back to the comedy conversation though, as well, I think this was, again, really well written in a lot of ways. There are a lot of times when some of these jokes that they go for, I kind of classically roll my eyes at, but somehow the way this movie plays with it and adapts around it, I think just worked really nicely. It's a little bit millennial coded, that whole self-referential explaining the full self-awareness of therapy and the traits of a character too much is a very millennial thing. But I think the way it fits into this script surprisingly works. One of the loudest laughs I got, because I'm an old man now, is a part where Nick says, "Oh, I've got childhood trauma," to which Chief Bogo turns around and says, "Do you want to have adulthood trauma?" No one else in the cinema laughed at that, but I chuckled. Does that say something about me, or does that say something about everyone else? Either way, the way they managed to mix that in with the script, while I'd usually be like, this is outdated, somehow this time around really worked. And I don't think that comes as an inconsistency from me. I think it just further shows this is how a movie can do that well, and every other example I've seen doesn't. You've also got some of the other classic simple jokes you'd see kind of in the background. Robert Irwin makes a cameo appearance and his character's name is Robert Furwin. That's good. I can't really complain about that. And even just simple little gags like there's a worker inside of a vending machine just gets a nice little background chuckle out of me. A lot of the jokes just come in how this world is designed and it just works. It just fits really naturally. I really enjoy it. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, that's not to say that I don't have complaints. I, of course, have some sort of complaints somewhere, but they're much more of a nitpick than anything else. And a lot of it's also concentrated around one certain area. Now, we'll talk about the spoiler stuff more towards the end of this video, much like how it is at the end of the movie. But one of the main ones I noticed a little early on that was strange was I feel like there was a certain point at the movie where the sound design kind of stopped in a way. There's a part where the main characters are inside this dilapidated, creaky building, right? And I couldn't help but notice this was the point where Nick was calling out to Judy, shouting out for her name, and she didn't hear it at all. Or at least that seems to be the way it was edited. And while there could have been a logical through line that at this point Judy was choosing to ignore him, we never hear his voice echoing through the house in order for her to hear it and then ignore it. And it's especially weird because this is an incredibly logically creaky house with literal holes all over the floors and walls, and yet you can't hear someone shouting inside that building? It's not a giant building. From there, I then also started to notice more and more that the building wasn't even really creaking either. And then from that point onwards, I couldn't help but notice that every other biome they went to just didn't have the ambience that I expected to be there. Now, maybe it's a bit rich of me to expect the sounds of birds and birdsong when they're around, trees and the like, since presumably they themselves are citizens with their own territory. But it also just generally felt like there were a few cases where there was no real diegetic sound in a lot of these shots, and it was just the voice performance and some soundtrack. It felt like the sound design was muted, and I don't see that as a symbolic thing, like, oh, they're far away from where they were at the start or anything. Like, it just felt a little bit underdone there. And that's like halfway through the movie, if not earlier. And then the only other real complaint I have, at least in the early game, is the arc that surrounds Chief Bogo. As the plot starts to ramp up, Judy and Nick start to go on the run, and they're chasing after this third snake character. And very early on, Chief Bogo is poisoned with venom that leaves him for dead. At first, I thought it was a paralysis thing. No, it's actual death. He then spends the whole movie in a coma. And there is not enough screen time for that, I'm gonna say. I feel like there could have been a lot more of a physical arc or mention in there more, with the press covering the state of the chief of police as this movie progressed, especially because it logically comes with all sorts of political commentary, as this movie has its hints, with it being another snake-related attack. It's a thing that doesn't really develop or add weight onto this story, it's just a background thing, and then, spoilers, it just gets thrown away at the end of the movie. It's a little underwhelming, and something that I think could have had more impact and weight on the general narrative, as much as, of course, the characters couldn't visit Chief Bogo because they are literally on the run. It's one of those small things. Of course, they've got such a large ensemble cast now with a whole set of new characters and all the old ones from before that they can't necessarily give him too much screen time, but even just a little more coverage in the news could have done something. It didn't, and it's fine. Beyond here, we're gonna have to start going into spoiler territory for all the final praises and complaints I have with this movie. Hey there! Thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more new movie reviews. We've got Spongebob later this year, might do FNAF 2, and unless I get around to that Netflix In Your Dreams that I missed, that might be it for the year. We'll see. We'll keep up with what we can next year too. Otherwise, let's get back to the second half of Disney's Zootropolis sequel. Although chances are you've at least had access to the movie longer than I have, so let's get into how things really roll out. So of course, they catch up to the snake, they start to partner with the snake, and are trying to unravel this big conspiracy where it turns out it was not a lynx who invented the weather walls that are the entire basis of this city, it was in fact invented by a snake itself. And via some villainous means 2 or 3 generations ago, the lynx as territorial animals have decided to wipe out the lizard land by imbuing it in snow and expanding their tundra territory, which they are doing again. This, I think, is a fantastic conflict for a societal commentary and adaptation for the city of Zootropolis. Especially as we see the main lynx has all sorts of influence on the top end, also inferring that they got every single mayor elected. Love that stuff. And it's a really interesting parallel to run around with. Slightly vague, as a lot of the commentary was in the first movie as well, to be generally universal and just faintly paralleling certain different aspects of humanity, but the idea of throwing people out of their homes and overtaking their land is a really interesting one, and I love that a lot. It's also nice in seeing some of the flashbacks with the snake that I feel like there's a little bit of that influence with Zootropolis Plus, where we saw the shrew mob boss's backstory with the polar bears, which this grandmother of a snake also witnessed, seeing polar bears struggling in the heat and snakes struggling in the cold. I think it comes together really, really nicely, and the elements of this mystery unraveling seem fairly straightforward and nice. The idea that a patent is missing in a certain district of a hidden land is really, really nice, and it's not too plot twisty along the way to a crazy degree. I do think it's interesting as well, though, that the land that the lynxes ended up overtaking also wasn't actually inhabited. It was just like a claim for land. It's not like they built another town on top of Lizard Town. But that's fine, it's nice. Similarly, kind of having a bit of a refugee story of all these lizards that have been displaced and are now hiding somewhere else. It's a very nice parallel. Problems in paradise. Whilst at the same time, it was nice to see how some of the reactions to some of the old characters to these new problems both fit into the narrative and give a little bit more of their character as well, with the mob boss shrew just saying, oh, if you're bothering with the lynxes, you should just run. This is how the world works, it ain't gonna cut it. Here's the secret identity. I really liked that, because in a lot of ways, you could argue that would be a plot hole otherwise, of, oh, they knew a mob boss in the first movie, why not just ask him? They own the world anyway. No, there's a bigger boss in the underworld. It's nice, I like that a lot. Similarly, on the main character front line, the conflict between them feels like it comes together very, very naturally. The idea that the rabbit is always gunning to overachieve, always making every case for the biggest save the city kind of arc. Meanwhile, the fox is so much more cautious and actually cares about the life of someone else and wants to make sure they are safe and protected at a time when they're throwing themselves into danger. And the differences in that opinion of full dive and have some caution makes them clash in the middle and dysfunctional as a partnership pair for a time. That just rolls together so nicely, and they really brilliantly put it all together in a singular scene that is easily the scene that changed Zootropolis 2, with a layer of symbolism and conflict and tension. If you've seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's the one where they're both scaffolding upside a mountain, and that single carrot recording piece, a motif from the first movie, also dragged to the second. Great, I like that. Becomes a symbolic reference to the core of their relationship, and then conflicting on these ideals up a mountain ultimately causes that thing to break in the first place. Ironic that neither of them end up falling off the mountain, as is usually the Chekhov's gun of that kind of scene, but I think it brilliantly wraps them together and has so much weight behind it too. Meanwhile, they do a chunk of this movie as separate people, which is kind of nice as well. They're not just sewn to the hip to each other, you know? And then of course, as events unfold and we start getting more towards the end game, there's also this little other insinuation of parallels with humans, with characters saying some mammals are better than others. Pretty blanket and standard, but you know, people have that opinion. But also, we then come to our villain. Not the mainline Lynx cat, but our plot twist of a villain, because Disney movies always do a plot twist villain. But also, this villain is finally evil for evil's sake. Mostly. I think it's been a recurring trope recently that Disney movies have to have a villain that you kind of are supposed to root for to some degree, and you could argue because he's bullied by his own family, this guy's kind of the same, but they don't lean on it much, and instead he goes in the complete other direction of, I don't want to be different, I want to be just like my evil family. I want to be accepted, I will do bad things for the sake of being bad. I want to be bad because my family are bad. And I think that's nice. It's classic, it's standard, but I enjoyed it. It did seem a bit random that they then chucked in the Shining maze in the middle of this tundra, but hey, let them have fun, I guess. I had fun with it. At least it's a timeless reference for an iconic classic movie and not just a trend of the day that's going to be irrelevant in 2 years. So that's something, I guess. But then, as we really come to the climax of our film, I, up to this point, have absolutely adored so much of the elements of this movie, and I think it really successfully puts together how to do a good Disney sequel, but this very, very climax has a couple of elements I didn't fully get behind. Now, the best bit, of course, is the earliest point of this climax, if you call it, the emotional scene that every movie has to have, whereby you have Judy on the floor, poisoned by venom that I thought was paralyzing. It turns out it's death, just kills people slowly. That's great. All the while, the snake is freezing out in the cold, both betrayed last minute by a new Lynx boy, Poppet. Doesn't work in my accent, Poppet. Whatever. And the emotional swing of that scene is that this snake has heat vision and can be healed himself by simply the heat of Judy Hopps on the floor. It's nice, it's fine, it's not as emotionally heavy as some of the very best of cinema. I'm not going to expect 100 out of 100 out of this movie. 90 out of 100 is more than fine. 95, 94, somewhere around there. It's fine. Beyond this point as well, though, you have Nick being confronted by our new villain, who ends up saving Judy by throwing an EpiPen down a hallway. Don't worry about that. The main thing that a bit of is a crux is the whole cliff that the villain and Nick are on starts to fall, and as Judy is immediately revived by this anti-venom, she then goes on a sprinting run to save Nick while he's falling off the cliff, and we just hit nano time, is the best way I can put it. There's a little bit of slow-mo in there, sure, just for the dramatics of the cliff falling, but I think this movie, either narratively or in the editing, just goes a bit too far out of the realm of realistic that it threw me out of it in how these follow-up Deus Ex Machinas keep going. You're telling me that while Nick is falling, Judy is revived and goes on a run around a whole buildingscape up to the cliff to catch him? Oh, and also the snake did that. The snake, at no point that we saw him, was perfectly able to keep up with Super Speedy Bunny out the building, around this whole labyrinth of hallways, up the stairs, over and over to the cliff to catch the rabbit who goes and catches the fox. It's a bit much. It's fine. It's like, suspend your belief, but it's a bit much. I don't know why every character in this suddenly became Quicksilver, and it kind of continues that way, because the story doesn't end there, and that's nice. I did think it was a hint early there, as then all of these characters are going to be running and gunning towards the secret lizard town that they've discovered, where the MacGuffin thing that solves the case is going to be around. They then have a couple of blockades along the way. You've got the rest of the Lynx family blocking the path for two of our hero characters, the snake and the beaver. By the way, there's a beaver. And they then get into a fight with the older lynxes. Also, the horse mare's there. Funny, whatever, let it do its thing. Then you finally have Judy and Nick running for the final attack on the lynx. They catch him, by the way, on the way to the village, which I thought was a little underwhelming. I kind of would have rathered the climax at the village, but you know, sure, on the way, in the middle of nowhere, in the snow, cool. Anyway, they go for a fight, things don't work out too well, and the snake and the beaver that were just fighting the elder lynx cat, 3 versus 2, and a horse in the room, have now teleported over to the other two now, in the middle of nowhere, to fix up the final lynx boy. And the horse, who has admittedly room to have an arc of, oh, he's being controlled by these people, he wants to be a mayor, he's whatever, he wants to be the hero that he sees in his TV show. He's randomly flipped sides and is fighting the lynx cats with no fear or problems, but it just kind of almost happens off screen. I wish we would have seen at least a semblance of the horse watching the fight, and more so inferring that maybe they need to come to the right decision, or they want to be the hero they see themselves as, because they just looked scared in the corner. We cut to later, and now he's bravely fighting all of them, and the characters have teleported away. It's again a little bit of nano time, where it feels like at some point the writers had to pause and bring all the characters somewhere else to hit those Deus Ex Machina saves. It feels like this is a fantastic 9, 10 out of 10 story that right at the very end, they just couldn't stitch their wins correctly. It's the smallest thing. Suspend your belief. Oh, these characters, they helped save the day. They won the fight, but also the fight never finished, and now they're over there winning another fight. It's fine. Even when we get to the lizard village, which is more played like a slow, quiet, emotional piece, lovely and nice. I love also all sorts of details, like all the snakes are called Sally and Barry, and this one's called Gary. And you see their little lengths drawn horizontally on a wall. Love that kind of environmental storytelling stuff. Even there, the Lynx boy shows up. He was tied up in the middle of nowhere and they left him. Okay. He shows up and immediately burns the house down. He then gets stopped last second by a couple of police officers. We cut back to where the fire was, and the fire just... it disappears. You know, there's a little bit of like this, don't worry about it. It's fine now. you know? There could have even been more emotional weight about that, of they finally get to the house they wanted. They find the piece of paper that they're trying to make sure doesn't get destroyed, and in the process, everything else gets destroyed, you know? Actually, this history is slightly lost, and then you do the cliche Encanto thing. The whole town comes over and fixes up this new lizard town, spruces it up, you know? Instead, it just becomes a very kind of quick montage without enough of a weight to it. It's fine. It's nitpicking. I understand, but especially for all these climactic fight scenes, it just sort of teleports and magically comes together, Disney magic-wise, and the finale was in the middle of a white snowfield. It is honestly fine otherwise. Wish they gave more to Chief Bogo and his coma arc as well. But I like that the villain stuck to the evil thing and didn't do the wishy-washy thing. And a lot of the expansions make a lot of sense with territorial land and mammals being better than other mammals, even if this place was just abandoned anyway. I guess that's kind of the point, or can be. And a lot of the conflicts throughout this movie just felt natural, as much as well, it was a fairly standard mystery thriller rollout. But brilliant all the way along. There's a big thing about Burning Mammal Festival. I don't get it because I've never been to Burning Man Festival because I ain't American. But hey, this is the Zootropolis version of the movie, not Zootopia. So what can you do? And crazy, all of these events happen like just what, a week or a month after the first film? It's pretty soon afterward. There's talk about how in the flashback really there was a whole framing of snakes in the first place. Oddly enough, it was framing a snake to kill a tortoise maid. I don't know if there's something to be said about how that was a reptile on reptile crime, considering I actually thought it would have been surely that lynx themselves got bit by a snake. You know, that seems like a more bigger thing. And technically, you could have then reflected that with the lynx boy martyring himself. That's where I thought the plot was going. Like, he was going to poison himself and blame it on the snake. But also, that's its own other classic tropey ending. So, glad it went the way it went. It's interesting. Beyond that, you then have the final resolution between your main characters. It's very millennial coded. It's more of that self-aware, over-analyzing therapy talk of, I've got unresolved childhood trauma and I expose my insecurities by the fact that I do this, that, and the other. And like, yeah, it's fine. But also, I think it worked really naturally for this particular set of characters who would have the self-awareness to acknowledge those kind of tropes and traits. And similarly, the idea of therapy has been a running theme in this movie, with them having to go to partner therapy at the very start of this thing. It, surprisingly, is a trope I usually dislike, but in this version of the script, in this adaptation, they managed to make it work seamlessly with the world they've created, the themes they're talking about, and the characters they have designed and written. Overall, this is a massive surprise of a success from a Disney sequel, and really shows that it comes down to how well your writers and creators can put your prompts together. Because there are a lot of quotas visible in this movie, but I don't really have any major complaints about anything, because they've masterfully slithered around and captured all of those check marks in a way that is satisfying and well done, and actual, somewhat cinema being created by the company who's meant to be serving us cinema. So, I really can't praise it much more than that. This was a pretty damn good Disney sequel. And there I was thinking it couldn't be done. Although the Bub Bub joke definitely flopped. From there will likely be a third Zootropolis, I assume, based on a post-credits scene. They're gonna play around with birds next time. We haven't properly seen them in this city. That, or it's just a reference to a turkey feather because it's also Thanksgiving. Or it was, when it came out in the US. And finally, as we hit the Christmas season, Paramount has to come back with more than one SpongeBob movie a year. Calm down, please. But I did actually have a lot of hopes for this one, since the last one, Plankton, was so surprisingly good to me. Maybe SpongeBob Movie 4 has some hopes. Maybe I'm asking too much. Whew, well, it's time for another SpongeBob movie, now that Paramount has released another one, the second one in this very same year. I swear the releases of these movies is more consistent than most things in my life at this point. And it's funny, because I actually had relatively high hopes for this movie, since it seems like the SpongeBob movies as a whole have been going through a little bit of an arc. We're going to be keeping things spoiler-free for the first half of this video. I'll let you know when things get, spoilery. But generally, the theme seems to be the very first SpongeBob movie was absolute cinema, and every sequel just got worse and worse over time. The deepest pit of the bunch, with way too many live action bits and terrible acting as well was, of course, the Sandy Cheeks movie last year. But then came the Plankton movie, which seemed to be towing so much of the formula and the line of the first movie that it looped round to being actual cinema again, with all sorts of new explorations of the titular, iconic character it centers on. So with the idea that actually lightning can strike twice for SpongeBob movie successes, and with one of the best ones being one of their more recent ones, there was a lot of hope towards this movie somehow being good too, since it very much seems to be coming from a version of Paramount and Nickelodeon who have done their research on the first movie and are trying to recapture that magic. Now, I was extra lucky being able to see the movie this time around, as I got to see a screening 2 days early for some reason. I don't know if I accidentally snuck into like a closed event of a cinema screening, but I also got to see this as a nearly 30-year-old man sitting in the corner of a small cinema room, while every other chair was filled with parents and kids. Always a weird vibe on day one, but also it means I get to see how funny this movie actually is when you're not 29 years old. Now, there is certainly all sorts of things in this movie that there is to enjoy. We get a whole new narrator at the start of the movie and another live action pirate. It's always a theme these days that every SpongeBob movie has to have live action somewhere, and much like the first movie started with those pirates and a title theme song, this one has a similar thing of a singular pirate with a singular joke. He's trying to tell the narrative, but he's on a boat that's swaying too hard. It's fun. It's extra nice when you realize it's the actor of Mr. Krabs playing said pirate. And they do even run along and do some of the title theme for SpongeBob as well. The kind of classical fan service thing you would kind of expect more of the SpongeBob movies to do. And then even in this one, they only did one line. And then they didn't do it any further than that. I mean, I know they did it already in the first movie, but I don't know, more fan service is fine, I would have thought. Now, when it comes to the actual visuals of this movie, I quickly got used to them. It's again one of those classic things, when you look at the older movies, they get worse and worse over time. I think SpongeBob works more naturally in 2D, so it fits the most in the very first movie. And then later on, they started getting more and more prevalently 3D, but also cheaper and cheaper on the budget. Like, Sandy Cheeks looks awful, right? In this, they kind of do some sort of mid-degree of budgeting. And though Squidward looks particularly greasy, I guess, after a while, I just got used to it and it was fine. Is that a compliment or is that a compromise? I don't know. Furthermore than that, we of course have to make this movie a road trip movie. Every single other SpongeBob movie is a road trip movie of some sort. This one's exactly the same, but now the central point is all about the Flying Dutchman, and I adore that. I think after we've very much seen how feature-length SpongeBob stories have run out of ideas and go in terrible directions, I think this one is genuinely a great exploration to see. It's one of the niche cast members that hasn't had that much screen time, and it opens up to allowing so much more expansions of the world of SpongeBob we know, and with it breaching new territory, we get to inject new creativity and imaginations, which this movie brings up in droves. There are a couple of retcons in there. The Flying Dutchman is now voiced by somebody else. It's Mark Hamill. Suddenly that makes sense. Mark Hamill does a great job at what he does. And we also get the introduction of a portal from Bikini Bottom to the underworld. It's kind of like the giant monsters from SpongeBob Movie 1. It's kind of like that bus stop episode in the classic SpongeBob TV series. It's, you know, whatever. But I do like all of the expansions they make on all these funky creatures and hurdles and rivalries they have to get through. You've got Patrick, SpongeBob, and the Flying Dutchman up ahead at the front of the road trip. And then you got Mr. Krabs, Squidward, and Gary following them afterwards. Bit of an interesting cast selection. Gary's on board the whole time for some reason, and he doesn't contribute much from what I remember. But you know, it's running with the motions. The way I saw it, when this movie began, it was really full potential on some of the most terrible movies we've ever seen from SpongeBob and some of the best. Between Sandy Cheeks and Plankton movie is basically where every other SpongeBob movie can go, and I had no idea where to pinpoint this thing. But there were some disappointments early doors. One of the ones is the introduction of the pop culture song number in the middle of this movie, actually at the start of this movie. Very strange. You may have seen it in the trailers. It's that theme tune they play for some reason. An actual original song, I think, from Ice Spice. That song is terrible. It also also doesn't fit the scene. That scene originally begins with a completely different pop culture song number, but it's an old school one that fits in universe because the alarm horn actually is singing the song. It's the, how do you bow wow song? Boom boom song? I don't know how to explain it. And I can't play it for you either. That at least felt diegetically baked into the universe. And then they ran to like a pop culture Spongebob commission song that doesn't fit, it doesn't work, and the lyrics are, I kid you not, big guy Spongebob, big guy pants okay. Pants okay? What is this, man? You didn't even go square pants. It's just pants because he wears big guy pants? It's honestly bafflingly bad. I don't even know how much they should have been paid for this. I feel like they should have paid up money to be involved in the SpongeBob movie, not the other way around. It is dreadfully bad and dreadfully modern, and they had it right for the first 10 seconds of the scene and then cut it off when he changes it on the radio, and then the horn just does its generic thing. I don't know, man. It's terrible. And that's just the opening sequences. Had to get that one out early because it's just so obvious in the marketing, and I don't know anyone who likes it. That being said, there is also a lot of fan service to the SpongeBob series. What do you know? That's nice and replicatable. Self-referential Easter eggs, but they're done more subtly and nicely. When SpongeBob and Patrick are walking to a theme park, they're doing the walk cycle stretches from that one episode. And I'm sure there's loads of little ones like that have been in there too that I just didn't notice. Even outright copying some of the compositions of the first movie, like stepping on Plankton and having his feet magically pop up exactly to the side. It's identical, in fact. And I think it's the only line Plankton says in this movie. At that point, are they ripping themselves off? I don't know. Anyway, as things go on, we start to come to the crux of the theme and idea of this general story. You know that SpongeBob's going to end up with the Flying Dutchman, but why? Well, here's where things first start falling apart, because narratively, it is so very similar to SpongeBob Movie 1. Again. Now, I know I complained that the sequels went way too off-kilter and should return back to the quality of the first movie, but I didn't mean exactly copying its beats. Because while that original film was all about masculinity and SpongeBob wanting to be a man the whole time, exploring the feminine, giggly vibes of him as a little boy as the finale to the whole story, in this movie, SpongeBob is obsessed with that idea again. They've just worded it differently. He wants to be a big guy. He is now slightly taller than he used to be, so I guess he's actually literally a kid. I didn't realize that. And he wants to prove that he is in fact brave and courageous and manly and be a big guy. Learning about Mr. Krabs' new backstory as a buff crab pirate swashbuckler and wanting to get a swashbuckling certificate to prove that he's a man, to prove that he's a big guy. It is very much the same themes and beats of masculinity, and in every regard, done worse than the original. This is a knockoff of the first movie, mostly in the wrong direction. Where Plankton treaded the lines of that formula and reinvented it for its new titular protagonist, this is just ripping itself off. There are all sorts of good jokes in the background. There's a part where the soundtrack is going, hurry, 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 like the choir song is singing that when Mr. Krabs is trying to chase SpongeBob before he accepts a deal with the Flying Dutchman. That's the inciting incident for you. But also, I guess this is a good point to bring up the fact I was in a cinema screening full of children watching this SpongeBob movie, and I heard not a peep this whole film. I heard a baby cry, and I heard very excitable children when the film ended and they were allowed to run down the front and sides of the screening for some reason. They did not laugh at any of the jokes. And this was the earliest screening possible for this movie, at least in my area. That tells me that the jokes aren't funny to kids, and the jokes to me weren't funny either. You've seen a collection of the jokes from the trailers, I would assume. No one's really guffawing at Squidward, but now he has hair. Nor the part where SpongeBob and Patrick ramble about string cheese for about 30 seconds. It's weird. It's a surprisingly unfunny movie, but it does try to cover some of the beats of the comedic side of SpongeBob Movie 1. Rewatching that movie, you realize there's a lot of sound humor where they just go off and make noise. There's a little bit of that in this movie, and it strangely doesn't work anymore. I think some of the best things we saw in the marketing trailers was the intestines smacking each other. That comes straight out of SpongeBob Movie 1. It got a nose sound out of one dad in the room. I don't know if that counts. I think that's probably their biggest heights, because it so closely ties to, like, the crying tears from the first movie. Everything else in this movie just wasn't that funny or iconic enough. Anything iconic from this movie is already taken from the original. There's a big old beat about Patrick and Squidward constantly making bubbles, to the point that they even bring up that age-old thing again of calling SpongeBob a bubble-blowing baby boy, as if that wasn't specifically what they already covered the first time. It is surprisingly a very soulless movie for a movie all about the lost soul of an ancient human pirate. There are things in there that I can come to appreciate, either as a reference I see or a joke I can understand the formula of, but the storyline is one you've seen before, and honestly, it feels like they're just trying to regurgitate the hits in the hopes they can just regurgitate a hit. The passion and craft behind this movie is clearly the missing core, but at least when it comes to the monster designs, they do a good job. I like the world building of this movie more than anything else. That's about it. All the while, there are some relatable spins they've added to this story to try to change what's good for children, I guess, and it's interesting. There's a very short sequence of the caravan driving through Bikini Bottom High School, to which they then have to avoid dodgeballs and drive through locker rooms. I guess in an attempt to be relatable to the student children in the audience. It's also so very short, they just drive through, and then we move on. Weird, but, you know, whatever. Beyond that, there's also a big thing about roller coasters and the general fear of getting onto roller coasters for the first time, which I would argue is not a bad, relatable topic to approach. In the same way Monsters, Inc. talks about the monsters under your bed, this is the fear of getting on a roller coaster. I can see the points connecting it, but the execution is just not great. So, everything I've mentioned is likely about the first half of this movie, maybe the first 2/3. Honestly, it kind of, you know, it's most of the movie is just that. So let's go into the more specific, detailed stuff. We're going into spoiler territory now, shall we? So, hey there! Thank you for making it to the halfway mark of this video. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more animated movie reviews when they come out. We've got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles short film that came out before this movie that I'll release tomorrow. And if I do find some sort of screening of Angel Studios' David Goliath movie, we'll cover that too. Otherwise, that may be the last review of 2025. So stick around if you'd like to see us cover the likes of stuff in 2026. Alright, back to the second half of SpongeBob Movie 4. So, we have SpongeBob and Patrick following the Flying Dutchman all to the ends of his adventure. They go through the whole underworld. There's a game show at the end with a mountaintop, and that's quite nice. That's a nice adaptation for the trials they're going through, and they do some nice montagey things. Maybe it's a bit old man of me to say it goes by a bit too quickly, but I feel like everyone in the audience didn't really get time to perceive it. There's a nice joke in the middle of them blasting through these challenges where they break the fourth wall to have a CEO fish guy from Paramount complain that Sandy Cheeks isn't in the movie, and then she appears in front of them and then explodes into a monster and they move on. And like, I like maybe the concept of that. I feel like they did it wrong though, somewhere along the way. Is that actually commentary that they didn't get a certain character in board and they needed to cover that? Again, nice idea. Execution went a bit awry, I think. But also, I really liked the bravery in trying to do a joke like that. And there is another one coming up later that I actually really liked, but we'll take it one step at a time. So, this final challenge sequence that they're doing, for one, is meant to be this big hurdle in order for SpongeBob to get the certificate of swashbuckling, which in actuality is a trap for the Flying Dutchman to release his curse. You know this from the trailers, that's fine. But also, the way that SpongeBob successfully gets through all these trials is via one singular misunderstanding that he runs through the entire movie. Remember that bit in the first movie where the mermaid gives him a seaweed mustache and now he believes he's a man, so he just trounces through the underworld again and dances his way through? The fact that that's a musical number and really fun means it's nice, and it's short. This is a whole third of the movie now. And instead of just thinking he's a man because he's got a seaweed mustache, he instead tries to follow the advice of doing what Mr. Krabs would do in any scenario. The misunderstanding comes from the fact that he's talking about himself when he was buff as a pirate captain swashbuckler. They're retconning his backstory, it's fine, don't worry about it. This SpongeBob, however, decides to take that as the what would the Mr. Krabs of now do, so he morphs into the modern day version of Mr. Krabs and then just sort of moxies his way through. He turns a giant mop monster into a mop and does it. He wins with the power of imagination. It's fine. It gets boring. and it goes for like 15 minutes, which is an eternity in SpongeBob minutes. But then when we get to the very, very end of it, turns out Squidward, Mr. Krabs, and Gary the Snail don't manage to catch up really in time, and the Flying Dutchman successfully manages to release his curse, which is nice. I was really hoping to see that, to be honest. What it then delves into is the mandatory live-action segment of any SpongeBob movie, and now Mark Hamill is here in the flesh in live action, and I love that. They gave him a prosthetic nose. He genuinely looks like a different character. You can see if you pay attention to his eyes. But before we get into this point of the story, I want to go back to the beginning, because the opening of this movie, you have Mr. Krabs as a live-action pirate explaining the story of the Flying Dutchman, and that's kind of my initial first problem. He just tells the story of the Flying Dutchman, full only saying, very little showing. You know that one shot you see in the trailer of maybe a pirate entering a cave and it's probably the Flying Dutchman's backstory? Yeah, that's all you see in the movie as well. It's like, here's a shot of the sea, here's that one brief shot of the live action, and now we're in Bikini Bottom. They don't do the intro. They just tell us how it went. They tell us this big chunk of exposition and then move on. It's really weird that the SpongeBob writers knew to copy so many beats of the first SpongeBob movie, but completely forgot the ethos of show, don't tell. It's really interesting. Anyway, Mark Hamill does his great cartoony acting thing. He's great and enjoyable, probably one of the highlights of the movie, if it wasn't for the stellar cast in all the other characters, for the most part. But with him now successfully released from his curse and in human form, he goes on to do his final plan up into the surface. There's a couple of things that have come along the way that I wanted to briefly mention. They're all naff, you know? When we were talking about all of the comedy beats, one of the jokes I was hoping would turn into more that didn't was Squidward's hair is apparently like a clam nest. So every time Squidward speaks every now and again, a clam would pop out from his head and then blow a raspberry at him. Just and then go back in. I thought, you know, a bit more than that, please. No, he just does that several times and that's his entire role. You just randomly get fart sounds at you. And it's not at all the same as the noise humor of the first movie. It's just bad. Borderline insulting. There is one other thing the clam does. We'll get to it. God, this is a bit of a wishy-washy review. I'm sorry. A lot of pieces kind of are scattered in this movie. The whole movie's kind of scattered, to be honest. There is a beat of the Flying Dutchman getting bothered by Patrick and then trying to convince SpongeBob in order to accept himself as a big guy, he has to abandon bubble-blowing baby boys like Patrick, and that's a beat. I don't think it goes anywhere. I don't think they ever rekindle that friendship afterwards. It's just SpongeBob gets turned into a Dutchman ghost, and so does Mr. Krabs. And then Patrick's like, oh, I'll help now. But they also didn't really fight. You know, basic conflict storytelling. Not really executed. There's a nice new design of fish people. They were sirens that caused Squidward to run away, do a musical number, and then essentially get trapped and killed by them. He doesn't appear until the end of the movie again. They abandoned him at that point. So why was he there in the first place? I don't know. They make a three-headed seagull in a whole new art style. It's interesting. It's nice. Again, love the expansions of the monsters. Okay. And when Mr. Krabs finally does reach SpongeBob just before he's trapped, they have a conflict of how SpongeBob thought Mr. Krabs would be proud of him for all he's done, only to learn a certificate of swashbuckling, which is exactly what he's after. It's just the back of a kid's menu at Krusty Krab. Great, cool, whatever. So, the final beat of the Flying Dutchman as a human turns out is not to do some big evil thing. He just wants to live as a dude on Santa Monica Beach. He chills out on a pier in the same live-action setting as all the other SpongeBob live-action settings, only for Ghost SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs, who are so cursed by the fact that they're ghosts, but also they can touch everything, so nothing's really changed for them that much, chases themselves up to the surface as well, which also, I kind of thought the whole reason of the curse was that you can't go to the surface. You know, you can't be a pirate. You are shipwrecked. You are gone. But no, apparently now you can go to the surface only once, until sunset, to break the horn that beckons the Dutchman, so then you can reverse the curse. It's stupid. Like, what? What are you doing, man? Anyway, the big actual finale is the fact that they have to get on a human roller coaster. And I don't hate that. It all comes full circle. SpongeBob has to get over his fear and get on a roller coaster for the first time. And they do some interesting animations of human Flying Dutchman also going through the same cartoony effects as animated SpongeBob, with all of his hair and hat and head coming off as well, and the roller coaster jokes. That's nice, and I honestly kind of didn't hate it, mostly. They do some fun cartoony things with this. This roller coaster goes extortionately high, for like 5 minutes, and you see in the background that they're literally breaching the stratosphere. Love that stuff. Small problem. This is live-action Paramount acting in the same 12-ish months as the Sandy Cheeks movie. Everyone other than Mark Hamill himself looks absolutely terrible. There are a few scattered extras on this roller coaster. The roller coaster is not moving on the frame. But these extras, oh, they're jiggling the entire damn time. They're doing their weird smiles. They're like not reacting to a pirate in the front row shouting past their faces. It's uncanny. It is bafflingly terrible acting. I don't know how Paramount manages to do that same terrible tone, but it's in this movie as well. What a shame. Anyway, it all comes together with this big roller coaster finale, with them successfully breaking the horn mid-roller coaster race right before sunset. Actually, something I do quite like, a very cheeky, absurd joke that Spongebob likes to do, great comedy when you're completely sleep-deprived, is sunset actually happens, Mark Hamill's like, yes! And then the sun pops out again, it breaks, and it pops down again. Like, that's the stupid, nonsensical, oop, yeah, you were wrong, cartoon humor that actually I can get behind, because it's just that absurdity that SpongeBob, the good SpongeBob episodes, did kind of have, you know? Like riding boulders and they just drove off. The stupid surprisingly works in this logic. No one else laughed at that, so hey, maybe it's also bad. And then the moment that happens, we don't see the roller coaster finish. We pop to normal day-to-day. The Flying Dutchman teleports to his Flying Dutchman ghost ship and crew, who now hate him because he abandoned them. He ends up becoming the fry cook to the pirate ship, because turns out Mr. Krabs' backstory was a lie and he was just the fry cook of his ship. And then there's a final celebratory scene where they give SpongeBob a certificate anyway, and that scene is in the trailer. The last scene of everyone surrounding him at Krusty Krab, Patrick landing on the snail, that's the ending of the scene. That's the ending of the movie. I don't know, what is the marketing doing in this thing, man? It feels so weirdly soulless. And what's particularly worse is the film ends on not only a terrible, recurring, faintly insulting recurring gag, whereby the clown from Squidward's head just dashes towards the camera and blows a raspberry at you, but then there is no mid-credits scene and no post-credits scene. Mr. Krabs as a live-action pirate does not return. The ending smash cuts to here's where Dutchman went, here's where SpongeBob went, here's where Squidward was. And that's it. It leaves a strange, bittersweet feeling whereby it feels like they just ran the numbers because they had researched what worked and then tried to bring nothing of character and passion. It is such a disappointment after what was genuinely a diamond in the rough of the Plankton movie. The last 4 movies, Camp Coral as well, had like one shining good one. Everything else was terrible, and now here's one more pretty terrible. To be honest, it's more mediocre. It's far more mid. I would argue it's more on the level of SpongeBob Movie 2, you know? Each sequel got progressively worse, and then Plankton made it to 2nd place. This is not as egregious as Sandy Cheeks or SpongeBob Movie 3. It is just a naff running by the numbers, copying some of the iconography of their first smash hit, but in a lot of ways, it just is modern SpongeBob slop. It's kind of a strange knockoff version of itself. The pop culture song was terrible and poorly integrated. The themes are just the same as the first movie, just changed slightly. There are a couple of nice gags in there, you know, the Flying Dutchman as a human does the aerial mermaid hair flip and puts his beard into his own face. There are some bits I like around there, although now that I'm scrolling through my phone notes, I do not see that I've written many of those good jokes down. Not a good sign. Some of the expansion ideas are good, and I like the creativity in the new monsters. There's like anchor bats, which is very nice, and anchor stalagmites, which is nice in the underworld. But it is just kind of a knockoff version of the first movie. It does not exceed it, and it's just not that funny. Mark Hamill does a great job, as he does with everything he's involved in, but the fact that they don't loop it back to the narrator at the start, and there isn't even any kind of post-credit scene, just makes it feel like it's a hashed out, here's what generally should probably work. It's fine. Inoffensive, it's just fine. Paramount managing to do their Paramount-y things. And fingers crossed Paramount didn't end up swallowing Warner Brothers, because I don't think I'd want Looney Tunes to end up this soulless either. What a shame, and I came into this with such high hopes. And finally, to wrap things up, released at the same time as Spongebob because it was literally attached to the hip, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had a nice cheeky little Christmas short film attached to it, which we also did a dedicated video on. So I'll also mention now, there were a couple other movies as well I would have liked to have covered. There was the Jesus movie earlier in summer by Angel Studios, and then the David movie around this time that is just not accessible to me. But hopefully there'll be a big release for Animal Farm next year. I can't wait to see that. Perhaps we will cover some of those in 2026, we'll see. Anyway, let's finish this up with the Christmas short. So hey, remember that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Christmas short film teaser earlier on in the year? Yeah, well it turns out that was actually a short film releasing alongside SpongeBob Movie 4 as a little precursor to it, kind of like the old Pixar shorts of old. Now, I reckon all the footage you really got of this short film is like the first 1 minute, so I'll keep this relatively brief if I can. But as you can see visually, the style of TMNT Mutant Mayhem is just such a sight for the eyes that it is real cinema explored, right? It's going for that Spider-Verse effect with a Paramountian flair. And even though this is just a short film on likely a much smaller budget, because it's attached to a feature-length film, it honestly looks pretty imperceptible. This is a great-looking short film is what I'm trying to say. And there's all sorts of micro details I could go on to ramble, whether it's like the smearing camera motion, or a red scratchy vignette appearing as like a lens flare from the front of the car lights in just this first scene. But let's talk about the whole thing as a whole. Now, when I first reacted to this trailer, I had an unfortunate thought in the back of my head that I hoped they weren't actually doing with their characters, and I was hoping instead that this would be full commentary on a bigger picture, and I'm delighted to tell you that this short film is indeed all about AI, and in the good way as well. We've been doing relatively weekly releases about the latest generative AI news as it sweeps through animation, a big middle finger to the creative arts, and one that I'm very anti on all fronts. So when I suddenly heard that one of the turtles talks about how they use ChatGPT, I thought, man, this is a nice modern twang for a young teenage character representation, and also such a terrible idea. I also originally thought that this was the voice of the smart one, which was even worse. Turns out it's the voice of one of the dumber ones, so it's fine. But it turns out that wasn't just a throwaway line in order to be down with the kids. This whole short is about the rise of AI and this studio's stance on it. I certainly hope so anyway. It could be ironic very quickly, but we'll see. Because it's not only the fact that one of the turtles uses ChatGPT, but there is a villain in this story whose acronym for their corporation is literally AI. It's all about Chrome Dome here and how he's using the turtles' likenesses to sell merchandise. It is literally the AI scraping of IP and profiting off of the works of other people, to which the turtles smash into their little warehouse and fight against them directly. It is a giant, blocky robot guy. Oh, but one other thing before we get to the actual fight scene, they then go on to do a great parody monologue about the ripping off of likenesses as Chrome Dome comes out with his own villainous origin story, whereby he just mashes together every superhero story you've heard, changing it enough to not be legally copyright infringement. His name is Clark Kenter. He was bitten by a radioactive robot. He built his body from a box of scraps in a dungeon, all the while meeting a purple alien with a hand gauntlet that has a thing for killing half the population. You know, you see what they're doing there. I don't remember exactly the words. Again, it was just like an 8-minute short, and I saw it once before a bigger, brain-invasive movie. But it very much was a nice joke on just all of the superhero parodies that it's referencing, and being commentary of that kind of learning machine algorithm of inhaling and inhaling. And I guess talking a little bit about how you can defeat AI by it having to feed on its own terrible source material, in some sort of sense. The kicker is, because it is an AI, it has learned all of their moves and it is unbeatable to them because it has scraped all of the learning and knowledge off of it. Even though all it said it did was Google them and find images of them. The choreography of this fight, of course, absolutely immaculate. I'll have to watch it several times to understand every little detail that happened. Not only is there 4 different weapons flying in all sorts of directions, but the motion blur and the scratchiness of the art style, only makes it all the better in every regard. To which one of the early lines in the first scene then ends up being the finale survival moment at the end. Spoilers, by the way, for a short film. Hey there, they can make it to the halfway mark of a short review on a short film. Come subscribe if you haven't already for more animated movie reviews. Chances are this is the last one of the year, so I'll see you in the next one. On this playlist, anyway. 10 days left in the month means like 8 videos left in the year. The end, spoilers by the way for a short film, whereby they say an AI is only as good as its prompts, so they start inventing terrible moves to make the robot do terrible moves to self-destruct itself. Including having, I think, Donatello, I'm colorblind, I can't tell the difference between them, shoving his own arms into his shell, which ultimately breaks the robot entirely. It is a nice, simple action sequence with a little bit of brainwaves going in there. If I'd watched it again, I could probably notice the individual personalities actually on show, which I'm sure an animation of this quality absolutely kept up with. All I noticed is Raphael ran in and then got trounced immediately, but I'm sure each of the 4 do their own unique things. And then to wrap it all up, the one that was using ChatGPT goes on to delete their app, and they outright just say, AI sucks, in a relatable, nice, simple, and natural way, and they get on with their day. And then to wrap it all together, of course, this is a Christmas and winter season story, so while it is all about fighting AI as a literal embodiment with this villain, it's also meant to hit the, not exactly emotional heartstrings, but some of the chords of Christmas, as the original problem that the Turtles had was coming up with a present for Stryker. Stryker? Is that their villain? God, I don't know TMNT. Splinter! Totally different. Master Splinter. I should have known that. Epic rap battles of history should have made me learn that. Master Splinter? Hey, here, dude! Anyway, ignore me. I have a weird insert to remember this universe. Anyway, it starts off with a very ugly mug that they keep laughing about in the trailer and in the first scene of the short, and then they wrap it around with, hey, maybe we're not gonna get anything like these AI sloppy toys, let's go and give him that ugly mug. The 4 of them then also choose to get him the same mug, as in they all share the one present, only to reveal that the rat themselves got them the horrible likeness knockoffs of each other. A little bit of commentary that the older generation are falling for AI and maybe should be warded off of it, or you can just secretly bin it whenever something like that pops up. God, there's gonna be a sad Christmas if people are getting AI presents from everybody. I can see it now. Someone's going to get a canvas print of their face shoved onto a business suit to be like, hey, look, it's your professional headshot. Oh, don't you love when art makes you talk about real life? Anyway, it's very sweet and humble. Rat Dad is asleep on the couch, and then in a little screenshot in the credits, you see him comfortably slurping on this terrible rat mug. It's just that beautiful sense of wholesome Christmas spirit, and weirdly enough, ironically, real humanity in there too. And for just like a few minutes before what is yet again a relatively terrible Spongebob movie, it is just a breath of fresh air and proof that Paramount can do something functionally well, because the TMNT's visuals and art style and creative direction and choreography and animation is just absolutely stellar. Great short film, would highly recommend. I know a lot of people weren't really that bothered about it when it first showed up as a trailer, but I would recommend it. If you can find a way to see it, especially by itself, you don't have to watch SpongeBob swinging his intestines around to see this thing. I hope not one day. But either way, very high praises. Would love to see more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, especially this universe stuff. And that is, finally, every animated movie review we did in 2025. Not including the things we missed, not including a couple of re-uploads of videos that got demonetized or blocked. And generally, I think it's been a classic good year for animation this year. As someone who enjoys the good and the bad, we have had some real stinkers this year, and that is so fantastic. It's entertainment in the ironic sense, but we've also had some bangers as well. And culturally, we have had some massively influential stuff, even if it's mostly just meme culture. There's all sorts of other movies in live action that, of course, I care about and haven't actually been able to cover. Whether we're talking about the likes of the FNAF 2 movie, Knives Out 3, Superman, and a bunch of other movies that I just watch in my own spare time. Wow, I don't make a job out of those ones. It might not necessarily be the best year of all time, but it's been good, firing on all cylinders in every possible direction. And at the end of the day, I just love talking about this stuff. But I'm also glad to be able to knot it all into a nice little bow, wrap it up for the year, and I'll probably look back at it in my own time sometime. Question is now, do I make a bunch of wrap-ups of previous years, or is that too annoying? At the very least, we'll probably do one again next year. For now, though, I'd best finally stop rambling to you. My name's been Daz, my camera battery's about to run out, so I better do this quick. Thank you very much for reaching the end of this video. Do tell us your thoughts on any and all of these reviews, or 2025 in general. Would love to hear all your thoughts and more, any dissections, yada 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 discussions. I've got seconds left. My name's been Daz, thank you very much for getting here, and that's the word I'm looking for, and I shall see you all in a little bit. Cheerio! Oh god, it's going fast. Long form video and I ran out of time, what an irony. And then it turns out I had a few seconds to go anyway.